I got it up. It doesn't look like you.
Council meeting will come to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk Beck, could we please get a roll call?
Mayor Tapia Vega.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnes.
Good evening.
Councilor Bollier.
Good evening.
Councilor Friedland.
Good evening.
Councilor Gallegos.
Good evening.
Councilor Gianola.
Here.
And Councilor Jensen.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We'll begin tonight with public input. If you wish to speak tonight, please fill out one of the speaker request forms. You can find them in the back through that glass door. And if you're not here but you would still wish to participate, you can. That phone number is on our website. You can call in and we will give you the opportunity to speak. Just one thing before we do speak. You will have 5 minutes to speak. You don't have to try to guess how long you're doing. There's a little clock on the podium right next to you when you're speaking, and it'll count down the time. And at the 5-minute mark, I will let you know that your time is up, and that is just in the interest of being fair and respectful of everyone's time. And with that, we will begin tonight with Susan Curtis.
It pays to get here early, I see. Hello, I'm Susan Curtis. I've lived in Lafayette for 31 years, and a couple of you know me from my time on the library board for 9 years. I love our community, all of it. My knowledge of the land use code comes from my attendance at the public show and tell at the Starkey Building. I did complete the survey, and I've read in the Is Middle Housing Really Missing in Lafayette by Bonnie Freeman, and studied the maps that were provided in her study. First of all, I would like the council to know that the survey is biased toward a favored plan by consultants as presented by city planners. Based on my knowledge and experience in testing protocols, the survey was poorly developed and indicates little to no expertise in survey work, so it is now invalid for city council input. I urge the council not to interpret the survey results as community input. My experience in this community is that I walk my errands. I find Lafayette a very walkable city. I walk to the post office, the library, the Red Queen, the East Simpson Street Coffee Shop, the Walmart, the Rec Center, Tia Cali, the Coal Creek Trail, stands for auto repair, the golf course, Timbalier, the Y, Janot's, my State Farm agent, and my tax accountant. Current Lafayette is already a very walkable city. I understand the broad brush approach to planning and land use. However, implementation is at the neighborhood level. What does a neighborhood need? For Indian Peaks, where I live, it is street safety, not commercial and retail traffic. It is better and safer access to all of Lafayette in order to cross 287, 95th Street, Baseline, and South Boulder Road. We also do not need to fill, we need to fill empty commercial buildings and retail space rather than adding more to stand empty. We need to utilize the empty commercial lots that we already have. If you've just walked along Baseline as I have done yesterday, there are many lots empty and available for commercial development. In conclusion, it would be a mistake and costly to retrofit existing neighborhoods to plans and land use inappropriate and not needed. Instead, let's focus on the future: safety, business development, water and water treatment. We need safe connections in this city so that we can enjoy all that the city already offers to us. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you so much. Up next, we'll hear from Ed Byrne.
Thank you. My name is Ed Byrne. I represent Preston and Barbara Patton, who live in Indian Peaks filing number 2. I submitted a letter that you should have received yesterday, and I apologize that it wasn't in the packet. I will be referring to a couple of the exhibits which you will probably have seen before. I'm here in following that adage, trust but verify. Having read the code and the most recent changes to it, it does say that the city's not going to rely as much on PUDs moving forward, and that's understandable. PUDs are, I call them simulacra. They are mini zoning maps. You look at all of the issues at a particular site, which usually is pretty large, and then you hardwire the balance of streets, lots, bulk, density, very carefully, trying to preserve the natural resources on that site. In 1991, the Indian Peaks PUD was conceived to secure a golf course for the city, designed by Hale Irwin. It's a wonderful course. It required site-specific flexibility, carefully tailored to preserve those characteristics that make the golf course so special. For years, I have opposed zoning maps made with Sharpies and highlighters. I prefer watercolors, so you can blend it at the margins. But PUDs are a permanent, privately enforceable contract between the city and the owners. In this case, 1,398 of them, each of whom has a private right of action. Legacy PUDs are not subject to top-down zoning mandates. They're fully baked. Lafayette received a golf course. The course is walkable, but its existence, around which has been woven the residential neighborhoods and the streets, is not walkable necessarily. And that would be, I would guess, I point you to this first exhibit, which shows the way homes were spread around, leaving room for the golf course in the middle. It's way too small to read, I apologize for that. But it's a solid mix of attached and detached residential layouts in various neighborhoods. And it includes a commercial center, an employment center in the lower left, which, because commercial has kind of lost its off-site presence, filing number 17 was switched to a diverse, more of a mix of missing middle housing. And that's as it should be. The next exhibit, I'm here to challenge the characterization of Indian Peaks Trail as a collector street. It is not. It is 28% smaller than a collector street. Your collector street standard would have 12 and a half lane, 7 feet on either side for bike, and Indian Peaks is 12 feet, two lanes of 12 feet and 2 feet of bike path. Not enough. They substantially downsized the street sections because they wanted to create an interesting driving experience reminiscent of a country lane. That's not a collector street, and you can't turn it into one after the fact without having to redesign the entire area. With neighbors spread around the golf course and the downsized street sections and backward-facing homes, they don't actually even front onto the collector street, which is one of the things you look for. They front onto cul-de-sacs, which do not have enough room for parking for commercial, and you'd starve the commercial that might try to locate there. You can't put this genie back in the bottle. If you tried, there could be a domino effect where more commercial starts popping up, and you're setting neighbor against neighbor in ways that could be harmful. I would recommend that you change the N2, N3 map, which is here, to make it clear that Indian Peaks is not a collector street, and that you use Sharpies and highlighters to delineate PUDs that are no longer in play with a different color, so it doesn't get confused by zoning maps that overlay them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Barbara Patton.
Good evening. Barbara Patton, Indian Peaks, Lafayette. I'm here tonight to speak about the proposed form-based code N2 zone to be used in residential neighborhoods with collector roads, including neighborhoods that have PUDs and HOAs with covenants and restrictions. There is much inaccuracy, confusion, and lack of clarity in the draft rewrite. 1, for instance, 2 streets in Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Lake Trail, were included in the N2 zoning. N2 zoning adds commercial businesses to corner lots, as well as allowing multifamily housing, both of which are prohibited in our PUD and HOA covenants and restrictions. In fact, our covenants and restrictions, which run with the land, is a legal term that means forever. Forever unless there is a limit stipulated in the covenants, of which there is not in Indian Peaks. It does require 67% of the 1,398 residents in Indian Peaks to vote to change our covenants and restrictions, an impossibility based on recent events. One of the sub's HOA was updating their 30-year-old playground equipment in a park. This sub has only 200 residents. It took over 2 years, many meetings, many of which were unbelievably contentious, just to agree on a playground equipment. Number 2, facts matter. Neither of the 2 streets in Indian Peaks included in N2 zoning, Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Trail, are collector roads, as erroneously labeled in the draft code and on the maps. On page 50 of the Indian Peaks Official Development Plan, dated March 1991, it clearly states, the community drives within Indian Peaks will serve as low-volume, 2-lane sub-collector roads with a minimum of right-of-way of 50 feet, minimum pavement flow line to flow line of 24 feet with no parking and limited access. These exact dimensions are the same on Wanaka Lake Trail. These are both sub-collector roads. They do not meet the guidelines of the draft code. Number 3, facts still matter. The N2 zone allows commercial businesses on outward-facing corner lots on collector roads. The corner homes along Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Trail, which are sub-collector roads, are inward-facing on tight cul-de-sacs by design. So clearly, once again, the corner homes in Indian Peaks do not meet the parameters of the N2 code. Number 4, inconvenient facts still matter. The Indian Peaks Overall Development Plan clearly states that commercial businesses are not allowed in our residential neighborhoods. Our attorney, Ed Burns, cites in his letter multiple places in the ODP where this is spelled out. Given the facts that I just outlined, it is not understandable how or why the Indian Peaks community and these 2 roads were included in the N2 zone. All this information was knowable to the staff and consultants. 5, clarity matters. There's a lack of clarity in the new zone, and it seems to be hell-bent on forcing these changes to the residential neighborhoods that do not meet guidelines. The N2 zone says it is for new development and redevelopment. Indian Peaks is neither a new development or in the process of redevelopment. It is unclear in the new draft what constitutes redevelopment or when the redevelopment timeline begins. Can the redevelopment begin the day after the new zoning codes are adopted or 20 years from now? What constitutes redevelopment? Is this lack of clarity going to falsely lull a homeowner into thinking they can redevelop their home into a coffee shop or a multifamily building, despite both being prohibited in our PUD and HOA covenants and restrictions? If so, this will put the HOA in an untenable position of hiring lawyers to enforce our PUD and covenants and restrictions while incurring enormous legal fees each time this happens. There is a lack of legal clarity for where, how, and when N2 zone in neighborhoods with PUD and HOA covenants and restrictions can be implemented. This one is not ready for prime time. Number 6, you have received pictures of real IP corner houses and this AI picture, and then they have AI pictures adding businesses to them. This will destroy the character of Indian Peaks. The last picture is a corner house on Wanaka Lake Trail, whose driveway, as you can see, is a mere 4 feet from its neighbors. And where are the 2 off-street parking spaces to fit? Using N2 in Indian Peaks is just wrong and misguided application of this tool. In summation, given the overwhelming facts regarding Indian Peaks just outlined, lack of legal ability to implement, lack of clarity on how it would even be implemented, we ask the council to have the Indian Peaks community removed from N2 zoning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Karen Norbeck.
Karen Norbeck, 800 East Geneseo. Good evening. I was a member of the Community Advisory Committee for the 2021 Comprehensive Plan Update, which began in 2018. After a few years off, we have to do this, finding funding and including changes in city administrators and top planning staff. I spent years listening to the community and attending all the CAC meetings, the community outreach meetings, and poring over documents. Planning staff moved immediately to begin work on a rewrite of our land use code in 2022. Community outreach for that comp plan update was head and shoulders better than the outreach that has been conducted for this process, which will have an effect on everyone living in Lafayette, whether they know it or not. I started raising concerns about that when I spoke to the Land Use Code Working Group in May of 2025. I have seen big ongoing missteps with attempts to engage the public. Email invitations to the first big event, a bingo night in October, said, "Come look at the new rules." New rules? There were no new rules then. You wouldn't know unless you were there, but in September, a 9-minute explainer video for the public was unveiled during a working group meeting that was so bad it was roundly panned and discarded on the spot. You would have no idea about that if you read the notes of the meeting, which said the project team will discuss updating the video or creating shorter topic-based videos. We've seen one 43-second video since then, but at least our city's name was pronounced correctly in this one. When the public engagement process related to the 3 topics that have taken center stage, missing middle housing, neighborhood commercial, and building height, was first brought forward to the working group as a trial open house meeting, it did not ask the question, is this something you want, but was presented as something that was going to happen and which version do you like. This was particularly troubling regarding allowing building heights above the current 35-foot 3-story limit. The question, do you want to allow taller buildings, was not asked. Instead, the focus was on where are they okay. Due to pushback before going to the public, this approach was softened. Because the comp plan update process showed lack of interest from the public for increased height, it was determined that there would be a community conversation about this topic when the land use code update happened, with a focus on affordable housing. This conversation is mentioned in 3 places in the comp plan. I have been city watching since the 1990s, and I've seen little interest in 4-story buildings from this community, so I was interested to see what this conversation would look like. Well, it was addressed in a poorly written survey that actually talked about the financial feasibility of commercial or hotel development as something the residents should consider in their answers. However, it still showed that support for 4-story buildings was not there. During the comp plan update, an experienced polling company was hired to write a neutral, statistically valid survey. Our community deserved to be polled in the same way this time. I don't understand why this was not done. Speaking of height, take a look at the height in the comp plan for the Old Town Commercial District, which says 2 stories. There are issues with following that direction in the new plan. The new regulations for public road are treasured downtown include allowing apartment or condo complexes. I ask you to imagine someone tearing down the iconic Lafayette Florist building for a condo complex and what that would do to the feel of the street. Also, as we wait for the Pocket Park on 701 South Public and the bakery a couple of lots down, imagine that entire block all the way down to the Rocky Mountain Legal Building, scraped and replaced with a condo complex. That was quietly in the works until the community heard about it and spoke up. That's what gentrification looks like and something we must work hard to prevent. We're also seeing regulations that will have an impact on our older neighborhoods, depending on whether you live in an HOA or not. We faced that when mandatory recycling happened and HOAs were exempt. It created divisiveness in the community. Despite the community's love of open space that runs through the comp plan, the definition in the draft code of natural open space was park-like that space that is visible and accessible to the public. That's not open space. I hope that has been changed. And as we get close to the end of this process, community outreach is especially important. But let's not forget we have been without a communications director since last October. This process has been long, but let's make sure we get this right. Tonight, you have the opportunity to just say yes to the draft plan and send it on its way, or you can ask for changes and also improvements to the public outreach on behalf of the people in this community whom you represent. Have we done enough? I look forward to your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Michael Watson.
Mike Watson, 708 South Carroll Avenue. I wish I were up here to talk about zoning code, which I realize probably makes me a certifiably insane person. However, I'm not. I'm here because words have meaning, right? Like when we say that we're trying to build a sustainable community or resiliency or any of those things, like that has an actual definition that we need to follow. And right now in Colorado, the times are exceptional. We are in the worst drought year on record. Like since we've been looking at snowfall, snowpack, everything, this is the worst drought year that we have. It's worse than 2002, and the amount of people that we have in the city is a lot more than we had in 2002. It's going to be a bad year. I just got back from visiting family overseas. I can tell you firsthand, like this is not just limited to Colorado. This is a global event this year. I think it's Super El Nino is what the papers are calling it. Those of you with more of an environmental science background, you probably know more about that. Earlier this year, the UN declared global water bankruptcy. We're living in that. This is what it looks like. It's less snowfall, it's the land drying up, and it's going to require some actions of the city, more than just nicely advising everybody to not water their grass yet, which, by the way, I went by, Cherrywood Park last week. You guys had the sprinklers going, like full tilt, and you're planting new trees. And I don't know whether, because the city manager, Katie, got up there the last meeting in April and was advising people to like not run their sprinklers yet and only like water the trees. But it would be nice if the city followed its own guidance. Maybe that information didn't get from Katie on down to the rest of the staff. But this is something that the city needs to take seriously, because if the city isn't taking it seriously, then the residents won't think that they have to take it seriously. And this is something that we're all going to have to kind of come together on. We probably have enough water to make it through this year, but what if this drought lasts 2 years? What if it's 3 years? What if it's 10 years? Right? We need to start thinking about that. We need our best minds on that. The public voted you 7 as the best minds that represent us. So please kind of take a stand on this. Like I would strongly urge you, and I sent all of you an email yesterday with a few like motions and definite actions that the city could take. I believe that this warrants an emergency declaration. I think that you should declare this a water emergency this year. You have the science, you have any credible scientist will say that we are living in an emergency this year, especially in Colorado. And I know that it's not the politically correct or the politically expedient thing to do, because everybody wants to just continue like it's business as usual. This is not going to be a business as usual year. Like, I don't know if you guys pay attention to the news. I'm guessing that you do. This is not business as usual. This is not what normal looks like in any metric. Like bar none, this is a weird year. And the last thing we need to do is run out of water in the middle of summer. That's not going to make it any better. Yeah, so I got this in my mail today, the Lafayette Connection. Really no mention about the water crisis, and it is a water crisis. I mean, does anybody disagree that it's a water crisis? Growing shade, we're gonna plant a bunch of trees this year. Does that seem logical to anybody? Like, please, if you plant trees, shrubs, put in new lawns, lawn replacement, that's wonderful on normal years because it helps us save our water. I would urge you not to do that this year. Pause all of those programs. I know we have representatives from Indian Peaks. I suggested in the in my email that we switch to like brown golf this year, like minimize the water use. On
Mr. Watson,
Indian
could you
Creeks.
please direct counsel?
It's my time. I can speak in whatever direction I want to. Thank you, Mayor. I mean, it's going to be a weird year. And then, like, I know that everybody loves their golf and we all love nice green lawns, but I think this is something that we're all going to have to come together on. And, like, at the very least, have a conversation about it. I think one of the most important things, number one, after declaring an emergency for water use, put up a dashboard on the city's website. You guys have access. I saw one of the graphs that Katie sent out to you, I think last week or the week before, showing kind of the water levels and just the drop off that we've had in snowpack levels over the past, I think, half a month. That would be great if the public could see that as well. Like, put up a water dashboard and send out a statement from the city that just shows that you guys are taking this seriously. Because by the time it gets to the point where everybody's aware of it, where everybody realizes this is a problem, it's going to be too late. So please act quickly. The bar is set incredibly low for politicians this week. Don't threaten to undermine democracies or destroy civilizations. Just you know, like, get your job done. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Up next, we'll hear from Vicki Yuland.
Hi, I'm Vicki Yuland, 303 West Simpson Street. I am a member of the Land Use Code Working Group, and I have some things that I want to bring up with you about the proposed Land Use Code. The first thing is public engagement and input into this new code. When the comp plan was being developed, there was a special effort to reach out to communities in Lafayette that don't generally engage in city government stuff. I remember there was even a special consultant whose entire job was to do this. We haven't had this with this new land use code public engagement. There were 2 meetings for mobile home communities, which is great, but I didn't hear about any other events dedicated specifically to reaching out to our underserved populations. For the other public engagement events, there were 20 attendees in the small group discussions, 62 attendees at open houses and events, 62 attendees at pop-ups, 59 people registered at Lafayette Listens. Even if there's no overlap in people who went to multiple events, that's a total of only about 200 people. The survey reached about 1,000 people, but as I said to you already before, it's not statistically valid. So as I suspected, the people who took the survey are pretty homogenized. 91% are homeowners, 79% live in single-family detached homes, 49% are age 55 or older. I think, unfortunately, we have to take these survey results with a big grain of salt because of the skewed demographics. My second point is the public engagement procedure for developments that will be evaluated under the new form-based code districts. We were told during the March working group meeting that plans for these districts wouldn't proceed under the sketch plan, preliminary plan, final plan criteria that PUDs use, with required neighborhood meetings along the way. For instance, for the FBC neighborhood districts, which are mainly for land annexed into the city and so therefore are going to be controversial, the process would be zoning followed by a regulating plan, subdivision, and site plan. Old Town mixed use would only have a site plan. I asked when the neighborhood meetings would be in these new processes, and I was told staff would look into this. So I'm asking you to make sure this happens and that there are opportunities for the public to give their opinions early in the process and not just at public hearings before Planning Commission and Council when it's often too late. Plus, When would a developer's plan first go before council for these new form-based districts? A lot of us worked long and hard to get sketch plans before council so you could weigh in early in the process, and now I'm worried that will just go by the wayside. The third thing is tiny homes. Working group members have been asking since the first meetings 3 years ago to include tiny homes in the new code, but they're still not mentioned by name in the draft code. So I asked at the last working group meeting how they would fit into the code. I was told they would be part of the mobile home district zoning, but here's what the draft code says. The manufactured or mobile home community district is intended to preserve the existing stock of manufactured housing in Lafayette and enhance these new neighborhoods to meet the same standards of quality set for all of Lafayette. And that's pretty much all the draft code says about that. Where do tiny homes fit into that description? So could council consider asking that we have code provisions specifically for tiny homes? For instance, they could be used in place of ADUs. They're much cheaper than building an ADU, so that could open up more possibilities for affordable housing. It would also be nice if we had zoning standards for tiny home communities. Finally, my final concern is building heights, particularly in the Old Town mixed-use commercial districts. The comp plan makes it clear buildings shouldn't be taller than 2 stories in OT commercial, and this has been discussed multiple times during working group meetings. But the draft code proposes building heights up to 35 feet with no story limit. I asked staff if they could tell us how tall the tallest buildings on Public are, the Tangerine Building and the one on the corner of Public and Baseline. I haven't heard back, but our OT GIS specialist, Bonnie Freeman, measured them using Google Earth and found they were about 30 feet tall. So why would we go 35 feet in our new code? And no matter what, I think the code needs to limit them to 2 stories, as the public made clear in the comp plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Jude Sachary.
Good evening. My name is Jude Sachary. I live on 213 Acadia in Lafayette. I've been a resident of Lafayette for a mere 43 years, long before Walmart was here, before Albertsons was here, and there was only Marvin's Market that you better get in there before 6 p.m. because their white bread was all they had and the store closed at 6. So that gives you a little framework for I've seen some of the changes in Lafayette. So as I'm driving here tonight, I opted not to use my e-bike, but anyhow, I drove here tonight and I'm looking down Public Road again, trying to look at it with new eyes, and I'm looking at single story, single story, single story, single story, single story, single story, single story. Yes, look at these are old buildings. They're old buildings, and you get to a new building and it's 2 stories, or maybe to the, well, it's not called the Millers because that was a PC. So anyway, then they sneak in a 4-story over there. So then you look at the new buildings, they don't have the character. It's like the architects really enjoyed Architect 101 with Legos, and then they changed it to brick. But it still looks like a modified Lego complex. They don't have the coziness. They lack character. And if you say, okay, let's put in a 3-story building, let's put in a 4-story building's okay if you pay us a little bit more over here, and we'll shorten up the sidewalk, or narrow it a little bit so that you can get 1.5 people to pass through, and you can move the building a little closer to the street, and it'll be cozy, all right, but it loses the Lafayette flavor. It looks industrial, like somebody paid their money to get their 4-story building in, and the money will show up somewhere else, maybe in open space, maybe in a couple of more trees. But what I'm here to say is that the code that's being written is insufficient. It doesn't really address what the feeling of Lafayette is. Matter of fact, when the new Walmart was built, not the 101 Walmart, this is the 2.0 Walmart on 287, there wasn't that hill that it stood on. They brought in tons and tons of dirt and raised that hill up a good 20 or 30 feet. That used to be able to stand where Cabrini Circle is, and it was almost flat. It had a little slight a rise, but you could see the mountains, and it was really beautiful. And they came Walmart there and blocked it out. That's not pretty. That's Walmart, you know. And I still harbor, you could tell, a little bit of anger about that. But let's make Lafayette where it really shines, where its character is, its beauty, what we really stand for. And it's not a 4-story building where you can incentivize developers to pay off the development pot so they can buy some more open space, which I don't mind having more open space. But it will forever impact the beauty of our city. So I would encourage you not to let in any more 4-story buildings and any other 4-story hotels, and I know that makes it more productive economically for that. But there are serious trade-offs in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Abigail Garcia.
Hello, I am Abigail Garcia, a junior at Peak to Peak Charter School and a Lafayette Youth Advisory Board co-chair. I want to invite residents of Lafayette to join members of the Lafayette Youth Advisory Board and other local youth for an event where youth voices take center stage. Teens Talk, Adults Listen is an opportunity for teens to share their thoughts, experiences, and perspectives on issues that matter to them, while adults are invited to listen, learn, and ask questions. Spanish translation and refreshments will be provided. This event will take place tomorrow, Wednesday, April 8th, from 7 to 8 p.m. at the Lafayette Public Library. The Teens Talk, Adults Listen event is organized by the Lafayette Youth Advisory Board in partnership with Lafayette Communities That Care, with support from the Lafayette Community Services Department. We look forward to seeing members of our community there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Megan Rast.
I have a little show and tell. My neighbor's gonna help me. I'm a visual person, so just in case you are looking. Thanks. Yeah, and just before I start, we selected hearing. Is this the correct section?
So there is no public hearing tonight. It would be only during public input.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. My name is Megan Rast. I'm a resident at 646 Homestead Street in Annis Farm, the charming neighborhood with colorful prairie detailed houses that has shared courtyards directly west of Aspen Ridge Drive. I want to begin by acknowledging, actually, and applauding the Land Use Code Working Group and city staff for the thoughtful work already completed along Aspen Ridge Drive corridor, also known as the Black Diamond Corridor. The decision to rezone the former M1 industrial properties to adaptable commercial or AMX2 is an important and appropriate step forward. This change reflects what has been true on the ground for years. This corridor is functioning as a commercial and community serving area, not a light industrial district. Today it includes a community service center, that's Sister Carmen, a very small medical office building, a child care center, and an indoor youth sports facility. Uses that serve Lafayette residents every day and do not align with traditional M1 activities such as manufacturing, warehousing, or storage. Importantly, this direction is not new. It's already codified in the city's 2021 comprehensive plan, which envisions this area as part of a broader commercial framework. This middle map, labeled as Land Use Code Working Group, is from their March 25th meeting. We recognized after printing, by the way, it's already published in the 2021 comprehensive plan and approved. So this rezoning to commercial districts is therefore both a recognition of existing conditions and an implementation of adopted policy. With that strong foundation in place, my request tonight is more limited and more refined. I'm asking council to consider designating a small portion of parcels along the corridor, particularly those directly adjacent, oh, that's my place, yeah, directly adjacent to established R2 family neighborhoods as neighborhood mixed use. This adjustment would build on the progress already made by introducing a more context-sensitive transition at the edges of the corridor. In this edge condition, it calls for a slightly lower intensity, more neighborhood-scaled approach, and for one that would allow for housing mixed with, and maybe even perhaps above, some shops that we could use. This is consistent with longstanding principles for planning in Lafayette. The comprehensive plan has emphasized that more intense uses should be located away from and carefully buffered from residential areas. Across the city, we see successful examples of this pattern. Examples within Lafayette already demonstrate this approach, so I'm going to go through a couple for the record. Across Highway 287, the Gateway Circle area serves as a transitional zone between the Regional Business District, which is formerly King Soopers, now the Vasa Fitness, and nearby single-family residences. The Silos development, which you can actually see at the top, has both R3 multifamily homes and a T1 transitional buffering from the Kohl's and the Walmart. Even within Anna's Farm, R3 multifamily row homes are next to the Primrose Daycare, which is zoned as B1 community. So in this case, applying neighborhood mixed use in these limited locations, you can see in the map to the far right, would better reflect the immediate adjacency to single-family neighborhoods. Second, provide an appropriate scale and mix of uses at the residential edge. 3, reinforce compatibility while still supporting commercial activity along the corridor. The remainder of the corridor can and should continue to function under the newly established commercial zoning, consistent with both current uses and the comprehensive plan. In short, thank you. The city has already taken the big important step of aligning the zoning with reality and policy by moving away from M1 industrial. This request simply fine-tunes that framework to ensure the edges of the corridor transition appropriately to the neighborhoods they border. It also ensures that if the only parcel actually having an industrial use, which is Kenray in this entire area, moves out, that what comes after it would fit with the future and the vision of Lafayette. Thank you again for your leadership and for the significant progress already made on the corridor. I appreciate your consideration of this targeted refinement.
Would anyone like to get closer to this? Were you all able to see it?
Am I remaining for it? Yeah, take the time and take a look at it.
Sure. So we were talking about Anna's Farm, which is this zone right over here. The silo is above it, and there's a nice buffer zone along there. And we're talking about this corridor against Aspen Ridge, the Walmart is over there. I also put in a slip to speak. Would you like me to sit back down?
What was the name?
Christy Clark.
You're next.
Awesome. Okay. I can leave this somewhere you'd like to
I'll hold it for you.
swap.
It's a neighborly thing to do. We're in it together.
I wanted to start by saying, is Phil in the room? I saw him go by.
You can hear us at least.
Hey there. I wanted to say thank you so much, Phil, for coming out and walking the neighborhood with me. I really appreciate your assistance.
Okay, my name is Christy Clark, and I live in a one-story home at 550 Homestead Street in Anna's Farm, about 50 feet west of the Black Diamond Corridor. So that's gonna be me right there. I second what my neighbor Megan Rast has said about the excellent work being achieved by the Land Use Working Group and already accomplished by the Comprehensive Plan in 2021. I was pleased to hear more details at the working group's last meeting about the characteristics of their proposed adaptable mixed-use corridor on Aspen Ridge directly behind my lot. The comp plan's designation of commercial instead of industrial was a step in the right direction, but this new focus on walkability, creation of transitions to adjacent developments, and activation on the street to pull businesses up to the sidewalk is in the right direction and on target with the future of Lafayette and the vision we all share for our funky community. So, like Megan, I would like to see further refinement for the coding of this particular corridor district to neighborhood mixed use. It would achieve more compatibility and transition flow. As opposed to the successful examples that Megan cited, we do not have duplexes and row homes.
separating my one-story house from this proposed mixed-use corridor. This means that the height requirements and other restrictions for adaptable mixed use are not an adequate buffer for this portion of Anna's Farm and would not create the gentle transition that the city is trying to achieve. Anna's Farm and the neighbors, like one-story Sister Carmen, require a more gradual transition and step-up height restrictions that's possible and that is possible with the neighborhood mixed-use designation. So I'd like for you to imagine for a moment a gate opening up Anna's Farm and a little bridge over the High Line Canal behind us that would help us cross over to the other side and create a connection between our community and the commercial zone. If on the other side there were small businesses bordering a little civic space with a sculpture or a park element that would serve Anna's Farm, Sister Carmen, and clients from Smoothie King and other small businesses, or maybe we could have tables and chairs next to a restaurant or food hall with much needed housing on top. These all fall under the neighborhood mixed use category. We would flow through the gate and connect our housing with this commercial corridor and create a much needed third space to blend diverse residents of Lafayette. That is what I think a neighborhood should look like and what I understand is the vision set out by the comp plan and the land use working group. I support thoughtful building in Lafayette, and I think neighborhood mixed use is the best way to put this vision into action. And I respectfully request, please deny any industrial building in this district to give us all time for rezoning and to head in the correct direction for this vision of Lafayette. Thank you for your consideration and all of the hard work that you're putting into preserving and improving the character of our wonderful community.
Thank you so much. Up next.
Is there anything else you'd like to see here?
Did everyone see it?
Everyone,
You can vision the bridge.
the bridge, the gate, you know what we're talking about. Thank you very much.
Up next, we'll hear from Nancy Celinger.
Do you need our little illustration?
No, I didn't, I know, I couldn't see it.
Oh.
I don't know.
Hi, I'm Nancy Celinger. I live at 650 Homestead Street in Lafayette and an absolute supporter of Lafayette, Colorado. Do love living here. I'm here to speak about the zoning code land use changes. I know, from what I understand, these haven't really been updated since the late 1980s. However, I think that there was some proposals during the pandemic, and now we're kind of at the point where decisions need to be made. There are four things that I found to be the most important: height of buildings, density of developments, nature and wildlife regulations, sustainability, and affordability. The most important thing for me is that I'm really hoping that we can work together with planners, with city council members, with developers, with neighborhoods in the best way possible. The one thing that I am noticing is that through many different project proposals, which are listed on your website, there's been a tremendous amount of friction. And what I'd like to do is just take a moment where we can all just think about how can we move forward in the best way possible. I support what you do. You are members of our community, and it's so important that you know that we have the best of intentions for our neighborhoods, but at the same time, we're going to be probably, as critical thinking members of the community as possible when it comes to how this impacts our daily lives. The height of buildings is super important. I don't think anybody wants a 4-story building next to their homes. 2 stories, maybe within reason. There are opportunities like for Medtronic where we did see that type of height that made sense. It wasn't right next to homes, for example. The density of developments, this is a whole nother conversation. The downtown is extraordinary. Lafayette's downtown is historic and just really beautiful, and I think we need to support that and make wise decisions as we move forward in how we decide how we build, if we build in the downtown area. The third point, nature and wildlife regulations. We are a bird city. Anytime you've been at Winnetka Lake, you know this. It is so extraordinary for me every day to hear owls in the cottonwood trees right outside of my windows. I see hawks. I see 2 different types of eagles. In addition, I'm so fortunate to see just all the people noticing all the time. They'll say, "Oh, did you see the owl?" "Oh yeah, I just did." And there's new babies. So I'm thinking about how old those cottonwoods are, their relationship to the waterways. We don't have many cottonwoods left, but we do, the ones we do, I think we need to preserve. And that's because we have a relationship to the environment to protect it, as well as the wildlife that lives there. Sustainability and affordability, this is crucial. It's so easy to say, oh, it'd be wonderful to come in and develop something and we'll get this great amount of tax revenue. The problem is that doesn't always pan out. We have a downtown right now that we need to support, and we need to make sure that we make the wisest decisions for our community at large, because every time that we sit down with the developer as a great idea, in actuality, that may not really turn out. We need to think about what are the tax revenues we're going to be seeing. Is this sustainable? What are the risks we are taking by building new projects? And I know that you guys are being presented with many, many projects at the same time, but it's super important that you're afforded that time making those kinds of decisions. We're afforded that time as neighbors to make sure we understand what's going to be happening and how we can work together. The last point I think that is important, I guess, to think about is how can we support you? When we found out about the rezoning, I attended the open house and I was sadly very disappointed. The visual boards were confusing. I didn't really understand what was going on. I asked lots of questions. Phil was amazing. He filled me in on many things. But I do think that I don't know that that presents the best of information. I know not everybody was able to fill out an online survey, so I'm just wondering how we can make more meetings. I know that's going to be more work, but how we can do that to make sure that everybody who lives in Lafayette feels that their voice are heard. I've definitely heard a lot of feedback from neighbors saying, I'm not even going to attend the meeting, no one's going to listen. So I'm hoping to rectify some of that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from John Williams.
Hi, thanks. I'll keep it brief. It's the same subject as the previous folks about the zoning laws here in Lafayette. My name's John Williams. I live also in Anna's Farm at 580 Homestead Street. And just want to speak briefly about the strip of land, again, between our neighborhood and the businesses along Aspen Ridge. So this area is an important part of our neighborhood for all the reasons everybody's already talked about. It's includes a walking path along the Highline Lateral Canal. Residents use this every day. People walk their dogs, kids play, and families spend time there. It's also a natural buffer between our homes and this commercial area off to the east. So the trees, the open spaces, the birds are beautiful. And the historic Highline Canal is also important right there. It helps maintain a sense of separation and livability from our neighborhood to the zone behind it. So leaving this zoned as commercial and then opening it up for even potentially multi-story development would impact the character of this space. It would reduce the buffer between residential and commercial uses, and it would affect the quality of life for our nearby residents. And I respectfully ask that you consider rezoning Aspen Ridge to neighborhood mixed to use to preserve this balance and protect our neighborhood. I'm going to give a different angle here, and the wildlife is hugely important, but also historic resources are important. And the Highline Canal is a historic resource which runs right beside the trail. And at the very least, I feel like we need a professional historian to go out and see if this is an eligible resource for the National Register of Historic Places. So I'll leave you with that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Preston Patton.
Hi, my name is Preston Patton. I live at 2389 Indian Peaks Trail. And I just want to speak briefly about the mischaracterization of Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Lake Trail as collector roads. And I do so because this mischaracterization comes up constantly in our conversations with city staff. And it's not their fault. None of them were here in 1991 when Indian Peaks was developed. I don't think anybody on this council was involved in 1991 when Indian Peaks was developed. But what happened is the city fathers were drooling for a golf course. And the Beaupre family had this big piece of land, and a developer named Tom Hoyt was interested in developing it. And so a three-way deal was made between the Beaupre family, Tom Hoyt, and the city of Lafayette to create the overall development plan, the ODP, for Indian Peaks. And the deal was real simple. In return for the city giving the developer variances from all kinds of elements of the city code, the Beaupre family would donate the land to the city for the golf course for free. So that was the deal. And that's how Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Lake Trail came to be sub-collector roads. They're narrower than the city code requires because that allowed the developer to pack more houses in. They have tighter curves than the city code allows. They have shorter sight lines than the city code allows. And I'll give you two examples of how this comes up. The first is we have one particularly tight curve near our house where there have been 6 terrible speeding accidents of cars turning over and rolling over onto the sidewalk. The last was about a year ago. A woman was speeding, the curve's too tight. You wouldn't allow it under your code, but it was allowed to get a golf course. And her car rolled over onto the sidewalk and caught on fire. If there'd been a kid on that sidewalk, they would have been dead. And after that, I met with a member of city staff, a great member of city staff, and I said, could we have some speed bumps here because this is the 6th speeding accident at this tight curve? And the answer I got was, we don't put speed bumps on collector roads. And I said, it's not a collector road. It's written in the arrangement between the city and the developer that it would be a sub-collector road. Second example of where it has reared its head is in the new zoning plan. The water bills contained a link to a survey. I opened the survey, and there, out of all the streets in Lafayette, the survey singled out Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Lake Trail. At one of the outreach meetings, the staff was asked, why were these 2 roads singled out of all the roads in Lafayette? And the answer was, well, they're the roads that everybody knows. And with respect, I think that's just not true. I don't know why they were singled out. But the new zoning code, as you know, calls for the opportunity to convert residences into commercial businesses on collector roads, and neither of those roads is a collector road. And so I'd be willing to pay to make signs to hang in every city staff office that say Indian Peaks is not a collector road. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I have no more forms. Is there anyone who did not have the chance to speak that would like to speak? Ron Spalding, come on over.
Apologize for being late. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ron Spalding, 1326 Eldorado Way in Lafayette. Apologize for being late, and I missed a lot of the public comments, so if I say something somebody said, I apologize for that. But this will probably, I want to speak about water, and it's probably the last time I'll speak about water here. You know, I've come before you numerous times with concerns about the impacts of the big annexations, major developments here. I'm not in favor of giving extension to Sundar, but that's okay. It'll pass anyway. But we all know, and we all read the papers, we have one of the best, Mr. Councilman Tim Barnes, who speaks on environment a lot. And, when I'm retired, I have my motorcycle, I drive all around the state. And like many of you, you look, you see the development in the area. Louisville now is going to have a new development called Coal Creek Village. I live in Coal Creek Village right here in Lafayette, and there's a Coal Creek Village in Erie. But that's a new one going up. And unrestricted development throughout the whole state. Daughter lives in Denver, Cherry Creek. I tend to represent her at the meetings down there. Those who know the Cherry Creek and the development in the shopping center there, there's about 28 major developments going on there. If you ever drive there, it's crazy. Spoke to the director of the whole development, asked him where you're getting the water from. Really couldn't answer me. He said, we go through the city through Denver, okay? We all know the issues. You've spoken about it here with the reservoir. You'll be able to build 150 feet more, but, you can't fill it yet. Well, reason I'm late is I'm a granddaughter's soccer game at Monarch. They were playing Firestone. So I'm sitting with a group of people who live in Firestone. And probably many of you know, Firestone lost its water supply several months ago because of litigation over 20 years. They couldn't get it all figured out. I'm speaking to this lady. I said, how you doing? I thought she lived in Frederick because they were playing Frederick, but she lived in Firestone. She said, I don't know, I'm getting my water and I'm paying my bill, but I don't know what's going to happen. So, we all know what's going on. And I'm looking in our little microcosm. My son-in-law and daughter-in-law invited us to go spring break in Southern California with them. Free trip, let's go. Southern California, you all may know nice places, Newport Beach, Corona del Mar, Laguna Beach. I don't live there, but they took me. Get off the plane, everything's so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous, We had dinner at one of their friends' house who lives there in Newport Beach, and they're all concerned about what's going on in California in the water. My buddy in Arizona says, Ron, you're stealing all the water from us. We haven't got our agreement yet, So, I don't know where it's all going to go, but I'm just thinking for poor little Lafayette, we have a pretty good water system. We got some storage, and I'm just thinking we don't know what's going to happen. We got the stage 1 here in Erie, all over it, Erie, Louisville, Denver, stage 1. Mr. Mike spoke about concerns about that. Agree 100%. I think we need to do more for our little city. I think we'll get through this year, maybe not. But looking to the future, it's all drying up. When we flew in during the day from John Wayne Airport to DIA, of course, we're in the barren eastern part of the state. But flying in, man, woo, it's tough. It's really, really tough. I'm really concerned. I'm really scared. And for everyone, not just me, and I'm starting to think, where would I move to in a year or two if it really gets bad? I'd hate to leave Lafayette. I moved out here to be with everybody. But I'm really concerned, and you all have a lot on your plate. And I know this is a big concern, but we're going to improve to get the process done to send to the state for, a new water plan and all that, and talked about that. Where is everybody getting their water? Where are we getting it? But for our little town, we're doing a good job. So with that, last time I speak to you about water, I just had to say it so I can go on living. And I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, is there anyone who hasn't had the chance to speak who would like to speak? Not seeing anyone, I'll turn to our city clerk to see if we have any callers. No callers, okay. With that, I will close public input. Thank you all so much. And we will move on to the consent agenda. A few items tonight, including item A, March 17, 2026, City Council meeting minutes. Item B, March 24, 2026, City Council workshop summary. Item C, second reading for ordinance number 7, Series 2026, amending section 115-35, license plates and registration of the Code of Ordinances to correct an error. Item D, resolution number 2026-8, approving a grant agreement between the State of Colorado Department of Local Affairs and the City of Lafayette, and authorizing acceptance of a grant to update the city's comprehensive plan to include strategic growth and water supply elements required by Senate Bill 24-174. Item E, contract of the cutting edge mowing, trimming, and weed control services. Item F, another contract, Independent District Engineering Services LLC, MS4 Program Support 2026-2027. Item G, a contract with RJN Group Incorporated, wastewater collection flow monitoring. Item H, contract, subaward agreement between the Denver Regional Council of Governments and the City of Lafayette authorizing acceptance of a grant to further reduce greenhouse gas emissions and advance net zero construction, and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. And item I, change order number 4, RME Limited, LLC, doing business as Elite Surface Infrastructure 2022 citywide street rehabilitation for a 2026 renewal. Are there any items council would like to pull? Councilor Fredland.
Nothing to pull, just a question on the mowing contract. I don't know if now is the right time or after a motion has been seconded.
Which item is this? Item E?
Yes. Correct. Cutting edge.
I'll take a motion, and then I'll open it up for discussion.
Move to approve the consent agenda. Second.
Great, we have a motion, we have a second, and I understand we have further discussion.
Thank you. Just two questions, really. The first one is around pesticide use. How is it kind of laid out in the contract? Do we approve the compounds that they use? How do we provide guidance for them?
I'll have our Parks, Open Space, and Golf Manager, Dennis Warrington, answer your questions.
Good evening, Council. Yes, so there are, so for the cemetery, and by the way, just so you know, Public Works and Community Services, Parks, like we share that contract, we go into it together to get a better deal. Even though it's the same company, I believe that the pesticides that they use are going to be the same relative manner. But for the cemetery, they use a broadleaf compound or a broadleaf application once at the beginning of the year. And then the other two are a pre-emergent and a non-selective that is used on the medians along baseline west of 287 and the area right over here. So, I can't remember what it's called.
And so you get to see what those compounds are, or
Yes.
they've told you already?
Yes, so they are not like any chemical of concern.
Okay.
All parks, golf and open space, we have certified applicators through the Department of Agriculture, and these contractors are also required to follow all of those same rules and be certified as well for when they use them.
Okay.
It's typically done very early in the morning and dry, that way they're not going to be harmful. It's mostly spot treatments that you'll see in the meetings.
Thank you very much. That's everything, Mr. Mayor.
Amazing. Any further discussion? Councilor Jensen?
Related to that,
Sorry.
my question is about the equipment they use and whether we know, I know lawn equipment can be notoriously heavy emissions, especially if it's not very new. So what can you tell us about, I personally had a lawn care service that did electric mowers for a while, but they had trouble with them, and so I know that they're not foolproof, but I wondered whether they use any electric equipment or gas, or how does it work?
So all of the handheld equipment is going to be electric. There was a new state statute passed last year that for like 5 months during the summer, anything that was below 10 horse, I believe, you couldn't use it, or it had to be electric. All parks and golf have those, and our contractors do too. In the cemetery, they do use stand-up riding mowers. I believe those are gas engines.
And do we know how old they are?
I don't know.
I'm just curious, because I understand there's a big difference in the emissions from the older ones to the newer ones. Just maybe sometime.
Okay, I can find out.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Great, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Councilor Ginola?
Yeah, I just want to talk quickly about item H, I believe, which is the subaward agreement with Dr. and just give a kudo and a shout out to the planning and sustainability departments for the adding some personnel to staff, getting, an award to add personnel to staff to focus on building energy performance and kind of doing research into that. I think that's going to be a good addition to staff to help us with our development and being more sustainable.
Here, here.
Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say no. No one opposed, that passes unanimously. We will move on then to proclamations, starting with item J, and for that, I will turn it to Councilor Jensen.
I have a proclamation honoring Dolores Huerta, who was one of the early founders of United Farm Workers, and many believe the heart and soul of the movement. And so I'm going to just read it. Whereas Dolores Clara Huerta was born on April 10th, 1930 in Dawson, New Mexico, was taught by her family the importance of giving back to her community and giving a voice to the voiceless, and is committed to being a tireless advocate for working people. And whereas Dolores Huerta found her calling as an organizer while serving in the leadership of the Stockton, California chapter of the Community Service Organization and founded the Agricultural Workers Association, where she set up voter registration drives and pressed local governments for barrio improvements. And whereas Dolores Huerta overcame the many challenges she faced as a woman and remained the most talented negotiator, securing services for farm workers in California in 1963 in the form of aid to families with dependent children and disability insurance, an unparalleled feat of the times. And whereas as an activist, educator, and labor leader, Dolores has worked her entire life to improve social and economic conditions for farm workers, is a leader in the fight against discrimination, and is a defender of civil rights, equal rights, and dignity for all. And whereas Dolores Huerta is one of the most influential labor activists of the 20th century, becoming the first Latina inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame in 1993, and being awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian award in the United States, in 2016, while also emerging as an inspiration and guiding light to many generations of women as an early trailblazer, a role model, heroine, a skilled organizer, and a tough negotiator. And whereas we recognize, honor, and celebrate Dolores Huerta as one of America's greatest champions for agricultural labor rights and social justice, an individual whose lifelong commitment to justice for all and the many trails she paved for generations of activists has made us a stronger, more just, and a more prosperous county and community. Now therefore, the mayor and city council of the city of Lafayette, Colorado, do hereby honor the service, accomplishments, and legacy of Dolores Huerta and encourage all residents to create positive impacts in the community to better the lives of others.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion on this proclamation?
I would just say something very briefly, just with tremendous thanks for Councilor Jensen's words honoring Dolores Huerta. I would be remiss if I didn't note that less than a month ago, this council unanimously passed a resolution honoring proclamation for Cesar Chavez, who apparently at the same day that we passed that proclamation, some just horrific news broke. So I just put on sort of the table for our consideration whether that's something we want to explore down the line, rescinding or revisiting, simply since that is currently on the record.
Is that something you want council to consider for the future? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, understood.
I support that.
Any other members of council? Discussion on this or discussion on the
Well, I think we should vote on this and then maybe take that separate.
Sure, absolutely. Any further discussion on the proclamation before us? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. As the spouse of someone who made it perfectly clear that Dolores Huerta was the big deal, I'm just going to point out the Medal of Freedom's no joke. What she's committed to the rights of not just farm workers, Latinos, but also women, I think I'm really proud that we are recognizing that. And in addition to some of the horrific things that came out about Cesar Chavez, some of the, how should I say, sacrifices that Dolores Huerta made are also incredibly noteworthy, considering the time and the effort and the commitment and the impact to, there's just progress of our civilization. So I really appreciate the fact that we have the opportunity to recognize her commitment, her sacrifice, and her contribution. And I just wanted to put that out there that it's really important to me that we, personally, that we recognize Dolores Huerta's contributions.
Any further discussion from any other councilors? See no others, I will take just a second to speak on this. Actually, to do two things. It sounds like the majority of council is in agreement, so I'll just turn it to staff just for a future meeting, just at the feasibility of bringing back the other proclamation. But I will leave that to you all. We certainly don't want to vote on that or speak to that tonight. But for this proclamation before us, the last time we spoke about Dolores Huerta, you and I, because we understand the same thing, which is that the powerhouse was Dolores Huerta. There's so much history there, and there's so much for me personally, right? I'm Latino, I'm Chicano. I was born in this country to parents who worked in those fields, to parents who worked in those farms. So it's just incredibly important to me that we're honoring such an incredible fighter, someone who keeps fighting today, one of the bravest people, one of the strongest activists that our community has. So I'm very, very honored to pass this proclamation. And with that, seeing no further discussion, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. No one opposed, that passes unanimously. Moving on to our next proclamation, item K, I will look over to Councilor Gallegos.
So this is a proclamation for National Library Week, and as the liaison to the library board, I'm very happy to read this one in. So whereas public libraries serve as vibrant community hubs, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and other resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and cultural enrichment. And whereas libraries provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and community programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have access to resources to learn, connect, and thrive. And whereas public libraries partner with schools, businesses, and community organizations to maximize resources, increase efficiency, and expand access to essential information services, strengthening the entire community. And whereas libraries empower job seekers, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners by providing access to resources, training, and opportunities that support career growth and economic success. And whereas libraries nurture young minds through story time, STEM programs, and literacy initiatives, fostering curiosity and a love of learning that last a lifetime. And whereas libraries protect the right to read, think, and explore without censorship, standing as championships of intellectual freedom and free expression for all people. And whereas dedicated professional librarians and library workers provide welcoming spaces that inspire discovery, collaboration, and creativity for all. And whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers across the country are joining together to celebrate National Library Week with the theme, Find Your Joy. Now therefore, the mayor and city council of the city of Lafayette, Colorado, do hereby declare the week of April 19th through 25th to 2026 as National Library Week in Lafayette, Colorado. We encourage all residents to visit our Lafayette Public Library, explore its resources, and celebrate all the ways that the city's library services help our community find joy. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any further discussion on this proclamation? Councilor Gallegos.
So I have always been very impressed with our library. When I first moved here 11 years ago, I didn't have a lot of money, and I was always looking for fun things to do with my son, and it was story time and that was an incredible experience to have the opportunity to network with other families from the community while he was also receiving the elements of literacy instruction and bubbles. I love our bubbles. So, you know, that shift from libraries are not only a place where you go to get a book, but it's also a part of our community. And I'm so impressed with Director Heisel and the whole library team here and everything they do each day.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Councilor Gianella?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also want to acknowledge our public library. It's a great place for those of you who don't have library cards. Encourage everyone to go get their library card. The library has a lot of good resources. It's a great place. I thank our city, our staff, and our predecessor councils for all their work to get the library into the condition that it is and provide the funding that it's needed to become such a great place.
Great. Any other councilors? Mayor Pro Tem.
Was somebody else? Okay. I guess I'm kind of fired up tonight. I don't even know where to start. Our library is one of the parts of our community, I think, that makes this a great city. We heard from a former library board member. I was lucky enough to be the council liaison to our library board, and I thought to myself when I first met them, like, oh, they don't need any help. They're good. They're good. They got this nailed. And I've always respected what librarians provide to our community. In times of adversity, I feel that librarians are the substance that will continue to support everyone. And our library is the incarnate of that. I see people who need a place, being able to go to the library. Right through COVID, somehow Meals on Wheels got food there for people who needed food. And the library staff, I do remember the library board, when we shut all of the facilities down during COVID, the biggest issue the library board said was like, how do we get this back open? I know residents, the whole board was like, we know people need us, and how do we get this open? That was their major concern. They're like, how long is it going to take? How do we get it open? What do we have to do? And Director Heisel was like, just hold on, we'll figure this out and we're going to get it done. And they did. And I know there's a huge concern about drought and all of the things that are happening around us. There's a lot of talk about resilience hubs. Even if the library isn't a resilience hub, it's a community resilience hub. I keep looking at the DC fast chargers out there thinking like, this is awesome. We've got that library provides so much for us, and I really hope that we are able to expand it because what it offers right now is extraordinary, and what it continues to, the potential that it still has, and the trust that people have in that. I've heard from members of our community, one of the places that they trust is our library. So if you don't know about our library, please spend as much time noticing what happens there and how it contributes to our community, because I think it's one of those, when we talk about what makes Lafayette great, our library is one of those pieces. It always has, from my experience, always has been. I feel like it can always will. So I can't say enough about librarians, libraries, and ours in particular. Okay, I'm settled.
Councilor Jensen.
I just want to say, I spent a good portion of my career working as an advocate for people who were survivors of sexual assault or domestic violence. And when home is not safe, the library is, and you as a child can learn about what appropriate behavior is when you don't know that from home. And so it's really a public safety issue in many ways for people who are different or experiencing something that is not safe to be able to go to the library. And I know many people don't think of the library as a safe place, but I also think about librarians throughout the country who have spoken up against censorship and against any efforts to limit freedom of speech and writing. And so I agree with everything that everybody else has said, and I do believe our library is exceptional. I can't tell you how many community meetings I go to there and just how how important it is as a place where people feel safe. And thank you.
Amazing. We have a motion, we have a second. Not seeing any further discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say no. No one opposed. That passes unanimously. Moving on to item L, I will move over to Councilor Fridland.
This one's mine. National Volunteer Week, April 19th through the 25th, 2026. Whereas volunteerism plays a crucial role in addressing the needs of our community and enhances the quality of life for residents while fostering a spirit of collaboration and connection. And whereas during National Volunteer Week, we honor the individuals and groups who dedicate valuable time to service, strengthening our Lafayette community. And whereas the spirit of volunteerism and demonstrating traits such as kindness, compassion, and commitment drives volunteers to uplift others, helps address critical needs, and creates lasting positive change. And whereas the city of Lafayette thrives because of the generous contributions of volunteers of all ages, whose efforts support Art Night Out and other community events, our public library and open spaces, as well as those who serve on advisory boards, commissions, and committees, and others who volunteer in community nonprofits, religious organizations, and in our schools, whose contributions help protect the environment, teach, help relieve hunger and social isolation, strengthen families, and care for the vulnerable. Now, therefore, the mayor and city council for the city of Lafayette, Colorado, do hereby declare the week of April 19th through the 25th, 2026 as National Volunteer Week in Lafayette, Colorado, and call upon all residents to celebrate and thank the volunteers in our community and to find opportunities to serve and make our community a better place to live. So moved.
Second.
Great, we have a motion, we have a second on National Volunteer Week. Any further discussion from council? Councilor Fridland.
This one's an important one to me. I'm an Eagle Scout, so volunteering was important to get those credits. Thank you to everybody who helped me with my project back in the day. I'm also on way too many nonprofit boards, so that's good too. So no, I find it very fulfilling, and I couldn't imagine my life without volunteering, so I really do appreciate having the opportunity to give back to my community and to all the other people in our community who do the same. Thank you very much.
Councilor Gallegos.
And I just wanted to say, it makes me so happy to see so many different volunteer opportunities here in the city. My son last year volunteered through the Youth Service Squad. My daughter has volunteered the past several years with the library. She loves the Reading Buddies program, and it's kind of sad that it's her last year because she's graduating. But it just makes me so happy to see so many people volunteering in different capacities everywhere.
Councilor Gianella.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say volunteers rock. Thank you to all of our volunteers.
Mr. Mayor, I would just briefly say, having been in Lafayette for about 4 years now, which is less than a lot of folks in this room, as a member of the community, you see Art Night Out, you see different things underway in the community and know that volunteers make it up. But there's one thing about being up on the dais for the past couple months and getting to know all of the boards and commissions that our community members participate in. And we heard from Miss Abigail from the Youth Advisory Board earlier this evening. And it's just so striking. We have a legion of community residents who volunteer their time and energy and recruit others. And that's just been a truly remarkable and rewarding thing to experience from this side rather than just kind of being out in the community. So just very grateful for all of them.
Any other councilors? Mayor Pro Tem.
I can't not. So as a Navy veterans, I don't know if you know, but Navy actually stands for Never Again Volunteer Yourself. But I kept doing it because, public service is always a big piece of my family. My father was an Air Force veteran. His cousins, his brothers, his uncles. We have a long list of people who served in the military and nurses and teachers. And I know they're getting paid, but if you know any nurses, teachers, or military people, I'm not sure the money that's doing it. They're doing it because of their respect for service. My mother drove from Colorado Springs, Parachute, Colorado, to help children deal with the drug addiction issues that they were experiencing. And this is long before I even knew Parachute was something that you didn't stuff in a bag, but it's a place, right, in Colorado. And I feel like it's super important to recognize the commitment that volunteers make. That is extraordinary and exceptional. And my hat's off to everyone who does volunteer, because that shows love of life and commitment to your community. So thank you, everyone who does volunteer.
Amazing. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say no. No one opposed. Passes unanimously. And our final proclamation of the night, I will turn it over to our Mayor Pro Tem.
Here we go again, everybody. So this is National Poetry Month, and announcing the 2026-2028 Lafayette Poet Laureate here in April 2026. Whereas the Academy of American Poets established the month of April as National Poetry Month in 1996, and whereas National Poetry Month seeks to highlight the extraordinary legacy and ongoing achievements of American poets, bring poets and poetry to the public in immediate and innovative ways, and make poetry an important part of children's education. And whereas poetry enhances and enriches the lives of all Americans and serves as an essential part of the arts and the humanities, whereas poetry affects every aspect of American life in America today, including education, the economy, and community pride development. And whereas poetry has produced some of the nation's leading creative artists and inspired other artists in fields such as music, theater, film, dance, and the visual arts, and whereas recognizing the importance of poetry to Lafayette's cultural landscape, the city of Lafayette designates an honorary poet laureate for a 2-year term, who's recommended following a competitive application process by a selection committee with representation from the city's Arts and Cultural Resources Department and Cultural Arts Board. Now, therefore, the mayor and the city council of Lafayette, Colorado do hereby declare April 26th as National Poetry Month and urge public officials, educators, librarians, and all the people of Lafayette to observe this month to celebrate the cultural riches of our community has to offer and to recognize the important role of poetry in creating and sustaining this great nation with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and programs. So be it.
Second.
Oh, the mayor and the city, I forgot something. The mayor and the city council further declare that Michelle Baptiste, oh man, this is the good stuff. Michelle Baptiste shall be Lafayette's poet laureate for a term beginning April 7th, 2026, and ending March 31st, 2028. So be it.
We have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to open it to council for discussion on this one, and I will just say we will have a short presentation after we vote. Any member of council want to start?
I'll jump in real quick with thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for getting me. I'm a contagious crier. I've had the privilege for the past few months of working with the Lafayette Cultural Arts Board and Rachel Hansen, and I've been so tremendously impressed with this team of volunteers. Going back to our previous proclamation, our now previous poet laureate has been extraordinary, and I'm so excited for everyone to meet our new poet laureate. I know there was a tremendous amount of energy and thought and care that went into all the folks who put threw their hats in the ring and into the team that did the interviews. So I'm just really excited for everyone to get to experience this.
Amazing. Councilor Jensen?
So I'm a Unitarian Universalist, which means we do a lot of poetry instead of prayer in our worship. And it means a lot to me, and in my opinion, it's truly a spiritual practice. And I just want to say thank you to anybody who's involved in it in any way, and look out, world, because Michelle's coming.
Any other members of council? Councilor Fridland?
We talked about Z-Base Speaks, the power, the impact, the legacy that they've had. Also, the late Andre Gibson, our Colorado. I mean, this is an important role. So I'm excited. So welcome. Can't wait to see what your legacy is going to be.
Great. We have a motion. We have a second. Do you want to speak, Mayor?
I do. I got it together. Yes. Gonna be choked up there for a second. So I just want to say that poetry, people ask, like, what do we do in tough times? Poetry is one of those ways that we can communicate the difficulties around us and make it accessible to everyone. My sister is the interpretive coach for Fairview High School. And she won't tell you this, but when we were in high school, we competed in forensics and she did interpretation of poetry, qualified for the National Forensics League tournament in drama, got aced out in the first rounds, and then went into the consolation event, poetry, and got 6th in the nation. It's always been part of our lives. Some of you probably know of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Casey Lyons, who is, runs Friends of the Coal Creek. I was going on one of their walks around Wanaka Lake, and he just broke into a poem that he had from Henry Wadsworth Longfellow that he had memorized, and it really put Lafayette, Wanaka Lake, and our commitment to the others around us in context for me, and made a connection with the environment we're in that I never would have realized without him being able to spontaneously bring that connection to us. I grew up with, I know Why the Caged Bird Sings. If you don't know that one, you might want to check that one out. These are things that I think when we are down, when we're up, when we're challenged, poetry can bring us forward. And I know everybody at the ACRD at Lafayette Cultural Arts Board are like, we hear you, I know. Yeah, I'm doing it again. And I think this is what we lean on right now is the poetry in our community, because it's gonna keep us together. It's gonna get us through hard times. We can do this. It's the one piece that I can't stress enough is we have got to lean into the arts. And poetry is one of those things you can't say no to. It just happened. So live with it. I can't wait for the next round of poetry base. Oh my gosh. I love him to death, and Michelle. So excited you're going to continue this.
I love it. Live with it. I love it. I'll be really, really short. I'm very, very excited about this. I know what this program entails at the state level, and I love that we have it here at the city. It's such an incredible program, and like you said, we should lean into the arts. I believe that full tilt. So I'm very excited, and of course, I'd be remiss not to speak about Z-Base Speaks. Z is a friend, and they've done such an incredible job. But I'm really, really excited to see what Michelle has for us going forward. So we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say no. No one opposed, that passes unanimously, and I will pass it over to Rachel Hansen.
Hi, I have a short presentation for you. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. I'm really excited to be here tonight. As we load, great. I'm excited to be here tonight to celebrate poetry because it's such an important part of arts and culture and our lovely community. Lafayette has a poet laureate because it supports several of your strategic outcomes, sense of place, and creating a safe, welcoming, and inclusive community. We celebrate poetry in April, National Poetry Month, but we also celebrate poetry all year long, and we hope to inspire writers of all ages and have a creative voice that represents Lafayette. Our poet laureate history is a bit longer than you might know. In 1947, Allie Flint was recognized as the first poet laureate of Lafayette. She had a column in the Lafayette paper on a weekly basis, and she served that role from 1947 to 1964 when she passed. We brought back the Poet Laureate program in 2022 as part of the Lafayette Cultural Arts Board programming, and Z-Base Speaks was selected. Z served 2 consecutive terms. His most recent term just ended. The process, which was touched on a little bit, is that the poet holds a 2-year term. The Lafayette Cultural Arts Board selects the poets through recommendations of a subcommittee, which includes members of their own board and members of the local poet community also. The subcommittee reviewed 4 amazing applications, professional poets who live in our community, and at the March meeting, LCAB appointed Michelle Batiste as the new Poet Laureate, and tonight we honor her through your proclamation. So I would like to say a few words to introduce Michelle. Michelle is the author of 4 books of poems and an oracle deck, including Waiting for the Wreck to Burn, which won the Louise Bogan Award for Artistic Merit and Excellence, and the Elsewhere Oracle. Michelle's work has appeared widely, including the American Poetry Review, the American Book Review, the Rumpus, and Women's Studies Quarterly. Other honors include awards, fellowships, and residencies from AWP, the Center for American West, and the Virginia Center for Creative Arts. She has lived in Lafayette for 13 years and works for the Nature Conservancy, raising money to save the planet. And now, Michelle Batiste.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. It is an honor for me to be Lafayette's Poet Laureate. Seabass has left some very big and wonderful shoes to fill. I am honored because, and I am joyous because I am able to combine 2 very big loves of my life in this position, my love of our city and my love of poetry. And Councilwoman Jensen, when you made the connection between poetry and prayer, I totally got it, because what does prayer do but try to bring into reality what we need and what we want and what is good for us? And I feel like poetry does the same thing. I am going to, and I'm honored to share this poem with you. I'm going to read a poem called And Still, and it is, in addition to being an occasional poem, right, a poem written for a specific occasion, it is an ekphrastic poem, which is a poem written in response to a piece of art. And so there's a photo on the screen. And this was taken by Ted Floyd, who is one of the preeminent birders in North America and lives right here in Lafayette. And I was there the day he took this photo. I was a late January day, late afternoon. I was out walking around Wanaka Lake, and it was beautiful, and it was crowded with people because it was a beautiful day. And in the middle of the day, out walks this coyote onto the ice, and everybody just sort of stood there in awe and wonderment. Just a wonderful state of being, and I think a state of being that I try to achieve with poems. I think the other funny thing is that when Ted shared this photo, he said, "Check out the green-winged teal." That was it. I was like, dude, you buried the headline. And still. A coyote walks onto the half-frozen waters of Wanaka Lake, and the winter sun, as startled as the people circling the shoreline, pauses its slow creep behind the mountain and stares. Its last gasp light, slanted and golden, clings to the animal's coat, turning her form to treasure. Tempting, maybe, to imagine a time when wild things wandered a landscape not staked or claimed or platted or mined, before playground and parking lot, frisbee golf, and the thwack, thwack, thwack of pickleballs. Just shh. The susurrant wind drifting across endless plain. First people's footsteps breaking tall, brittle grasses, and a coyote walks onto the half-frozen lake. But the past won't behave, refuses to humor our longing for a landscape that did not exist, and insists that the lake, like history, is man-made. A spring dammed in 1865 for thirsty farmland, and a coyote walks onto the ice. The lake soon wider, deeper, the keeper of water needed to steam power a plant, electrifying the night, and again, a coyote walks onto the ice, and it's easy to imagine pinpricks of luminescence pushing back the darkness from Longmont to Denver, the strength to sustain candescence moored on the south shore of the lake, our lake, its waters half frozen. Tempting to forget the men who hauled coal from beneath our town to feed the plant, its power, the progress, a radiance we can't deny, and it's beautiful, our history, ugly too. What we claimed, those we exploited, excluded, the slag piles left behind. Or are they a monument to what we must remember? And still, a green-winged teal drifts the surface, unaware of danger behind him, not thinking of what comes next. A sun-golden coyote walks onto the half-frozen waters of Wanaka Lake like it belongs there, like it did before, like it will again, like it will outlast the boathouse and pavilions and people circling the shoreline, staring in wonder as the sun slips at last behind the mountain. The past howls. The now listens. The future begins to sing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And because tonight we passed a proclamation, I think, would it be okay if we take a picture with you?
Oh, yeah.
Amazing. Come on up and we'll take a picture.
Take this out of the way, get over here.
But only because the poem was really good.
Thanks for catching
Oh, give me my glasses off.
This one, actually, you're okay. Boys on the left, girls on the right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was beautiful. Really
Great, and that concludes our proclamations for the night, and we will move on to presentations. Starting with item N, a land use code update, and I will turn it over to Phil Kleiser.
Process-wise, should we hold our questions till the end?
Just going to hang out until you
That sounds
hand
good.
it over.
Thank you all. This is pulling up. Phil Kleisler with the city's Planning and Building Department. Thank you very much for your time there, members of council, members of the community. So we have hired Claren Associates to help us through this process of rewriting our development code. And tonight, Elizabeth Garvin with Claren Associates will be having this presentation and answering all the hard questions that we get this evening. The recommended agenda would include a brief introduction that will provide as staff. Elizabeth will then provide council with an overall summary of kind of where we are in the code and what's still left to do. And she'll also go through some additional materials that was recently released relating to form-based code. We'll take a pause for questions for Elizabeth, and then we'll get into the second part of this presentation, which is community engagement and key issues, and wrap up with just a few comments on next steps. The primary two objectives this evening is to generally just get council up to speed on where we are in the project and what to expect moving forward, and to get your direction on three specific policy issues relating to missing middle housing, neighborhoods serving commercial, and building height incentives. The next few slides council has seen once before, but we wanted to do it as a refresher and for those newer to the project who are here this evening. This project overall is a implementation effort of the Legacy Lafayette Comprehensive Plan. So that plan sets a vision for the community over the next 20 years. And it also sets and influences a lot of different city decisions, such as budgeting, capital improvements, strategic planning, as well as regulations, which is the topic this evening. The project goals include implementing the comprehensive plan, ensuring that the new code is user-friendly, we have more predictable development outcomes, and we right-size the development review process. Looking back, we adopted the comprehensive plan back in 2021. Since then, we've adopted several other city plans, including the Economic Development and Housing Strategic Plan, the Multimodal Transportation Plan, as well as the Wildlife and Climate Action Plan. So in addition to implementing the comprehensive plan, we're also looking to implement the goals of those other adopted city plans. The project formally kicked off in 2022, and we had a pause in the middle time frame of this project timeline, and then we kicked off the project in earnest in 2024. Since then, we've had several touch points with council, including a touch point in January along the way as we've developed the code through 3 different phases. And so that's just some brief background, and I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Elizabeth to take it on here.
Pretty good. Okay, good evening, everyone. It's really hard to come after original poetry. I'm sorry. Let's take a second here. We have lots of words. They just have no rhyme or rhythm to them. So they have some reason. Okay, so the land use code, and as Phil pointed out, we caught up in January. So here we are in early April. We have a full code put together, and we've actually had a full code put together and posted for public review since October. We continue to think about it, to talk about it, to take input, to do working group meetings, to make sure that we're revising it to the place where it needs to be to implement Legacy Lafayette. So at this point in time, we have kind of 2 content categories that we're still working to formalize, and that's the natural resource protections and finishing up the form-based code edits. And then we are working through a set of staff and community member comments because that draft has been posted and people have been able to comment on it. So we have also posted a proposed conversion map. And so what this map is, and it's on the project website, is it's a before and after map of existing zoning and how that converts into the new zoning. So there are a few rules that we follow as we're doing zoning conversion map. And if, sometime tomorrow you're like, ooh, what's a conversion map? It's actually interactive. It has a little slider on it so you can go from current to proposed and check little properties to figure out where everybody is. We do 2 things. We look at where there's existing zoning that is on the current map and that is in conformance with the comprehensive plan, and we convert that from existing districts to new districts. So a lot of the neighborhood districts, that's the zoning conversion that you're going to see. And then there are a few places where Legacy Lafayette has recommended changes in terms of zoning. And so the one that pops out most easily here is the red, and that is conversion to the adaptable commercial. And so that's the adaptable commercial mixed use form-based district that we'll talk about in a few minutes here. So some of those updates, and we kind of focused on the transition from that what could be M1 manufacturing now that we recommended as adaptable mixed use 2 in the future over across Aspen Ridge, I believe is the road, to the residential. So there are some changes here in compliance with the plan, and we're happy to hear the comments coming in from the community. Sometimes seeing the changes on the map help people understand the application of the code. So that's one of the reasons we wanted to get that out so everyone could take a look at it. So kind of moving into just a refresher on the form-based districts. And so There is some difference between a traditional zoning district and a form-based district. And, we've been asked why. Why do we do the two different kinds in one code, apart from how fun it is? But the form-based districts are intended to speak to something the city wants to see, which is an intentional mix of elements in future design, in future development. So I'm back to the map. So you've asked to see, you've adopted policy, that the city wants to see this intentional mix in those adaptable commercial areas, so the brighter and deeper red, in Old Town mixed use, which is kind of shows up in yellow and salmon on this map. It's a little light, and we'll talk about that a little more in a minute. And then in future neighborhoods, which are not mapped. And so in talking about what the plan calls for in terms of integrating the different pieces of development, essentially that's an intentional mix of land uses. So could be some retail, some employment, some residential. That's building in community amenities and civic spaces. And we'll talk about the difference between civic spaces and open space in a minute here. But it is altogether a way for the community to have those vibrant public spaces. Incorporating, making sure that we're getting the elements of the street layout and how does new or redevelopment interface with existing development, making sure that we're building in walkability, how do people walk, how far do they walk, what will they walk to, and green connections, so walkability is not necessarily pavement and can also be green spaces, making sure that we're putting in opportunities for active public realm, which sounds more jargony when I'm standing here than when I type it on the slide, but that's places where we can get out and we can, do something as simple as playing cornhole, or do something more, more intense, like we could do a community festival of some sort. And so how do we have that take place within the community? And then more specificity about site and structure design in order to place the rules in place to have all of these pieces come together. So that's big picture about why we're doing form-based and why we're only doing it for parts of the city. Other parts of the city, the way the development is going, there are the full pieces of development in different locations that don't all have to come together in a site or in an area. And so we'll follow the approach that the community's been using. So spend another minute linking us back to the plan, to Legacy Lafayette. If you go through the plan and read through to the individual areas, that there are call outs in the plan for what the plan is looking for. And when I say what the plan is looking for, I'm saying what the community is looking for. This is the adopted policy of Lafayette. And so in going through that process, these were some of the things built into the plan that we are reflecting through the code. So when new neighborhoods are built in Lafayette, they should be walkable. And they should have areas where there's a main street, and it should be mixed use, depending on the size of the neighborhood. There should also be clear transitions to adjacent development, so we don't want, something bigger looming over something smaller. We want that to transition over space. In Old Town, first and foremost, we want to preserve the character of Old Town, and so the comp plan describes that as creative, diverse, and eclectic. There are kind of other planning efforts that have taken place around Old Town with more adjectives that feed into this idea of the uniqueness of Old Town. And we want to make sure that we're looking at, importantly, redevelopment at the scale that fits Old Town. So that's what we're looking for in these regulations. And then finally, in the adaptable mixed use, this is where we're going to see that redevelopment over time. We spent some time talking about this in January. What does it mean if a big box site redevelops into more of a neighborhood development or mixed use development? So how are we adding residential purposefully to commercial areas? Where are we looking at kind of those easy wins? So like if we have an area where there's more parking than we need, can we start converting that into something else? Can that be pad sites? Can that be residential development? And then how are we building in the connections that can make this feel more like a neighborhood? So as we do this work of updating the land use code, we take our cues from the plan, and we wanted to be pretty explicit about how we take cues from the plan. So we also wanted to touch on the process, which is has been a discussion. This is kind of a new way to do development in the city. And so we wanted to make sure that we were coming up with a process that is specific to Lafayette. There is not actually this is the right process for form-based codes. Different communities do it differently. So one of the first form-based codes that was adopted was the city of Miami. As you can imagine, they're going to have a way different process than Lafayette does. We want to scale it and size it properly. We also wanted to take into consideration the feedback that we were getting from working group about who gets to participate in the discussions and when do they get to participate. And then we needed to take into account Colorado law around rezoning, and we needed to talk to legal about that. What takes place when, what needs to be approved by whom, and how are we following that path. So the way that we have this drafted is that first, the property is rezoned or zoned, just like everybody else, regular zoning, rezoning. So some of this will be rezoned as part of the land use code update. So we looked at those on the map a minute ago. As new development, new neighborhood development comes in, since we don't know exactly where that's going to be or how it will trigger the regulations, that would get rezoned as part of the annexation process. So that would all be part of, okay, you've decided to bring something into the city, what's the zoning going to be? If it's going to be primarily neighborhood development, then it's probably going to be form-based neighborhood for that. So that will sit on the code until the time comes to apply it. It's waiting. So then we move into a regulating plan. So this is going to be the new step. And a regulating plan, I hope they're all this pretty when they make it to you, just as colorful as this. And I'm only joking around because I know that sometimes we see black and white plans with a lot of words on them, and I like a little bit of color in my day. So this is a sample regulating plan. What Planning Commission will see and what City Council will see are the areas. So let's say it's a larger development, so you're going to see the street layout, and the streets and sidewalks, basic infrastructure. You're going to see in a form-based neighborhood what kind of houses will go where. You may remember that we've built in a magic mix to that. So it won't be, if it's a large development, it won't necessarily be completely homogeneous of single-family home, single-family home, single-family home. There are some triggers in there for requiring a mix. So on this one, you can see some of the darker purples might be townhomes, some of the lighter purples might be single family. This is obviously from another community, but it's to give you the idea of what's going on here. And so, we've got a certain sort of density and intensity taking place along the major streets. So you'll get to see that. Then I'm trying to think of the list we put together. So it's the streets, the blocks, the types of development, the building type. So you'll get to see all of that. And when I say you'll get to see it, it will be on this document, and the document becomes a regulating document. So it becomes a controlling document for the development. So what we anticipate is a regulating plan for a large development will come in probably concurrently with subdivision. So you'll see a full layout and you'll see a regulating plan. For someone that has a smaller lot that may not be doing subdivision, then you'll just see the regulating plan. This is what's going to happen. This is the building. Here's where the civic spaces are going to go. So you'll see that. Some of these developments will also have open space. So the typical city version of you're going to dedicate some property and we're going to make a park out of it, open space. We're not going to make a park out of it. We're going to do some things with it. But it's going to become city property. Okay. And we're going to have fun in this space, or birds are going to have fun in this space, depending on what it does. So some applications might have both open space and civic space, depending on what they're doing. So that all comes through council, the zoning, the regulating plan, and the subdivision, through planning commission, through council. The last piece that's left is site plan. And the way we have this drafted now is that site plan goes through staff. It goes through staff because the regulations in the form-based districts are far more specific than the regular districts. You're doing this house, it has this dimension, your lot has this dimension. Council has signed off on what this is going to be. And so what we're talking about as we get to site plan is, perhaps do we need to maybe move around a frontage type for some reason, or do we need to make sure that what's coming through is completely aligned with the subdivision that was approved. But at this point in time, an applicant has spent a lot of time and effort moving the project forward. There's significant investment in those first 3 pieces that have come through. And so we think just as a matter of making sure that they have complied with the code, sending that through staff is appropriate, at that point in time. So that's how it's set up. So everybody knows this is the process. It can shorten up for smaller projects. There may not be subdivision. The regulating plan might be, hey, there's nothing else you can do here, so please bring us in this building that works on South Public. That's kind of the drill down into specificity on the process. So just as a reminder, so we have the form-based neighborhood districts, talked about this for a second. These are going to be really new neighborhoods as the property comes into Lafayette. If it is big enough, it should have a mixed-use center. So mixed-use center, for anyone who's staring at me going, what are you talking about, can be some commercial, could be retail, could be your pharmacy, your beauty salon, barbershop, doggy daycare, whatever you want there, can also have some residential mixed into it. There may be some streets that the city decides are a main street, and that might be then residential with that first floor commercial. So that would be kind of appropriate there. So then we've got the Old Town mixed use districts. So we have been working on mapping this, and this is one place that I flagged in the slide earlier, where we're still making some adjustments. Particularly, what we might see changed is those properties south of baseline are definitely commercial. They're core, and yet they're a little different. The development that we have taking place there in what you might see as development or redevelopment over time. And so the discussion we're having right now is, does the Old Town Mixed Corridor District cover that? Do we need to make some adjustments to it? And we're doing a little testing with some of the properties, just some sketch testing, like, hey, what could happen here? And do these regulations work? Similar issue with kind of the, when you get to Emma and go south of Emma, looking at, those are larger lots, and we may not see the same sort of cohesive development that we see on North and South Public or even on East Simpson. And so we're adjusting based on lot size, based on structures that are there, trying to figure out what the best mix is here. And I think we'll have that done probably in the next week or so. So it would not be, it would not be a rolling up of this. It would be another layer of detail to make sure that we're not boxing out anybody who all of a sudden would, be called Old Town Mixed Core 1, and they're like, hey, we just can't do this on this site. That's not reasonable. So we're trying to take into account what's on the ground with that. In the adaptable mixed use, and I was so excited about this, I jumped to it early. But on this map, same map, but I put the circles on it. So in case you couldn't see the reds earlier, here they are. Same thing here, the adaptable mixed use center, adaptable mixed use corridor. After the really good discussion we had in January, we've been refining this, trying to figure out how that redevelopment takes place over time, or how new development takes place within these areas. There is a little bit of property that could get new development on it. And then taking into account some of the comments, we've also been thinking about what does a transition look like? Some of these properties about residential, and so how do we make it so that as they develop or redevelop over time, they're taking into account what the neighbors are up to. Which also I wanted to point out, just it crossed my mind earlier, and we've probably talked about this a long time ago, but the code has transition standards in it, not just for form-based, but also for when you have commercial or some commercial going on next to residential, because they're not, well, they can live together nicely, they're not always great neighbors, just from a design perspective. So there is a section in the code that says, okay, if you're commercial next to residential, we might push it back a little bit, we might bring that side of the building down a little bit, so it doesn't feel like the commercial is overshadowing what's going on with the residential. So I wanted to point that out. If you get a time in your review, you can find that in there, or staff can help you take a look at that. That is something the code takes into account. That's it. Kind of a refresher and an update. Want to let you know that we are kind of deeply into making staff's changes that they've requested. We have staff changes, we have some changes from Conveo, from our public-facing version of the document. And we've gotten some more comments from our working group members, which is great. I think that's the entirety of it, but we're looking, for more. If you guys have genius ideas that you want to throw in, or even mediocre ideas that you want to throw in, we'll take that. Just want to make sure that it is a document that reflects the plan and reflects the best way to move forward for Lafayette.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to move into the community engagement summary and then ultimately to make the decisions on the 3 things that are outlined for us. But right now, just opening it up for council. Do we have any questions? Councilor Gianello?
Councilor Jensen, you raised your hand.
At the very beginning, you showed the map that you said you could use it to compare what's been proposed to what used to be. We didn't have that in our packet before this meeting, so we didn't have that map at that point. So would you tell me how that works? Like if I see that map and I want to pick a spot and figure out what used to be there, how do I do that?
So, and I didn't post it, and I'm asking Phil if he has anything he wants to offer to this conversation, because I am older than mapping technology. However, so it should have a slider on it, which should have like a little circle in the middle and then lines. And you should be able to pull that across the map and the colors will change, showing you before and after. Can you?
I'm older than you, so,
You and I maybe need to get a beer and sit down with the website and see if we can figure it out.
We can share that with council following this meeting. I
That'd
think
be
it
great.
came after the packet.
And it
was
could be
written.
that it's just an iPad thing too, and I need a real computer to do it. Okay, I just wanted to be able to do that. Next question.
Yeah.
Did you deal with property that is not currently in the city of Lafayette, but is in our urban growth boundary at all?
No, we can't zone things that are not within city boundaries.
Well, I know you can't, but did you talk about it at all, or was it just off the table completely?
Well, so the biggest discussion about that would definitely be the form-based neighborhoods, what happens when property is brought into the city. But across all of the zoning districts, the goal is to create districts that are vibrant enough to account for the future in Lafayette. So as we would read the plan, we certainly didn't skip looking at that part. So a modern district list should get you what you want, what the community wants as those properties are brought into the city.
Okay, one more question. In that form-based code review slide with 1 through 4.
Yeah.
Could you show me where council action fits into all of that? And you may have said it, but it's not on the slide.
1, 2, and 3.
So at 1 in the zoning, the plan and the subdivision, and right now we have the sketch plan process.
Mm-hmm.
What happens to that?
I don't think we have sketch plan going on in here because you're gonna get to see regulating plan. So it's that kind of, it's a little less conceptual than sketch, but it brings you in kind of at a higher level discussion about this is how the development's gonna take place on this property. Okay, let me turn around for a second. Did I get that right? Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be smart, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't making that one up as I went. So regulating plan is your substitution for sketch plan.
So one of the things I think the community liked, and I think we're getting used to, is the sort of early phase discussions with the developer that happen as a part of the sketch plan. So it doesn't get set in stone before we have a chance to discuss with them, and the planning commission has a chance to discuss with them. How do you see that? Or is it gone now?
We agree. That is, from everybody's perspective, the best place to have the conversations about what's happening here. So we think, and after the meeting, I've got a call with Phil and Stephen tomorrow morning, we'll make sure that we're not missing any aspects of what triggers conversations in sketch. I think, and I'm sorry I didn't put the checklist here, but I think regulating plan will give the community enough information to have a good discussion about the project and to understand what's coming in with the project.
But in our conversations with the developer, when we are saying, you know, you missed it, you know, and we need more sidewalks or whatever.
Yep.
Where would that fit in this process?
Well, I think you
Try to answer. So if we want a sketch plan or a concept plan, we're not intending to kind of take that out necessarily, and we're still kind of getting our arms on what's going to be the regulating plan, which, as Elizabeth has said, is going to be more higher level than what we're getting through a PUD. But I understand what you guys are saying, so we'll probably either keep a sketch plan or transition to what's called a concept plan and still allow for that kind of early touch point with Planning Commission and City Council. Right now, that is kind of triggered by the scale of the development, and we're changing those scales slightly. So right now, regulating plan is probably going to start at a project that has, I think, 5 to 10 acres, which is going to be smaller. So we may just want to reset where we actually, or have it be optional, which is also probably a good thing. Like for anything that's smaller, if the applicant wants to come forward before they get too far down the road, they can voluntarily do what is this called, a concept plan. But the one thing I do want to kind of clarify is that the sketch plan right now is not viewed as very favorable from the applicant because it's so detailed. So you get into like a 15-page document where they're starting to talk about landscaping and certain details that are not normal for like a concept or a sketch plan. So I want to be transparent about, like, it'll probably be a pivot. And so like we're going to get to a higher level of review with that, and we may change the nomenclature because that's also triggering right now in Lafayette to just be a concept plan, but it'll be something similar, and there's no intention for staff to kind of take that out. I think when the question came up at the last meeting, we just haven't dialed in exactly what that trigger is. It'll probably be different because right now I think it's like 20 units or more, or more than 5 acres or something like that. And right now we're looking at it being a little bit more, we're just kind of changing our requirements in terms of when, like, a form-based neighborhood. So one of those slides kind of clarified that, what we're getting is different housing types. So we're going to have more structure in our code that says that if you're, 5 to 10 acres, we're expecting 2 different housing types. And if you're 10 to 20, we're expecting 3. And if you're over 20, we're expecting some level of commercial as well as the 3 different types of housing. So that that expectation is just, it's not what's coming to you at a concept plan phase either. So that may also, like, just that structure that we're building into the code may lessen the need for those kind of concept sketch plan conversations. Hopefully, that's the goal.
Thank you. That's
So
very helpful.
hopefully that helps.
I have one last question. Do you
Sure.
think this new process lengthens our approval for new developments or shortens?
It should shorten it. So that's part of, like, when you have that structure in terms of like getting zoning, getting the regulating plan, which is akin to like a PUD application, but it's going to tell you how they're compliant with whatever size of development they're coming in at, whether or not that's the 5 to 10 acres, 10 to 20, or 20 or above. It's going to tell you, like, here's what we're expecting. We're going to do, out of the 400 units, we're going to do, X amount of townhomes, X amount of multifamily, X amount of single family or duplexes. And that's the housing diversity that the comp plan's pushing us towards. And then at that size, like how it's actually laid out, where any kind of neighborhood serving commercial components and stuff like that are going. And, when you look back at our overall, comprehensive plan, it does bring into those areas that you mentioned that, like, so future annexations, they're going to end up being, they're going to pick a form-based neighborhood, or if it's actually zoned commercial, it will be, what is the AMX? Yeah, that's commercial, adaptable mixed use. Thank you. So, and that's just kind of going to give them the structure as to, like, that is a primarily commercial area or primarily residential. But there's going to be more use integration kind of regardless. There'll be residential allowed in commercial, and there'll be commercial that's allowed in residential at a certain scale. that help? But then once they get to finish answering your question, once they get to that regulating plan and they have that entitlement, you're going to have like a plan that says these housing types are going here, this commercial is going here. And the idea is that the residential development will all be administrative reviews through site plan, and that commercial development at a certain scale will come to planning commission and city council. So right now that number is 10,000 square feet or above, comes through a hearing. Anything under that would actually still be administrative review, and that's where you get that time review savings. So if that's still the desired outcome.
Thank you.
So-
And I'm going to stop. I have one more question, but I'm
Okay.
going to stop for now and let somebody else talk. Thanks.
Okay.
Councilor Ginello.
I want to piggyback on that. I have a couple of questions. One is, where does the public meeting fit into this? We heard some public comments that kind of asked that, and I asked the same question. I don't see where the public meeting part of it, the public, engagement that's not at a public hearing, not at a city council meeting, not at a planning commission meeting. It's we're thinking about developing this site, we're having a neighborhood meeting. Where does that fit into this?
So a
form-based
neighborhood
code?
meeting is still going to be required through the process for anything that is going to planning commission and city council. So that is items 1 through 3 there.
Okay.
And then a site plan, if it's over 10,000 square feet for commercial, would also require a neighborhood meeting.
Okay. And then my second question.
And that's, I guess I'll just clarify, that's not significantly different
Yeah,
than what we're
that's
doing right
great.
now. Yep.
I think
Okay.
that needs to be made clear, because in the code currently, it's not exactly clear for these form-based codes.
There's a lot in that code, yeah, I understand.
Yeah. And then my second question is, form-based codes, we had the map and we saw where the form-based districts are. And that would be if some of those properties were rezoned and they meet the required area and they have all this. But I understand that these form-based districts also will apply to new annex land. And so how does this map onto the current process? Because in our current process, zoning and annexation are the very last step, and here you have it as the very first step.
So annexation and zoning are technically the first step too. They just don't, and right now I think it's kind of getting, you could do an annexation and zoning and zone it to developing resource and then be done, and then move on to what's currently a PUD process or what will be a regulating plan process, and then your subdivision. Right now, I think everyone's most familiar with the Kensington application, which is all at once. And so it started with annexation, zoning, and now it has the sketch PUD, preliminary PUD, and then it'll have final PUD. And at the end, you don't have to annex it or zone it or bring it into the city unless you know that you have an agreed upon outcome as to what that development's going to be. So this is the most normal process, but some of those applications get combined, run concurrently, so it's not, we don't have every permutation of how the process could run, but it kind of gets muddled when they do get run concurrently, and that is still an option for an applicant. And it's, it kind of cuts both ways, but at the end of the day, council knows exactly what is getting brought into the city and what the development is, rather than yes, we'd like to have this piece of land, and yes, the comp plan says that's housing or that's commercial, and at some future date, we'll analyze what this proposed zoning and development is for that property, because DR is really just kind of a holding pattern.
Okay,
So you
yeah.
can have a single-family house on that property, but that's it.
Right, and I guess I was confused because I've seen that kind of flow chart that,
Yeah.
shows annexation and zoning like it's the very last step.
It's the last step in that process, because.
But it's that specific
Yeah,
process.
because everything's going to catch back up to it, and the applicant for that one does not want to annex unless they.
I see, okay.
Know what their entitlements are.
Okay, great.
Yep.
And so this is really, we're thinking of this as the general process of if someone came to us and said, hey, I have this piece of land, it's currently zoned as X, and I'm maybe asking for rezoning, or right now we're doing this rezoning as part of the land use code adoption. So we're kind of doing a little bit of step one here before we're seeing, nope, we don't have any, redevelopment plans in front of us, because that's not what we're doing. We're doing
Right.
land use, we're doing the
It's just the
zoning
zoning
we're doing right
designation.
now
Yep.
across town.
Can I jump on top of that?
Yeah, please.
One of the things that I'm a little bit confused, and then I'm hearing some confusion from the community, flows from the fact that if you have a 1, 2, 3, 4 process, that's a roadmap, right? It's an order for us to follow. But I'm hearing now that it's rather customizable, or it really depends on the kind of parcel that we're looking at and individualized circumstances. So then if it's kind of a choose your own adventure menu, then I'm not saying that disparagingly, but if that's just kind of like, well, the property owner could take it this way, or if the city judged it best to go that way, then I think there's some rationale for the confusion, because then you're not actually describing a process, right? And so then I think it's hard for me to wrap my arms around what is the process, what are the hoops to jump through, and then I have some empathy for a property owner who wants to develop and engage in commerce, and then I have some empathy for community members who are like, hey, WTF is the process here? I'm just trying to understand that. So I understand that you don't want to straitjacket us as a city, but is there a way that this can be maybe a bit more clearly illustrated as to when it is actually 1, 2, 3, 4 for real, and when it's, hey, here's a general course of action, but we have flexibility to explore different options? Is that question clear? Or comment?
I think it's clear. It's complicated in terms of like trying to clarify how all of those different application types, and it isn't, we could be more regulatory. I assume I've not worked in a jurisdiction that requires you to go A, B, and not like combine application types. And so that myriad of possibilities, I think, is hard to illustrate, but we could take a stab at trying to kind of clarify what the process is now, or a potential process, or if you like, the most complicated process, and then kind of marry that with what it would be. And I don't know that it's going to be like significantly different. The main change is once you put the structure into the code in terms of what our expectations are for development, and like that mix of like housing types, then we have less, we're taking a lot of the guesswork out of it. And then once we've done a lot with this code, or we're trying to, right? Like we have B zoning in Old Town, we have B zoning in Indian Peaks and other like hard corners, right? And Old Town, everybody knows, is unique. So we have a whole new zoning code that addresses Old Town differently, because it is not the same as something on South Boulder Road or somewhere else in Lafayette. So we're making those inroads, but once you provide that structure, that's what gets you to the point where you get these, you get form-based code that tells you what they're going to build, allows you to have like the walkability where we want walkability, and we want walkability kind of everywhere. But it is different. The scale of Old Town's different than the scale of a commercial corner like Arapahoe and 95th, right? Like just different. So we're getting to that. But I think just to your point, like we can take a stab at trying to outline what the process is, and I totally understand this is trying to make it more accessible, not trying to make it more complicated, but it's not quite this easy or this, straightforward either. So
thank you.
I do want to. I heard something else in your question. Early on in the process, in the zoning code and land use code, there is a table that links zoning districts to the future land use map in the plan. So. And you may know this, but for the room, it's not a free-for-all. Like you can't just say, I'm, plopping this in the middle of these other things. It does tie back to the plan. I think one thing that'll be different that you all will experience is different and the community will experience is different is that there's a possibility that someone will ask for a rezoning and you won't know what's going to take place on the property. There could be a pause before they get to the regulating plan. If they're rezoning to the form-based districts, though, their world of possibilities is pretty boxed in. It is, you may not know for a while, and someone may start a project and then want to change regulating plans later. But the point is to move the certainty into the code and not do the certainty in the PUD. And so that's a change that might take a minute. And so one of the things that Clarion recommends when you're putting a new code in place is give it some time to run. So almost like you can debug it. And so you may decide, like back to Anne Marie's question, okay, we're comfortable with regulating plan, we don't need concept plan, or we want regulating plan expanded a little bit and then it'll cover the things we want. So we do recommend, we'll give you our best, but you're going to need to do a little personalizing once it gets to you, and maybe sit with it for 6 months and then run a round of amendments to it and say, okay, here's how we know this works best for this city. And so you can take that time and kind of weigh out the different pieces of it.
Councilor Friedland.
I have a follow-up question on what you just said, and then also maybe more of a philosophical question to ask you.
Oh, good.
So is that what you just described of the zoning as part of annexation before we see a regulating plan?
Yeah.
Is that typical?
Yeah, it is the
Okay.
majority, the majority of jurisdictions across the country, to my experience, rezone without a plan. Because of the, when you link it like that, it is harder to undo over time. And they all struggle with the exact same question you're struggling with. How do I know we're going to see what we want to see?
Right.
But that's what site plan process does. That's what good zoning regulations do. That's part of the reason to rewrite the whole code, to put the standards that you want to see in there. And then, and the upside is change over time. So if that particular applicant's project doesn't go, the next person doesn't have to rezone. They just need to come in with a regulating plan. So the cost, the expense, and the potential contentious nature of rezoning is moved into, let's really focus on what could potentially take place on the site. And then when we make the regulations more detailed and specific, which I think is going to be a change for Lafayette. It's been, pretty negotiated. And so this is a change from that. When more of the detail is in the code, it limits the possibilities of what people can bring into what the community has said is acceptable and adopted in the regulations.
So I'm glad you kind of started to go there, because that was basically my philosophical question.
Yeah.
And I think you already answered it, but what are the pitfalls of a form-based code in your experience?
The pitfalls of form-based code? I think that it can be its own freezer system like a PUD is, and that you would want to look at it periodically and make sure you have the building types that you want to see in the city. It's fairly prescribed. So, every 5 or 10 years, do a roundtable with your development community, ask if they're being too locked in, and don't be afraid to make changes to reflect what development is taking place at that point in time.
Well, you kind of answered my second question, is how do we deal with that? And I think you just answered that. So thank you. But is there any other thoughts of what do we do as we go down this path to try to avoid some of those issues?
So some of it you're going to hear, because, applicants will come in and they'll say, I get what you're doing, but I need a variance. So we see variances as code Band-Aids, right? The minute you start getting enough variances piling up, that means something's not working. And so, staff can keep an eye on that you can ask for, a report every 2 years. Are we getting what we intend to see? Is there, something fabulous going on in Longmont that we want to be able to do here? What's in the region? It's that sort of keeping it up to date thing. But I've seen communities that do that regularly, that have form-based codes that have been around for 20 years that are still working, and they're seeing the redevelopment or development that they want to see. So it's not unlike regular zoning. If you let that sit too long, it also limits the development that you're going to see. That's part of the reason we think we don't see missing middle housing anymore, because so many zoning codes started saying you can have single family and you can have multifamily. And we forgot to say you can have a fourplex or townhomes or something along those lines. So keeping it up to date, on a more or less regular basis, not treating it like a religious document. You can get in there and change it. It's okay.
So this is my last question on this line. So given, I think the positives from it, the benefits that we get from a form-based code, and also given that there are some challenges that we need to be aware of as we go.
Yeah.
Why do you feel like form-based code is right for Lafayette? do you feel like form-based code? Obviously you do, right?
Yeah, I
Why?
think so. I think that some of what we heard as we jumped into the project was that the community was frustrated with some of the open-ended nature of development that was taking place, and that staff had to really weigh a lot of trade-offs. I'm going to keep looking at you, but I feel really bad. I've got my shoulder to you guys. I'm sorry. And so the third piece of that is the thing that traditional zoning or conventional zoning doesn't always give you is that mix on the site of all the elements you want to see. So if we go back to this slide, Legacy Lafayette is very specific about the design and the mix that the community wants to see. And sometimes when we do traditional zoning, our starting place for discussion is what the applicant brings in. And so we're negotiating the civic spaces on the property. We're negotiating the, please don't make it all roads, no sidewalks, or, people will die on that bike path if you put it in the middle of the road right there. And so this isn't telling architects how to design. It isn't telling, property owners that they can only do this one thing. But it is saying, we want to see all of these things, and here are the basic parameters of how that needs to take place. So I think it solves some of the kind of negotiated, open-ended issues that the community felt like was stalling development or resulting in development outcomes that really didn't feel like Lafayette. But, note also that it's pretty targeted. So, there are form-based codes that go in and do every single neighborhood, and there was no discussion about that being beneficial to Lafayette. So the way neighborhoods have developed over time is fine. So it's, it's that looking forward piece. So I think you've got a blend, you've got a hybrid code, and that the form is targeted in the places where form is going to work for you, and the rest of it goes a little more specifically, but down the traditional path.
Thank you. This is a slightly different question, and we've already talked about it a little bit. Considering there are quite a few jurisdictions who have used this, right?
Yeah.
And over a long time, you said 20 years or
Yeah.
more, some communities.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Form-based code started in the late 90s somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
So surely we have at this point enough data to say this is going to make the process longer or shorter. I know there's a lot of variables, so I recognize that there's limitations, but
Form-based code was developed as a response to processes being too long. That was the basic genesis of it. The idea is if we draft the regulations to the point where we're telling you more or less the building envelope, more or less the building type, we've all agreed to it when the code gets adopted. So that first round of agreement is adoption. And so now we know what we're going to get. The second round of agreement is regulating plan, and then it should go from there. That's exactly why form-based code was put together.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from council before we move on?
I have some, but please go.
Oh, no, you.
Thank you so much. I know that a lot of work has gone into this, and I know it's getting late, so I don't want to derail us too much. Mr. Patton generously shared some images with AI of what a coffee shop on the corner would look like. And so I live in one of the neighborhoods that would be affected by potential mixed use. And I gotta tell you, I couldn't be more excited for this to come to my neighborhood, but I recognize that that's not how everyone in the community feels. And so this brings me to maybe some disappointment with how the survey was structured, because I think it's over-indexed on a particular cohort or particular cohorts of our city whose views very much matter and are important. But the underrepresentation of young people, of renters, of our large Latino population, to me makes it difficult to make decisions and recommendations based on that survey. I know it would have been expensive and would have taken a bit more time, but I guess something I'm grappling with is how do you take in the community feedback when we know that we're having a rather specific slice of the community provide a lot of very robust, thoughtful feedback, but we're not hearing from a lot of other folks in the community. So
Yeah.
for example, we heard, I think Ms. Celinger?
Yes.
I loved your comment about this issue raises a lot of friction.
Yeah.
And I think you're spot on. And I think that really comes from, like, this is contestation over like who we are and who we become, right? There's the Lafayette of folks who've been here for 40 years, and there's the Lafayette of folks who've just arrived and want to be here for 40 years.
Yeah.
And there's some tension there. So I have a lot of empathy for that. But I'm not necessarily seeing in here kind of the Lafayette-specific element, and to build a little bit on Councilor Fridland, like, I think this is fantastic. I think this is very data-driven and very thoughtful, and if adopted, would improve our community. But what I would like to see is a bit more Lafayette specificity.
Yeah.
And so you've heard this evening a number of comments, for example, Lafayette Florist, and what happens with that property, right? A historic property that folks have a lot of affinity for. And then you've heard a lot of hostility to, a pop-down 4-story building next to someone's house. But I've read these documents. I don't see that would be possible. So I guess I would love to see a little bit more Lafayette specificity, and then a little bit more clarity on what the new code would not do. So, hey, if you live in this specific kind of HOA, this would not affect you. So we can kind of like clarify with the community and address their concerns, while also leaning into, I think, a lot of data-driven science that you've put forward.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, agree with all of that. So in the second part of this presentation, Phil is going to come do a slice and dice on some of the information that we received. I do want to ground everybody in the idea of the neighborhood commercial comes directly out of the plan, which calls for more small neighborhood commercial opportunities. And so that was a piece of the project conversation that we picked up at the very beginning. And this is an approach being kind of piloted by communities. I live in an older part of Denver, so I've got commercial. I have a fly shop catty corner across the street from me, which is fabulous, but people park in front of my house, which isn't always fabulous. And so some of the things that we're going to talk about in going through the responses to the questionnaire are the flashpoints. And so I think this is like a kind of a two-step. We need to hear a little bit from you guys about, I'm sorry, y'all, I am a Midwesterner, and it will still be you guys, and I will outgrow that at some point in my life. We need to hear from the council some guidance about where we want to go, particularly with the height issue, with the neighborhood commercial issue, and with the opportunities for higher density housing in some locations. So to walk through a little bit of how we tried to right-size that, that's how we get to the conversation about, are you on a collector street or not? Because we're trying to think about, okay, what's the potential impact in terms of cars and people? And that's how we talk about in the regulations, can you, in a neighborhood, scrape a house off and put new commercial on? And through conversations with working group, we came back to, no, not really. And we want that to be something in the house as the house exists, and we want to limit the square footage of what kind of commercial could be there. So it turns more into a flower shop on the corner or a coffee shop on the corner, and then less of a, hey, someone is putting in a new, 7-Eleven or something like that. So in the process of refining that, we are still looking for whether or not there is a magic answer, and not even a magic answer, a realistic answer. In some places, the reality of the property values keeps this from being feasible. In some neighborhoods, the reality of existing covenants on the property keeps this from being possible. The distinction between covenants on the property, I'm looking at Mary Lynn right now, and the zoning, they're different. And so it's not the city's job to enforce the covenants, but it's certainly something that neighbors could take up and the HOA could take up. So it could be that we're drafting a zoning district for the entirety of Lafayette. Some of this development can't take place in some places because of private agreements. Doesn't stop the city from doing the city's zoning code, but it may impact what could take place in those neighborhoods. Agree? Marilyn? Am I good? Did I get us out on a plank there? I'm sorry. On the HOAs with covenants in place can continue on. The city can change the zoning code to be the city's zoning code, but that does not mean if it's allowed in the zoning code, it's allowed under the covenants.
That's correct, right.
Correct
Yeah,
statement.
the zoning code won't affect the covenants in place in any way.
So that's a piece of it also. It's always Tetris with development, right? So, but we definitely are, we understand that there are still a few hot button conversations, and there always are at this point in the code, and it's kind of good to see the community coalesce around the things that they're concerned about, and so we can make sure that we get to a right answer on that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Everybody,
I had one more question, but I can wait until.
I'm just kind of, so what I'm going to say, I don't remember your name.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. So for the rest of my counselor colleagues, and this is going to sound bizarre, but everything that Elizabeth has just said is a result of a lot of the conversations that we had on council moving forward in chunks. And this being one of the last pieces to update in Lafayette, I knew this day was coming where when it actually came forward, I didn't think I'd be the one, but there's only one of us left remembered how this started out. And I remember when the director, the planning building director at the time brought this up, and I about lost my mind. I'm like, really? There's a different way. So the form-based code was a blessing in that there weren't as many unknowns moving forward. And as Elizabeth was saying, we take the uncertainty and we put it into the code, but not in a restrictive enough way that people can't bring forward ideas. And the respecting covenants that are already in place was a piece of this. So it has finally come to fruition. I'm not sure how many years it's been in this process, but I really appreciate the way you've described why this is what we are moving toward. And it is something that council asked for, with all of these specifics in it along the way. And it's stunning to me that you were able to make all this happen. So I do appreciate it. And this is not new for this effort. I just wanted to assure my colleagues that we did talk about.
I'm glad that we've landed on the project history here. Yeah, it is. It is weird how it comes together at some point in time, but obviously it has taken a city to get us here. So,
and I will say that it's taken long enough that there are a little bit of some things that I'm glad my colleagues are bringing up to discuss, like how do we deal with this bit, piece, because we didn't get a chance to talk about it until now. So thank you for being open to
thank you.
The input. That's all.
Councilor Jensen, I believe you had a question?
Thank you. In what you've just presented, I didn't see the word ADU anywhere. Where does that fit?
There are generally applicable ADU regulations that, I had a slide and we cleaned it up. So all of the uses and the use-specific standards and the accessory uses that are general to the code apply in the form-based code. So if you can do an ADU in the general code, in the regular residential district, so the single-family residential, you can do an ADU in the form-based also. That doesn't change across the different district types. It stays the same.
Okay. And the requirements of that particular kind of zoning would also apply to the ADU, setbacks or whatever it might be, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so the form-based will still have setbacks like we're used to, and the ADU will need to be, if it's detached, inside the setbacks. So all of that general ADU standards will work the same way.
All right, and one more question. So we heard several people tonight talk about Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Trail, and they believe it should not be defined as a collector. And the collector definition and whether or not it applies creates differential zoning depending on if your street is a collector. So if we have people in the community with disagreement about that, what's the objective answer to when a street is a collector and when it isn't? And I heard Mr. Byrne have a specific answer to that, but he doesn't work for us. So I no offense against him, by the way, his son and my son went to school together, and I've known him for years, so I'm not dissing on him in any way by saying that, but I need a definitive answer from the city as to how we would define collector so the community knows whether they're on a collector street or not.
Yeah, pardon me, I'm gonna turn my back because Public Works.
Yeah, we do have our Public Works Director. But generally speaking, the city would need to designate that at the time.
Trying to give you a simple answer. I think it's going to be an iterative process. So we need to figure out because the transportation and land use have to intersect and work in concert. So we have current standards. We have a lot of streets across the city that are built to various standards. So in one sense, I would say arguably something that collects traffic from adjacent streets and conveys it to arterial streets and handles certain volumes, by one definition is a collector. But we also have specs that say that a collector at this period of time is a certain width and serves a certain function. So as we evolve this, we're going to need to update our standards to make sure that going forward, when we build a new street, this serves a collector purpose, that it has the cross-section and the width and the characteristics that serve that. But we're also then going to have to figure out if we're looking at modifying areas where the streets already exist, is that particular street section suitable for proposed changes in use? And that might mean in some cases we need to do a traffic study, or we need to do a analysis specific to that location. The other thing, just to make it even more fun and interesting, is we actually have a lot of problems with our collector streets because they were designed in a period where the desire was to focus on cars. So they tend to be on the wide side. They tend to anticipate a lot of on-street parking, and that's actually where we have most of our speed complaints and concerns, is because the street is built for people to go fast and get out of the neighborhood, and that's not a great experience for the people that live adjacent to it or that walk or ride their bike. So it's quite possible as we update that standard that it's going to get narrower, it's going to have different characteristics, because right now we're actually in the process of going back and retrofitting a lot of those wide streets.
So would that
So I know
go
I didn't
along with
answer your
this?
question in any
Well,
sense, but-
would that definition of streets get firmed up as a part of this land use code process, or after, or how what's the timing of that?
So I think it's iterative. We've been waiting to have some clarity on where things were going with land use, and then we're going to go back and turn the crank again on our public works specs, and that will help guide us going forward. But I tend to think on a lot of these where it's retrofitting an existing neighborhood, there's going to have to be some case-by-case analysis.
Yep, and we can work with Clarion to ensure that if we decide, if council chooses to move forward with that policy option, that it's clear in the code what's a collector street, and we also have a policy document of the multimodal transportation plan that outlines a lot of that too. That our staff has done a lot of research in terms of mapping out our street system.
So to go back to the people who came up with this concern tonight, that also is a covenant-controlled community already. Yes. So as I see it, we can do the land use code for that area, but unless, 68% or 67% of the neighbors vote to change their covenants, this would not apply to them anyway. Is that correct?
Yes and no, and this might be a good transition. We could go to that area of the presentation too, but the two topics that I think you're referring to, one being the neighborhood commercial, that would not apply because most, if not all, covenants that we've looked at in these areas prohibit non-residential uses. And with the missing middle housing, the answer is most likely because the state passed a law in 2024 that said any new covenants that were passed after July 1, 2024, where in a city that allows this missing middle type of housing, so up to 4 units in a building, those covenants could no longer, those new or amended covenants could not explicitly prohibit that from happening. And so existing neighborhoods, yes, could regulate that through their covenants, but once those covenants are amended, the state law would trigger that requirement.
So any amendment to a covenant of a HOA triggers this, they're new, then they no longer can apply in those circumstances?
I don't play an attorney on TV often, so I'd say it's probably a private matter.
But HOAs would need to consult with their own legal counsel about their obligations under those new laws. But I think long-range planning manager Kleisler's point is also that the zoning, the new code we're adopting and the new zoning would not implement those changes. But it would be a state law issue that HOAs need to consult with their own legal counsel on.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the hard work you put in with the working group, both of you, and to all the people, speaking of volunteers, who volunteered on the working group for what, 2.5 years, 3 years?
13 meetings.
Thank you to everybody.
Councilor Gianella.
Yeah, I just have a couple more questions. Looking through the code and thinking about some of the issues we've been talking tonight, PUDs is I don't want to say it's a big deal, but we got a lot of them. And there are aspects of the code that don't really address underlying PUDs. So in the Indian Peaks example, it was a PUD and there's underlying agreements between the city and the property owners, what applies in that, for that land. That, as I understand it, does it supersede what is in the zoning?
So city attorney and I have been having, and with the team have been having conversations, but so yes, we are a patchwork of PUDs throughout the city. Not a lot of folks know just across the street at the tech center, there's a PUD that allows 55-foot height limits, right? So taking that as an example, the new code will come in and it'll have, let's just say a 35-foot height limit, but in that area that's had an approved PUD, those allowances still will remain. And so if they came through and had a setback modification, a height modification, or a new list of uses, those would still control that property through the PUD. But what we've tried to do is that we went through all 250 some odd PUDs through this process, and we tried to understand who was asking for what and trying to fix it with a new code. So with a lot of setback modifications, let's just fix that so we don't have to deal with that anymore.
Yeah.
Things like that. So we're hoping that there's fewer conflicts with the new code than there are right now.
Yeah, and I mean, as we get into the building height discussion, I want to revisit this, so maybe I'll hold this comment for that discussion, because I do have some thoughts about, what might be appropriate or what the community wants to see there. So I'll revisit that. Switch gears and talk about tiny homes and ask, where do tiny homes, it's been asked by the working group, it's been asked by me specifically when I was part of the working group. I'm still confused. Where do tiny homes fit in this code?
So we have we are talking through that based on the last meeting of the working group last month. Right now, it's lumped into the definition of a single family or a single unit detached home. So in that definition, it talks about this could also be a tiny home.
Okay.
And so that's where we talked about at the working group, if you have a cottage court type that would have those single unit detached homes, you could also do that with a unique tiny home kind of configuration. That's where the conversation came up. I think what we've been talking about a little bit is that whether or not that needs its own called out as its own specific use or not, just for clarity sake.
Because it's built in, because it's just a tinier version, it's still covered by building code.
And
And so the question, I think, maybe this is what, do we, the code allows tiny homes. I could buy a lot and build a really small home on it. There's nothing that stops that from happening. And it actually, I went back and checked, it is in the definition of dwelling, single unit detached, and there's also tiny home, I believe, in there. And I say I believe because the state made it really confusing because they have a definition of tiny house and tiny home. So it's allowed, but it's not highlighted. And I think Like, do you want us to elevate that to make it more clear that, yep, you can do it?
Yeah, and I think the thing that's also confusing is minimum lot size, because a minimum lot size for a tiny home is going to be different than a minimum lot size for a single-family home. So on the single-family home, you have one tiny home on this huge lot, and I'm thinking of a small lot with a small home on it, and next to it is another one, and another one. So I think the cottage court example
And that's what you'd want to do.
is
Yeah.
closer, so
Yep.
yeah, I think that's the right direction, but I just want to make sure it's not forgotten about. It's been
Yeah.
asked, it's been asked, it's been asked.
We could like draw a circle around it and say tiny homes go here and like highlight it in the code.
Yeah, and just to make clear, yeah. And then one last question for me before we move on to the next section. I'm still confused about annexation. I am struggling to understand the annexation and zoning of a parcel before we know what's going to go there. Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think in the past, I might let Elizabeth talk about the new code, but I think in the past, we've preferred that applications don't lead with an annexation application, but with, as Director Williams is talking about, the actual development plan, so that council knew what they was getting. But I don't know if you have any comments about the new code that you'd want to highlight.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that's confusing is that developing resource as a zone is being eliminated, as I understand, that new parcels will not be allowed to be assigned developing resource. So let's say a new parcel is being annexed, they can say, I want this to be annexed under what would be the previous commercial and is now AMX1. And we don't, I guess we might know because that case is form-based.
Yeah.
So we kind of know what's being there.
Yeah.
But in the case of a new annexation coming in and being neighborhood 2, let's say, we have no idea what the density or kind of things that are being
It's
envisioned.
not going to come in as form-based neighborhood. I think,
Most of our
Yeah.
undeveloped property is designated as housing, so it would come into that form-based neighborhood designation. I would clarify that, like, council does not have to rezone, does not have to annex a property. So like, as much as we're trying to get structure in this code so that you have that predictability, if it's uncertain and if you don't, like, you can kind of force them to come through with a full regulating plan at the same time so that you have that certainty. So, and I think that, like right now, we probably don't have that certainty because you haven't seen it, but like 5 years from now, hopefully you have some regulating plans, that, have worked for you and you have more comfort level. But if you don't have to do it. Like, there's no obligation to annex or rezone. Like, the city has the right to turn that away.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's helpful in this discussion to me now is understanding that new annexations that are going to come in are, I think, based on the land use topology and the comprehensive plan, will come in as a form-based district where we know what we're going to get, basically, and that's the advantage.
Much more certainty than you do right now.
Yeah. Okay, this is really helpful. Thank you
And
so
the
much.
only other, kind of stepping back to one of your former questions, I just want to clarify that, like, the PUD, like, process, like, and like, I don't know, we have PUDs because we require them right now. So like, and we have a huge myriad of like scales. You have PUDs for like public road because somebody wanted to come in and change the zoning. So like, and those zoning changes are typically like, we didn't want to have a 35-foot setback from baseline, or we didn't want to have a 25-foot setback from public road, and we wouldn't have got walkability if we required it. So we have that level of scale, like site-specific PUDs. But for any residential development, and I don't know how long this has been in place, but like, requires a PUD. So regardless of, and a PUD is different in Lafayette than it is in certain areas because most of our PUDs are just adoptions of the underlying zone district. It's just a required step. So you have an overarching umbrella, but like what Phil's talking about is in those instances like Lafayette Tech Center as the example he used, where there was an exception given that said this PUD has a certain height limit or this PUD has a certain setback there. We're not taking that away. We're rezoning everything. So if it was C1, it's like an adaptable commercial zone. If it was a residential area, now it'll have certain residential zone allowances, but they're not, we're not changing like anything that was given through the PUD. We're not taking things away. So, and most of that goes back to an underlying zone district. So hopefully it's a
This-
lot,
this is
but
all
it's
really helpful,
hopefully
yeah.
more clear, so.
Great. I think we're ready to move on to the next section.
Thank you all. Phil's going to take over for the second part of the presentation. I appreciate you keeping me on my toes tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the second part's relating to community engagement. So the project team has hosted or attended a number of meetings throughout the project life. We've tried to summarize what we've heard through those meetings in the attached public engagement report. Through that, at the time of the report at least, we recorded a little over 2,700 comments. We've hosted 38 public meetings and got about over 1,000 survey responses. One second. So in looking at the input sources that we'll be talking about this evening, there's really two input sources. The first would be the actual comments, the actual raw comments and staff's notes relating during the meetings and events. Those would be the themes. We've tried to categorize them around theme and tone, so whether or not the comment was supportive, was a question, or expressed concern. And so we would compare that to the data that we've received from the community survey. These are the key topics that we'll be talking about this evening. These are the specific options that we'll be detailing for council. We'll be breaking out each of these so that there'll be time for council discussion and direction ideally to staff. So we don't need to spend a whole lot of time on this slide, but wanted to just kind of show you the roadmap for this particular part of the discussion. So we've engaged the community on a number of topics. One of those has been missing middle housing. So generally, missing middle housing has been considered the housing types between a single unit detached home and an apartment complex, so things like a duplex, triplex, and so on. And the comprehensive plan includes a policy specifically suggesting that the city consider allowing what it considers soft density infill development of attached residential types, duplexes, townhomes along collector streets and corner locations within existing neighborhoods. We did ask through the community survey whether or not respondents support that particular proposal, and we received 48% yes to that proposal. And outside of the community survey, we tried to look at the comments relating to missing middle housing, and we saw that oftentimes about 3/4 of the comments that received at events, conversations, and so forth expressed some degree of support, with about 22% expressing firm opposition. We also asked around the dimensional design standards for those homes. So if you put a missing middle housing type in an existing neighborhood, should it have height, setback restrictions, and so forth that are more or less restrictive than the single unit detached homes surrounding it? And so what we saw there was that the number one response was those requirements should be the same as a single unit detached housing regulation, or it should be more restrictive. And so in that case, actually a little bit smaller than the surrounding homes. This was also a theme that we saw outside of the survey as well, specifically around keeping a similar scale and height. So really thinking through neighborhood compatibility, we think was one of the primary things that we heard through that topic. And looking at the options, staff has been discussing three general options. The first would be to allow missing middle housing on corner lots and along collector streets. That's the current comprehensive plan guidance that we have that really started this conversation. It does focus change in places that may be able to better accommodate it, but there are potential trade-offs such as potential increases in parking and perceived changes to neighborhood character. The second option that we've been discussing is reducing the maximum lot coverage for larger properties, so properties over 8,000 square feet. Right now, we're currently proposing a 40% lot coverage, and lot coverage is just the percentage of the property that can be covered with buildings. But that would be scaled down to 35% for those larger properties. So what that does, it does directly address that community concern regarding compatibility and scale. Though when we started to model it, when you get to those larger sites, it does start to limit the ability to do some of those larger missing middle housing types. So if it was like a 3 or 4 unit building, it may not be feasible in something like that, but it does get to that underlying community concern. The third option is to take no action. So that would be to table the project, consider this, let the code be in place for 6 months to a year, and come back to council with a potential scope of work, should you want to move forward with this, to have a separate, design process, citywide engagement process around this particular item. So we'll go ahead and pause here for any questions, council discussion on the topic. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to open it up to questions and council discussion. Before I do, though, I want to say 2 things, just because we're going to have 3 decisions in front of us. We're going to ideally give direction on all 3. The first one is that third option does exist, so we can absolutely take no action tonight if that's how council feels. For a myriad of reasons, whatever reason you wish. If no action is the direction we give, that's fine. However, what I do want to say is, I don't remember who in the presentation said it, but none of these are set in stone. So we go with option 1. We could look at this in a year and just see what it did. And in fact, what I would recommend is that as council, we give direction that we look at what it did over a year. So if we implement anything and it passes, we kind of get a report back within a year and see, what do you see? What did you not see? What are their drawbacks? What did it help? So I just want to make it clear that if we decide to give direction on any of these, they're not permanent. We can come back and change them, and then option 3 always exists. So with that being said, is there any
I
member of
just
council
need a
wants to jump in?
clarification.
Sure.
I don't understand option 2. I don't get what it's doing and how it helps anything. And I know you said some words, but it didn't penetrate. So could you explain what that does? How is that helpful? I don't get it.
So think about Anna's Farm. There's some corner duplexes that you don't really recognize because they're very similar in size to the homes in the mid-block area. So they're roughly the same size as their neighbor. When the property gets a little bit larger, some of those missing middle housing types, since it has more than 1 unit, it might start to become larger than the surrounding homes around
Stands
it.
out more,
Especially,
looks different.
especially since they were built as a single unit detached home, right? But when it gets to a certain level, we picked 8,000 feet because that's a pretty large estate, but we still have those in Lafayette. When you get beyond that, you start to get to a very, very large, bulky building.
Okay,
with
I
a lot
get
of
it
mass.
now. Thank you. Sorry, I was not before.
Great. Any member of council want to begin? Councilor Fredland.
Jumped you both. Sorry, guys. This is the beard. So I'm coming back to Councilor Jensen's question about collector streets, in that I think it's a really important definition that I think we have slightly identified, but then it sounds like we don't have a definition for collector street either. And so it makes it really hard, I think, to make a decision, a determination on, we allow this on corner lots and collector streets, and we don't actually know what collector streets are. So do you have thoughts on that?
We do have a map that we could show council, but yeah, it's something that we can work to ensure there's clarity if there were questions about that.
Yeah, and I think I've seen the map, but I guess to me it seems like, okay, here's the definition. All of these fall under the definition. Seems like a thing that we should know.
I just want to jump in and clarify something. I'm hearing you say taking option 1 is difficult because we don't have a strict definition of what collector streets is at the moment.
I would say, and I don't mean to be flippant about it, but I didn't hear any definition of collector street. And so maybe there is one, but certainly not a strict one. And so that's all I'm asking for is, I think, to vet that option, I need to know, I need to envision where it's going to be and see who's going to be impacted, right, to think it through. Yeah.
Councilor Gianello?
I mean, piggybacking on that, we heard that there are many HOA neighborhoods that have restrictive covenants that will prevent this from occurring. And on that same note, then I want to know, where are those neighborhoods? I've seen a community-generated map, and I think it's probably valid, and I think it's probably something we could rely on, but I haven't heard it from you, Phil.
Yep.
And so I want to understand where does this apply across, I can't, I'm having a hard time with one because I don't know where it applies. Where are the residents going to potentially be impacted so that we could make an evaluation in 6 months and see if it's working? If it's in a tiny, component of Lafayette, is it, for me, is it really valuable? Like, I mean, we've spent all this time and it's going to be like basically one block where this applies. I'm making that up. I have no idea where it actually applies. But if we're spending all this time for one block, I'm struggling to know why we're spending all this time on it and think our time could be better spent maybe on the height discussion. I don't know.
Yep, we can certainly, we've pulled every covenant that we could find online, and so we have a list of where we believe the language would prohibit it. And again, that's an attorney situation for the HOAs, but we could certainly prepare a map showing the results of that analysis from our interpretation of those covenants.
And I understand that we can do this zoning regardless of what those covenants say. Those covenants are still in place, they're still valid. State law exception applying if they amend their covenants, which to me makes it say that there will be a strong portion of that community who will say, we can never amend our covenants because all of a sudden we're getting something that we didn't want, despite the fact that we now want to amend the covenants to just simply say, you can keep your trash can in the front yard because everybody has trash cans, and I don't know why we fight so hard to keep trash cans out of sight, and that we just want to be rational and have something that we can deal with. But we can't do that because if we amend our covenants, we're now getting something that we didn't really bargain for. So I think it's going to prevent potentially covenants from being, modernized. Let's just call it modernized. And knowing where those are, I think is helpful. Knowing that one block that I'm making up that it's going to apply to is helpful. So I'm struggling to be able to make a decision here because I don't have enough information.
Councilor Bollier.
I'm going to build on this. So the community-generated map that Councilor Gianola referenced, I found really useful, and I compared and contrasted it with some of the maps that we've generated elsewhere through this process. And I do wish there was a bit more readability in some of those maps. So that's point one. Point two is I live in one of those blocks that would be affected by the missing middle housing on corner lots. I'm comfortable making a decision on this one. I'm a huge proponent of allowing missing middle housing on corner lots and along collector streets, and a little bit agnostic in terms of the specificity of definition of collector streets, because I think missing middle housing would be such a value add for the community. I'm empathetic to that. Let's just take the HOA thing off the table because we've already beat that to death. I think you're exactly right. We'll have clarity on that. But I think the permutations of what constitutes a collector street aside, I think it's really exciting to allow greater missing middle housing. I would foot stomp Councilor Jensen's comment on option 2. I read the words, but I still don't exactly know what that means, but I'm just so firmly in favor of number 1 based on what I've seen here and based on what I've done the research. I think it would be really exciting for our community.
And I wanted to say I agree with what Councilperson Bollier
Close enough.
said. I think it's really different when we're talking about the neighborhood serving commercial, which is a major change for a neighborhood. But on the missing middle housing, I don't see it as hugely significant in that same way as bringing commercial in, and we need it. So I'm of the same point of view that I do also agree with Councilor Gianola that we need a concrete definition, and we need the public to know what that definition is. But I'd be willing to support this tonight with you guys coming back to us with a concrete definition, and then we can argue with it if we don't like it, at that point. But I feel very comfortable going with option 1 at this point.
Councilor Gallegos, do you have any thoughts on this?
I'm torn between 1 and 3, and the reason why I'm thinking 3 is because we heard a lot of public comment tonight referring to the data sample size, and 1,000 or to 2,000 people. That's not a lot compared to our population, and I'm wondering if there's anything else we could have done to expand our reach, to have data from people who didn't have the chance to participate.
Could I respond to that? Because I also heard people say there was a good public engagement process for the comprehensive plan, and this comes directly out of the comp plan. This was not, so, I mean, the implementing it and putting it in the document is part of the land use code, but the need for missing middle came through loud and clear in the comp plan process itself. So I just wanted to remind you of that, that the community, whether or not you think the community engagement for the land use code was good, it is an outgrowth of the comp plan, and it's actualizing the comp plan. So in my mind, the values were already decided in the comp plan, and this was a process of taking those values and making them real specific to neighborhoods and land and roads. And so the values part had already been given to us, you know, and the comp plan process, which was very extensive and lengthy, gave us this value of missing middle.
Councilor Freeland?
And I don't want to jump in front of Mayor Pro Tem if you have something before, because I've already spoken.
Well, I was just going to add that when I was on the older adult, I know, right? Older Adults Advisory Board, I'm a holder. There was a concern about these corner lots, and it came from Bob Mangan. And he was concerned that this would be problematic if there were greater numbers of cars in the area and parking became a problem. And the multimodal transportation plan and the VSAP weren't out at that point. So that had to be taken into consideration. So I guess where I'm going is that we have to see this in, I think option one, we should go with it for right now, keeping in mind that we should keep our eye on, is this a problem with extra cars on the street? And we are working in conjunction with our traffic engineer to look at alternatives. So it might not be as big an issue as it does seem it could potentially be. And I think along the way, we will figure out how these parts lay over each other. And I know the collector definition, I hear with Director, oh my gosh, Arthur. I just met him. Director Arthur was saying is that I look at the streets and the sidewalks here, and I kind of wonder what were they thinking. So it's challenging. Like Indian Peaks Trail, I'm like, what size is this street supposed to be? And the turns that are super sharp. So I know it's frustrating to not have a strict definition, but we're still figuring that out, and I don't know how strict that definition is going to be, and it's irritating that the streets, it's not perfectly clear how to move forward on these bits and pieces, and I think in the iterative process we'll get there. But I would go with option one.
Amazing. Councilor Freeland.
My only comment, I think it sounds like generally council is supportive of option one. I believe I am too. I will say though that when I drive around some areas, especially in Denver, I've noticed it, where they've allowed duplexes, triplexes, quads. I don't think they're building attainable housing when they're doing that. And so I guess I'm struggling a little bit to say like, and it comes back to one of my questions before, like how is this unique to Lafayette, where we have, it would be really disappointing if in our older communities, our older neighborhoods, built in the 70s and 80s, folks were tearing down affordable and attainable housing to build a duplex or a triplex that is then none of those things. And I guess I'm like kind of wondering, have we fully thought this out of like, what are we trying to achieve? And does this help us in our goal? Any housing supply is helpful, right? We're at such a deficit that any is helpful and we just need to keep going in some ways. But I guess I'm like, I don't know. I'm not so sure that it's actually going to help us, and it's going to cause the friction points in communities, in neighborhoods, for what gain? So I am supportive of one, but I'm kind of feeling uneasy about it because of that reason.
Just in the interest of time, because I know we have two more to go, Councilor Giannola?
I just have one more. I'm not aligned. I'm a 3 at this point. I think we can get the code in place and tackle this later. This is my personal opinion. I think to your point about, can you remove existing housing and replace it with duplex? I mean, existing housing is affordable housing. New housing is not affordable housing, generally, across the board. If you're replacing a small unit, it costs more to build a new building than it does to have an old building in place. So older housing, existing housing tends to be more affordable than brand new housing. So in the case of tearing down a building to replace it with a duplex, it's almost certainly that duplex is going to be a higher property value than the building that it replaced. So I struggle to see where this solves any affordability issue. I could be wrong. I am open to data and information that shows me that that's not the case. But this is my gut feeling is existing housing is more affordable housing. For infill of an ADU is different than replacing something with a duplex for me. So I think we can get the land use code in place, and we can tackle this discussion. I struggle with the survey, which was not statistical. When I read the slide that says, do you want missing middle housing? And it's not a majority. I don't see that the survey, even as flawed as it is, I don't see that it supports allowing missing housing on corner properties in busier collector streets. So I think if we want to do this, we do it right. We do a statistical study. We really get the community's input, and we answer that question, and that takes more time. I don't think we need to slow down the land use code process, because I think there's a ton of great stuff in there. I don't want to let perfect be the enemy of the good.
Councilor Johnson.
I don't think you're correct about new versus old, because some of it depends on the financing. And we have tools like Proposition 123, like if we had an inclusionary housing ordinance where we had money where we can buy down some of the costs of new units so that they are not being sold at just purely market rate. So it really depends. I can see your logic, but it depends on a lot of things. We also have developers who specialize in affordability who can get, for example, LIHTC credits that they sell and takes a big portion of their costs away. So again, it depends. And so we can offer these, I think, if we had a robust affordable housing program and maybe an affordable housing staff person or that we. So I would like to put a pin in your point, David, which is just developing missing middle that is per square foot the same cost as everything else we're doing, in my mind, doesn't get us where we need to be. And so if we could, after the land use code is done, come back to the sort of supporting policies we would need to ensure that as we do this, we do it in the way that we want to achieve the goals that we want to achieve. And I think we can do that. We can set up some policies. We can set up some funding. I think we can make this work to make it actually be more than just expensive duplexes. And so I'm still on number one, but I don't know if that's persuaded you at all, Adam, but I think it can be done.
I understand, and I appreciate it. A question for staff, are 1 and 2 exclusive?
They could go together.
They could go together. Okay, I'm still a 3, but I just wanted to make that clear.
And these are just options we've been kind of brainstorming, and so it's, there are other ideas out there, absolutely.
It sounds like the majority of council is on board with option one. Just a few things there. I want to make sure that you hit the things that came up. Collector street definition is something that I think most of us are hoping to get. Covenant protected neighborhoods, so where does this apply? To Councilor Gianna's point, I think it's a great thing. Extra cars are a problem. I think just looking at the future, just kind of what does it look like when we actually develop this, and then what does this do for our housing goals? But overall, option one.
Okay. This is helpful just to know whether or not we take it out of the code. You'll still have the decision meeting to actually make the decision, and we'll have this additional information for you at that time.
And maybe, Mr. Mayor, in the future, when we revisit this, we could see option two maybe articulated a little more clearly. Because I think I'd be happy to support that if I knew what it was saying.
Yeah.
I think that would be helpful.
Less wonky, but you got it. Yep.
Big square, small square.
The next topic, neighborhood serving commercial, just real briefly, the draft code right now, we'll show you the comprehensive plan policy, but it allows 2 new uses within existing neighborhoods. Those uses are neighborhood retail and neighborhood cafes. These would only be on corner properties in those existing residential neighborhoods with operational limitations, such as a size limit of 2,000 square feet, hours of operation, limits on outdoor seating, and so forth. This is one of the ones where we did see pretty much across the board with these HOA covenants that they typically have a provision that says residential use only. So it's, our interpretation that would likely prohibit something like this. The comprehensive plan includes a complete neighborhoods policy that talks about this in the context of also live-work units, expanded home occupations, and also the neighborhood serving commercial uses while maintaining neighborhood character. It includes this use as a desired use in our urban design guidance in the comp plan. The survey, we asked whether or not, which approach would you prefer in allowing these types of businesses in residential areas. I'll read the top one in case it's hard, but the top vote getter here was allow them only in limited locations, like near major streets or neighborhood entry points. And then the second one was allow them on corner properties in all residential neighborhoods. I think outside of the survey, opinions really varied by meeting. So some meetings had less than 50% of the participants at an event were in favor of allowing these, and others were slightly more, upwards of close to 70%, for example. We then asked if they could talk through or kind of rate the proposed regulations for these potential businesses. This is sorted by the agree column, the orange. And so stricter lighting and outdoor seating areas being allowed were the top vote getters there. And then as well as hours of operation and outdoor seating as well. And so this was pretty consistent with the conditional support that we saw outside of the survey as well. So things like location impacts, limiting different types of uses within the retail establishment, and having a neighborhood notice. And we also heard from some HOA board members as well that opposition to this concept as well. Given what we've heard, we've been talking about a few different ideas that we highlighted in the memo. One would be to allow these neighborhood serving commercial uses on corner lots with the operational limitations. This is going back to that comprehensive plan policy. It may improve some of the neighborhood convenience and support local businesses. However, there are concerns from homeowners associations as well as the limitations in the existing covenants. The second is to require a good neighborhood agreement. So this would be a formal framework that would mitigate specific site impacts like noise or deliveries. And that's also could be coupled 1 and 2 together. Number 3 would be to restrict the businesses to major streets or entryway points. This directly addresses that survey question of wanting them kind of pushed out of the neighborhood, but on the edges of the neighborhood. This does reduce potential impacts to those interior parts of the neighborhood. It would lead to longer walks to the folks that are deep in the neighborhood, and does limit the number of viable sites substantially. And then also, there's also the no action alternative where we can again scope this as a separate effort down the road as well to keep the project moving. So.
Just a clarifying question, this does not include collector streets right, on
No.
any of your options?
Nope.
It's just, okay.
And I neglected to do this in the first option, but the working group also talked about this. Some of their interest in conversation was around the good neighbor agreement and wanting to ensure there was strong communication between the applicant and the neighbors, but that the good neighbor agreement wouldn't necessarily like veto a project from occurring. So that's some of the comments we got from the working group last month.
Councilor Janela?
So this is different than the last discussion, but I'll, preface by asking, where did this idea come from?
That's a really good question. It came from the comprehensive plan prior to my arrival.
Yep.
And so I've looked back through the notes, and I think it was potentially a staff-initiated item at that time. But there's not clear notes in our records that would indicate it, and Councilor Barnes may have some memories of it.
It did, and I wish I could remember it exactly. It did come up, and this was one of those questions about how could we possibly improve upon small businesses, provide access to them, and for communities that, say someone wanted to have a small business out of their home, how do we provide for that? And it's interesting that I look at South Point, that neighborhood, and I wonder how much could possibly be done there to continue to build neighborhood connectivity. And I look at the Heart Centers. Like, we had a really great conversation of a place that I've always thought of the Heart Center in the mixed, the new code, adaptive use, that one. And South Point, I've always wondered, like, how do we provide for that? I don't know if we need a bike shop. I'm just saying, like, legit, yes, thank you, Jax, but come on. So if someone's gonna put a bike shop in their, in their garage somewhere, but it wasn't, I don't know if it was a strict plan, but I know it did come up in conversation, and it's interesting too, this one specifically came up, like, how do we work for small businesses, because that's one of the primary objectives, is how do we support small business?
Councilor Bowyer?
Couple thoughts. So one, I'm very excited about this and potential possibilities. I guess I see some tension here between our housing goals and the creativity here. And so particularly the point of, like, maybe an owner occupied also has a business that could really unlock things. I also know that one element this may unlock is formalizing a lot of informal small businesses that are already run out of the home. But bringing them into the light and then regulating, taxing, et cetera, but then allowing them to kind of thrive in the open. We know there's a lot of these small businesses informally presently. And then I guess maybe the third thing that I'm wondering is, maybe a comment and a question. I was struck by the support in this survey for this one, considering how, and no disrespect, completely disproportionate the survey responses were for 91% homeowners, right? Which is not what our community looks like. So I was struck by, even though you had such a vast supermajority of homeowners responding to the survey, there was still willingness to explore this. And I'm wondering why you think that is.
I think that's a very good question. And I think we've seen outside of the survey, it's some meetings there was a lot of enthusiasm, and sometimes it was a demographic that was, that we were talking to. And sometimes it might just be geography about where you live, where if you have to drive to everything, you might be more enthusiastic for not having to do that all the time, versus somebody who's maybe a little closer and can bike into Old Town or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's spot on, and a lot of it was people who don't have access to what their neighbor's producing, and maybe they do, if we could bring the businesses into the light and they could survive in that location. But I think it was driven partially out of, I think it doesn't surprise me, because I do remember this being a question of, like, maybe even with the comprehensive plan, like, how do we support continued growth of businesses in the area without everything having to be in Old Town. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the ways to move it out of that limited area.
Councilor Jensen?
This might be a staff question, city manager question. So if somebody proposes a business on one of these corner lots, and the community doesn't like the kind of business it is or whatever, thinks it's gonna be noisy, doesn't like the clientele, I'm having a hard time, because I'm seeing coffee shop, and so, but let's just say, for whatever reason, the community really hates a proposed development. As I understand with our training on the SURSA training we had last week, what authority would the council have if we're talking about a neighborhood restaurant or retail or coffee shop or whatever, and the neighborhood it's trying to serve just hated it? Would the council have authority to say no under those circumstances? I mean, it would seem dumb for somebody to try to put something that the neighborhood would hate, but they might, and I'm just, and maybe that's just their loss, they're not, I don't know, but what is our authority under those circumstances?
I too also like to play city attorney, but I am not going to, and she happened to step out. So if we could put a hold on that for 1 minute while she took care of that. I think that high level, basically, we're putting a lot of regulations around noise limits, time of day, those types of things as well. But as far as denial, I would need her to give you legal advice.
Okay.
I think that we can still discuss some of this because it's relevant. I mean, what we're doing in this land use process is we are entitling certain pieces of land to have certain rights. And based on whether you don't like something, this came up during our training, if you don't like a particular type of business, that is not what you're supposed to do in the, are you allowed to do this or not? It's really in the zoning process. Are you going to entitle certain properties with certain rights, and their right is to have whatever we put in the code? It's really what we put in the code. If the code says they can have a cafe, they can have a bike shop, they can have, this limited set of things that we put in the code, then they're entitled to have those things and do it at their space. And we can have limits on, how many do we allow within a certain, distance of one another. So we don't get like 6 bike shops all on one block, right?
Why not?
I think maybe we should have 6 bike shops on one block. It would be a lot better than 0 in town or 1. But I think to your point, it's a good question to make sure that we understand what we're doing in rezoning certain parcels with certain rights. Is that our intention?
I see our city attorney is back.
I am. I desperately needed a break, if you can understand. But was there a question? It sounds like I unfortunately left at a bad time, but I am here and hope to answer any
Do you want to
questions you
rephrase
have.
it, Katie, or do you want me to? You go ahead. Okay. So if we approve this neighborhood serving commercial, given that the definition is neighborhood serving, and it's meant to be something that's an amenity to a neighborhood, maybe it's a child care center and we find that's all old people who live there who don't have, children and don't want it. Or a cafe that has a bad reputation or something that the neighborhood, comes out against. With that neighborhood serving commercial, if the neighborhood doesn't like it, if we create this kind of zoning, are we bound to accept it? As we were talking about in our SURSA training, if it fits in our zoning, and do we just have to accept it?
Yes, so if this zoning would allow a business, a certain type of business, certain size, with the regulations that have been proposed in that district, and someone purchases the property and would like to open a business that meets the regulations, it would be allowed. So it couldn't be just like with any development or any property owner's desired use of their property. If the use complies with our zoning regulations, they do have a right to exercise that use. Again, it has to comply with our code, it has to meet our regulations. You can't decide property rights once zoning is in place and regulations are being met based on public opinion, for example. It needs to be in accordance with the zoning code. So it would be allowed. Now, of course, businesses have to make decisions about where to locate as well. So, there's going to be property owners and developers making decisions on where to locate based on the location and the zoning and the surrounding uses and properties. That helps.
Councilor Gallegos.
Yes, so I know there is quite a bit of opposition to this, but I personally love the idea. I'm thinking of the small business owner who's just starting out and maybe can't afford traditional commercial retail. If they want to convert their home to have a business, I am on board.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Boyer.
I'm really with Councilor Gallegos on that. I think particularly since we're not talking about removing homes from the housing supply, which I would be opposed to because we have a problem there. But we're talking about augmenting, something that we've talked a lot about in the past few weeks, particularly coming out of our council retreat in February, was how to encourage economic vitality and activity and harvest more sales tax, particularly in a difficult economic time. And so I see this potentially unlocking a lot of commerce and really helping, to your point, a lot of small business owners just kind of engage. And I mean, it just pulled up on the web, the Cannon Street Ceramics. I don't know if folks have been there, but it's like the little kiln ceramic shop on Cannon Street, just a few blocks that way. And I imagine they must be the most fun neighbors to have, right? They're just making pottery, they're having a great time. I think if what was on the table was bringing a Rayback collective into the middle of a quiet neighborhood, I think then I would understand folks being like, wait a minute, that doesn't feel fair. But a coffee shop, a bike shop, I think we could calibrate the rules so that they're rather tight, and then allow folks to kind of be creative within that. And then if we need to open up the aperture down the line, we could explore that. But right now, I'm just really excited by what this might offer our community. And I love number 2, require a good neighbor agreement. I think if our city attorney was happy with that, that could be really interesting.
Can I push back and say this will take housing out of the supply?
Yes.
Because what we're saying is you're converting a house to a business. You're converting a home to an East Simpson coffee shop. It doesn't have bedrooms. It really is, this is now a business.
What I hear that, but what I'm also hearing is that it would be someone who owns the home and runs a business out of their home. Are we saying it's
We could
explicitly
structure
not
it,
that?
depending on council's interest, we could structure it to be like a live-work arrangement, which is in the use in our existing code. We would just want to ensure that it's.
And again, I'm going to be grateful to Mr. Patton for this. In this, I think someone lives at this house and runs a bike shop. If this is explicitly a commercial place, then I would be. That's too harsh. But if we're talking about removing houses from the supply in order to kind of have commercial throughout neighborhoods, that I think is a different conversation than how this has been pitched.
And what I'm hearing is that you want the opportunity for someone to live in the home while also doing that, which is more of like a live-work situation, which is something that we could, the code could be tailored to do if council wanted to move in that direction.
Isn't it a 2,000 square foot?
I would ask the audience not to interrupt.
And the
Council's
maximum
conducting
size here would be limited to 2,000 square feet, and so that would partition off, a lot of in some cases a bit of the house. So we would expect these to be pretty small scale if they were to ever happen, given the local covenants.
Councilor Jensen.
I think Councilor Gianola has raised a good point, which if we are doing cafes, they're probably not going to live there. It's probably going to be a restaurant. They could. But we have sort of conflicting things in our plan that when we came up with at our retreat, which is support for small business, and we also have support for housing. If it's a 2,000 square foot thing, it's probably not low-income housing. It's probably not the housing that we're struggling to provide in our community. So from my point of view, if we want to support small business, I think this has the potential for creating some options for small business that are not currently there. I think the good neighbor agreement is a good idea, and I think we also need to write some pretty restrictive things about lighting, parking, noise, and maybe we need some sort of ombudsman for community folks to, say this isn't working in our neighborhood because of whatever traffic, but some process for complaints if this is not working in the first year as we're trying this out. I also don't think a lot of businesses are going to put themselves in a place in a neighborhood without talking to the community. If they are trying to be a neighborhood serving commercial entity, they're not going to do it if the neighborhood says, I would never go there, I'm not a vegan or whatever, they're saying that they want to put in that corner. They would be doing their own market research about whether or not this is needed in that area, or it just doesn't make sense. But I see that the feedback from the community is 72%. Excuse me, that's not the right one. The one that said,
This one here, Commissioner, or Councilmember.
the one about limiting it to, I think there was a lot of support for that proposal to limit it to major entrances, major streets or neighborhood entries. And I can't, where did that go?
Page 309.
Yeah. Allow them only in limited locations like major streets or corner properties. So I'd be inclined to want to start small with this and see if it's successful and not expand it and have it limited to the major streets or neighborhood entry points at first. If we find that it's a successful model, then, we can go further. But again, I don't think any business is going to do this if the neighborhood doesn't want them. Why would you do that,
I have a clarifying question. Thank you, Mayor. So how does this, and this is coming out of looking at what the DDA is also working to support small businesses, in that we have a lot of potential around food trucks. But the jump from food truck to brick and mortar is a big one. And we're struggling with that. I guess the city is in the DDA. And there are food trucks parked at people's homes. So how does that work if someone's got a food truck in there? Would they be able to use it at their house? Yeah.
We'd have to look at the regulations and see. Right now, it's typically, I believe, like a temporary use situation. We also added a food truck court, so a private property owner could create and go through a development review process to create a sanctioned place where there's lots of food trucks, but that's probably outside of this. We can take a look at the draft regulations and have that information ready for council.
That'd be great. Love to hear how that works.
Councilor Freeland.
So I'm in agreement with Councilor Jensen that I think we should look to major streets or neighborhood entry points. I was going to ask the question of, do you mean, number one, is that every corner lot that's currently drafted?
That's currently
drafted. So I don't know. There's a lot of corner lots. And to me, it feels like an incremental step to say entry points, major streets. I mean, if you zoom out on a neighborhood, right? Like we already have some neighborhoods serving commercial. It's just not as close because it's not like on the corner of the residential street, but it's, you can walk to, E. Simpson Coffee or something like that, right? So I would be supportive of number 3, I think, to take an incremental step.
Councilor Gianella.
I will push back and ask, what is a major street? We asked, what's a collector street? I don't know what a major street is.
We would have to map it. Yeah, we would have to map it. This was an idea put out there at a community meeting, so we put it in the survey. But I think it was, as you're entering in a subdivision, it would be more along that area or within a distance of that area.
Yeah, I think we need definition around it. For me, I'm a for here. I think we can table this and get the land use code in place and tackle this later. I do support live work. And I don't know if this is really live work, but it sounds like we've been talking about live work. Like, do I want to run a bakery from my home and have people come and buy my baked goods from the garage? I mean, I know that there are businesses that exist like this already in Lafayette. I used to live around the corner from someone who put out a glass case in front of their house, and they would wheel it out every day, and it was filled with bread, and it was very convenient to walk and get a loaf of bread.
Wow.
You know, live work is something that I don't see on this list.
Would you mind going back 3 slides? One more slide. Yeah, so I'm sorry, this is where my confusion comes from, because this quotes the comp plan, and similar to Councilor Gianno's point, it sort of leads with incorporating opportunities for live work. I just would like a little more clarity. Are we talking about converting a sizable number of homes into businesses? Which is, in my view, a very different question than, are we going to open the aperture for a lot of homeowners to run a small business out of their home, which I'm like, absolutely, let's do that. Yeah. But I would be opposed to anything other than corner lots on a to-be-determined major street, because we have a housing crisis already, and so I'm wary for what that might unlock.
Yeah, and if I can continue, you know, I think corner lots is a lot. If it's corner lots on major road, I still don't know what that means. Neighborhood entry point, maybe I feel a little bit better about knowing what that means. But again, I think having the map and really understanding, are we talking about 90% of Lafayette? Are we talking about 1% of the area of Lafayette?
6 houses.
Yeah, is it 6 houses? Is it basically every third house on the corner lot, right? That we're saying could become a business. I just, again, I don't want perfect to become the enemy of the good. For me, I say we can have this down the road and get the rest of the great stuff in the land use code in place and tackle this in the future. I will say, though, live work for me, I think fits into the current definition in neighborhood residential, whatever it is. I'd love to see that come to light.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I get your thoughts on this?
I would like to, with all the restrictions that people have mentioned, like on the corner, neighborhood agreement, operational limits, I'd like to get it started. So I'm 1, 2, and 3, not 4. But with the restrictions that people have mentioned, I'd like to see how that works.
Okay, so just to recap, it sounds like the majority of council are on board with maybe starting slow and just kind of.
But 1 and 3 conflict with each other, so.
Look, just to confirm, let me say what and if I'm right,
sorry.
I'm right. If I'm wrong, you guys can all call me out. So we're gonna kind of step into 3, but there's a few things that we want to understand, which is what is a major street, going back to definitions. We want to really get a good understanding of what a good neighbor agreement actually means and what that looks like in code. And then we want this to really implement the live work because we want to make that clear. Does that sound like what came from council? Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Writing down. Thank you. The very last one, I just have a couple slides on this one. We did ask through this process whether or not taller buildings, specifically 4-story buildings, should be allowed in specific areas of Lafayette, as shown here on this map, in exchange for enhanced community benefit. And so in those cases, incentive programs like this would allow some sort of additional development rights in exchange for what we call community benefits, affordable housing, things like that, greater than what the code would otherwise require. We've historically have done this on a case-by-case basis through PUDs. And so we've done that through projects like Medtronic, the hospital, and others. The comprehensive plan does include language around exploring this. We won't dive into all of this, but it kind of says what I just said. We did ask a survey question about this. It started with the map as context, and then do you support allowing taller buildings, 4 stories, in exchange for additional community benefits? 54% of those respondents voted or indicated no. We did have an engagement map on the city's engagement page, and we had some potential support if council was looking at an area potentially between South Boulder Road and Public Road on South Boulder Road between 287 and Public Road, Horizon Avenue, so like Stem Siders area, in the hospital Medtronic area seem to be some places that got some votes. Which of the following incentives would you support? The survey respondents indicated none as the top choice, followed by taller buildings and reduced parking spaces. Would you support those incentives if they were offered in exchange for any of these community benefits? The highest accounted for one at 47% would be outdoor public spaces, which is typical in these types of programs. None, and then pretty similar between affordable housing and sustainable development practices. Overall, we've seen some similar kind of resistance in our meetings, some openness to some of the larger areas if the council would want to pursue something like this, areas like 287. But overall, there's also a lack of trust where if we had an incentive program, there's some trust issues with those incentives actually being delivered to the community and impacts around view, corridors, traffic, and overall character. So with those things in mind, we've talked a little bit as staff about some options. One would be to allow up to 4 stories on major corridors in exchange for community benefits like affordable housing. This focuses intensity along those higher capacity roadways and supports transit-oriented development, but there is community skepticism around receiving tangible, good enough community benefits for that trade-off. Second would be to just really laser focus on affordable housing. This directly addresses a high community need, though some residents may view that trade-off as insufficient, and it could discourage uses that the city would otherwise want to encourage. And then lastly, no change, rely on the plan unit development process for height requests. So the new code has a much more narrowly focused plan unit development process, and so it's not going to be everything that comes through the door. So that would still give council the case-by-case discretion to approve that. Obviously, that adds a little bit more complexity to the application process, but it puts the decision in council's hands. Those are 3 of the options we've talked about.
Great. Last one for this. Who wants to jump in? Who wants to
I
start?
need some clarification. So, given that we're trying to, in this land use code, get away from PUDs as the way we develop projects, and we're creating these sort of framework for development for everything else, if we left this height piece to a PUD, how does that complicate the planning operation if we're still having to do, I don't really know the significance of having a separate PUD just for height requests, and how would that work? Could you sort of describe that before we get into answering these questions?
Yeah, and we could see how it would work if it's a form-based code versus the conventional district, but it would be a very similar process to what you're used to, where it would go to council and it would be a site plan that would be called a PUD.
The whole thing, not just the height piece?
Yeah, and it would, I would assume so, but Elizabeth can kind of keep me honest. And it's similar to what we do now. You can ask for modifications. So there's a note on there that says, here's the new height.
So you couldn't just PUD the height?
Because technically, you probably could PUD the height.
Okay, so you'd have to PUD the whole thing if somebody had a height extension request.
Yeah.
So, kind of depends. Depends on the application type that's coming in. If we're already doing a regulating plan, we could address a height change through that regulating plan. But if it's a individual lot that comes in and they want to build 50 feet, then, and it's otherwise a by right development that we could do administratively, we can't do a height adjustment administratively. So that would add another layer where we'd be taking something that we, under the code, could be doing by right and without a process to require a process. So it's just kind of dependent upon the scale of the project.
Okay,
So,
and our current height limit is 35, is that correct?
in most zone districts, but it ranges from, I think, 27 feet, 24 feet to 35 feet.
And that is how many stories generally?
Generally, 35 feet, you're going to get 2 stories. It's going to be hard to get 3 stories, but you can kind of get, depending upon how you do your architecture, like the pitched roof could allow for a 3rd story at that height. But you're going to have very small kind of like, there's a requirement for floor plate, so floor to ceiling that you have to have for it to be livable. And so really that last story is going to be probably confined to the center part of the building in order to meet our height requirement.
And
How we
could
measure
it be
height.
possible that we could do up to 3 stories as part of this code rather than some height?
We could, that's kind of we do it by feet now. And when that's part of the discussion I had at the working group, when we talked about a 2-story allowance in the comp plan. We don't want 2 regulations controlling the same thing, or at least I don't, from the other side of the table, the regulatory side of the table, because you could technically have a 3-story building that is 35 feet. And if it says 2 stories is the requirement, but it's 35 feet, you got 2 different regulations that are, one's being met and the other one's not. So we'd rather just have one, but so I'd rather it be one or the other, and I think it's a little bit more, I think it'd be difficult to just regulate by stories. So feet's a little bit cleaner. And it's much more specific, because you could have somebody come in and say, well, it's a 4-story building and that's 50 feet tall. And, a 4-story building could otherwise be 42 feet tall.
Got it.
So it's a significant difference.
Those were just questions, but I do have one thing to say.
Please.
We have talked a lot about the need to concentrate development in transit corridors and to do density because it's more efficient. It also reduces the need for VMT, expands all kinds of possibilities. It's a smaller footprint on the earth. I mean, there are all kinds of reasons why going up high benefits us. But I also get that view corridor issues are real, and I'm trying to figure out how to balance these, in our community when we know that good planning is density saves our open space, it does a lot of good things for us. And so I think there's got to be some balance in here. I don't know what that is, and I'm hoping one of you has a good idea.
Go ahead. Councilor Gianello.
I'll challenge the survey results again. We've got this very selective, you're asking the homeowners what they think of height, and they hate it, right? They hate it. Do not make a high building. But that's homeowners only, who aren't thinking about affordable housing necessarily. And so I don't know how valuable this survey results are to our discussion. But if we are going straight by the survey, I'm going to number 4, which is do not allow heights higher than 35 feet, which is not on your list. But this is a tougher question, I think, for us. We've struggled with affordable housing. There's a lot of, sustainability benefits that can come through more dense housing is more efficient. Where you put it, I think, is the wrinkle, right? People don't want to live next to a 3-story building, let alone a 4-story building. And so what's the definition of major corridor? Again, another definition. I think this one we know better. You've got an example, 287 Arapahoe Road. I don't know if that includes South Boulder Road, but the map was really helpful of where this could be. I think the comp plan is very clear that 35 feet is the limit. It comes through loud and clear in the comp plan. 35 feet is the limit, and we're going to give an incentive for certain community benefits. So I appreciate this is what the focus is. In the code, there are some 55-foot height limits, and I want to have those stricken out with the understanding that the PUD governs. And I think where those 55 feet are is because the PUD is this is the only place where MX1, I think it was once a Collectiflex, maybe for the Lafayette Tech Center, which they've got some weird PUD that says they can have 55 feet. But I was confused because I thought there was another little blue parcel on the map near Willoughby Corner, and I don't know why that would get 55 feet. So I think the community says we want 35 feet. And that should be the goal, even in these places where they're allowed to have more. The community says, well, you can have that, but we really want you to have 35 feet. You're entitled to it, but this is what our code says you should have, even if you get that. So I'll stop talking and say, with the final word, it's a hard question.
Before we jump, just in the interest of time, because we have a lot still on our agenda, which one do you fall under, Councilor Gianello?
I am a 1 and 2 together. It's got to be in the right place with the benefit that I see right now is affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Freeland?
I think this really highlights to me the issue that we discussed about form-based code. That we have to figure out we have to figure out what it could look like in this certain, designation to try to make things simpler, to try to ease the process, right? This is exactly the challenge with this path. When before we could just rely on PUDs. And so, I don't know, I'm struggling at this hour, to be honest with you, to think about this hard question. And I think with limited community feedback on this question, in a question that is in conflict with the comp plan, I don't know, I would want us to make sure we're doing our due diligence to hear the community think through the implications of making changes like this. I also would want us to think a little more about major corridors. I'm sure it's been thought out, but when you put down Arapahoe Road, I'm like, where on Arapahoe Road would we be okay with 4 stories?
Just in the pictures.
So I think, and I know you've got it in the maps already, right? So it's more of what we put on the slide than what you've been thinking about. I know that. So I think more clarity around that is valuable. And I would probably, at this point, if you're asking me the same question, I would probably say 3, because I think we need to keep working on it. However, I recognize that 3 kind of goes against what we're trying to accomplish here with form-based code. So maybe it's actually 4 that we need to have a conversation about this, and we need to get more data, and we need to think a little more about where would these things be, exactly what that would look like, make sure we're restricting it in a way that's appropriate, given also the good points that Councilor Jensen said of, yes, we have transit in our community. How do we develop a little higher around transit? We have opportunities for affordability. We develop a little higher, right? We have major corridors that are going to continue to develop in the next 50 years. How do we set ourselves up for success in that way? So there's just a lot here. So I think we need to have a whole process that talks about this.
Change it to a 4.
Councilor Bowyer.
A few quick things. One, I think going forward, I would love to see aligned with Director Williams' comments, let's pick feet rather than stories. Let's just do that. That way we can have something I think that we can hang our hat on, because in my mind, 35 feet, that can be 4 stories. Maybe I have a short roof.
No, maybe 3.
All right. Close enough. But I would love to just see feet. That'd be easier to process. I was driving on 287 earlier today and passed by 287 and Diamond, which is where the Starbucks and Verizon are. And if you look that direction, you cannot see the mountains. And I don't know, let's ballpark that's 25 feet tall. I struggle to understand the opposition to adding another story onto that building. You are losing a few inches of sky. It blocks no one because that's a heavily commercial area. So I respect the disagreement on kind of writ large, no height in town. But on 287, we have Walmart. It's like an 8-lane highway across. I feel like that is the place to allow 40 feet, 55 feet, maybe not 20 stories, but we need a really good hotel in Lafayette, because when people visit Lafayette, they stay elsewhere and give our neighbors the lodging tax. They don't give it here. And those people pay their sales tax dollars in our neighboring towns. if you're a hotel, you want to come here, but we say, actually 25 feet, 35 feet, are you going to get the return on investment? So I'm thinking about that as well. I agree with the point on Arapahoe Road. I would not bucket that with 287. So I think maybe clarifying 287, in my view, that would be where we would have the highest height, and then I'd be open to flexibility on Arapahoe and Baseline and South Public, but not super high. And I think we need to just continually hammer home, no one is talking about 40 feet buildings in Old Town.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on the table. And I keep hearing it percolating in the community, and I want to squash that misinformation. No one is talking about that. It's not on the table. And so I think if we were to say nothing will happen in Old Town that's higher than Tangerine, that would check a box. I think there's a sustainability piece too that I would add on. As aridification and drought and climate change continues to happen, it's only going to be hotter and hotter. And it's nice to have more shade on public road. For those of us who go to the Art Night Out and festivals in the summer, you bake on public road, right? We bake. But if you had a little bit more shade, a little bit taller, that would keep the asphalt and the concrete a little bit cooler during the day. So 287, absolutely. Arapahoe, let's come back to that. And let's just continue to clarify, no one's talking about raising the height limit substantially in Old Town. That's off the table. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Councilor, that seemed like a 1 and 2 similar to Councilor Gianola?
Yes.
Is that where we're at? Okay.
Yeah.
Councilor Jensen, I believe you had a thought, but also I just want to hear where you are on this issue.
I was just pointing out that on Arapahoe, there was just a picture of what they were talking about Arapahoe. So it's not all of Arapahoe, it's where there's already businesses. So,
Yep.
that's all.
Yeah. But still, it's quieter.
I think we need a definition of the major corridors for this, because everybody sort of freaked out when they saw Arapahoe Road on here. So a clarity about what are major corridors. And I guess as an affordable housing advocate, I love the idea of incentivizing affordable housing through extra height. I do have to say there are other things in our community we need besides affordable housing. We need childcare. I'm reluctant to limit, even though I am a big supporter of affordable housing. If somebody came up with something creative and interesting that our community was dying for, I would hate to be limited. I think affordable housing is probably the number one thing that we know about right now that would be worth incentivizing, but in the future, there might be other things. Let's just say we had a tornado and somebody rebuilds something because, we had a disaster of some kind, and they're willing to do that as part of their incentive. I'd hate to be limited by this.
So based on that, if council moved forward with this, we would probably want at least some kind of quantified community benefit. So if you were allowed a height exemption, that area would have a higher amount of affordable housing, for example. There are communities that do a community benefits agreement to do kind of what you described. Those get a little bit challenging because you have to quantify, make sure you're not giving away the farm in that case, and making sure the benefit is commensurate to what you're giving in the incentive.
Well, and I don't know if you can quantify the affordable housing benefit to be equal to something, equal to however many 1/4 of the total units or whatever, you come up with some metric. And if you do that in a metric, then you could also compare other things to that in a metric, so let's say a child care center was worth this much, and you could compare that to affordable housing, I'm guessing, but I don't really know. So anyway, I would be inclined to be supportive at this point of going forward, but want the clarification on what are the major corridors and a little more specificity on the incentives.
Councilor Gallegos, Mayor Pro Tem, any final thoughts on this?
Sure, I am a 3 right now. I'm struggling with number 1, specifically 4 stories. I don't really want to go above 4 stories if I don't know what that community benefit is. And with affordable housing, I would want clarification for truly affordable housing, because 80% AMI is not affordable. There are some market rate units that are below that and are not considered affordable. So I do think we need a clearer definition.
Good point.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilor Gallegos just took all my comments. Thank you very much. No, it's fun. It's great. And I just don't know that there's a connection between building height and affordability. And I also don't want to see 20% AMI, a bunch of people who are at 20% AMI in a 40-foot building. The transient-oriented communities piece, I think, was spot on when they said, well, we want affordable housing or transient transportation, but that's not even in here. So I'm a 3.
Great. I will come in and say I agree with the other councilors that are kind of stuck between that 1 and 2 option. You've heard a lot of the definitions that we want, and I think the other piece that I'd really like is just make it clear what a community benefit is. I think that's missing for a lot of folks. Just from the feedback, it seems like that just needs to be defined a little clearer. But I think we got
the
through
tougher
it.
question is if we should pull out of this from the code, and based on, moving ahead following adoption, we would bring an incentive package to you. So you can also have this conversation during the adoption hearing, but it would be a specific amount of that community benefit, like a specific amount of affordable housing. And so what I'm hearing is definitely more information, more maps, and we can go back with the input we've gotten this evening and provide some information, but that could perhaps be provided as part of the adoption hearing or separately.
Perfect. And I think you only have next steps left to go.
Yeah. Yep. And that's really quick. So the consultants have a few thousand comments that they're going through from staff and the community members. We'll be then releasing an adoption draft of the code in the near future. We're going to host a community briefing to tell community members about where we kind of landed with all these key options and let them know about next steps. And then we'll be scheduling the adoption hearings for the next few months. You'll be hearing more from us, and we really appreciate the time and attention through this fairly long agenda item. So very, very, very much appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much. And because I've been asked, I'm going to go ahead and give us a 5-minute break. So we'll be back at 9:55.
Thank you, Mayor.
turn it over for DDA. Are you under, yes, you're under a DDA hat today.
Yes.
So I'll turn it over to our DDA Executive Director, Bridget Keating.
You need one of those logos.
I know, I need different hats. Thank you, council, for having me this evening. I'm going to be giving a brief presentation. I'm here today as the DDA Executive Director. Tonight, I'm just going to be introducing our 2026 budget amendment and carry forward for the Lafayette DDA. You're also going to be considering other budget amendments and carry forwards tonight, or being introduced to them, and so we follow the same city process for the Lafayette DDA budget. So I'll be giving an overview of our budget process, the carry forward and budget amendment that I'm introducing, and the next steps. So I want to recognize that this is probably one of the first times with some of the new counselors that I'm coming as the Lafayette DDA Executive Director. So a brief slide that we were established in the election in 2024. We're the lead public entity to enhance Old Town as a vibrant and welcoming downtown for small businesses and community connections. We're governed by a 7-member authority, which is appointed by council. Mayor Pro Tem Tim Barnes sits on that. And we are funded through tax increment financing, which reinvests a portion of property tax and sales tax generated within the district in the district boundary, so it's not a new tax. There's probably a bunch of questions you may have about how it's been going, and I'm excited that I'm going to be coming to you all on May 5th for a general economic development update. So if you do have some questions, jot those down and we can kind of dig into just how things are going at that future update. But tonight I'm giving just a brief introduction to our budget amendment. So for the process, as you know, as City Council, you will adopt a budget for the following year. And within that year that you adopt that budget, things pop up and you have to do a budget amendment for unforeseen circumstances. And these budget amendments allow you to continue business and be within your spending authority. Since you all are the governing body for the DDA, you actually approve any budget that we have, but also any budget amendments, which is why I'm here tonight. So we brought forward a budget amendment to our DDA in March, which they approved. And so tonight I'm introducing that amendment to you all. It's really short, so it should be quick. And then at your April 21st meeting, you'll be considering approval of that budget amendment through a resolution. So what our budget amendment is related towards is for our downtown improvement grant, and it's a budget carry forward for unspent funds. And so in November 2025, we launched one of our first grant programs for the DDA called DIG, the Downtown Improvement Grant. And this is a matching grant initiative up to $25,000 for interior and exterior capital improvements. If you looked in the packet for our budget table, it's reflected in that downtown development line item. In 2025, we approved $50,000 for the DIG program, and in 2026, we have allocated $150,000. So both of those are allocations. I'm pleased to share that we've gotten a lot of really great applications and interest in this program in such a short amount of time, in 6-7 months. So in 2025, we awarded $41,000 in DIG awards. You can see that in the purple. And in 2026, we have awarded over $100,000, and that's reflected in the brown orange. And these range from HVAC replacements to patio enclosures to murals. And so it's been really great to just see a lot of people aware of this program and tapping into it in such a short amount of time. So our budget carry forward is related to unspent funds from 2025 carried into the 2026 budget. So we allocated $50,000 for the DIG program last year, and we awarded $41,000 across 3 projects. But only $7,000 were completed and reimbursed, went through that process. So we have awarded 2 other projects that still need to go through that reimbursement process. So this budget carry forward carries that on those funds that have not been reimbursed into 2026. It also carries forward unallocated funds that weren't awarded. So in simplest terms, our budget was $50,000. We reimbursed $7,000 in actual. We're going to be carrying forward those awarded but unreimbursed that have not been reimbursed or unallocated, which is around $42,000. So our 2026 line item for downtown development was $150,000, and now we're bumping that up to $192,000. So short and sweet, but as the governing body, we need to introduce these budget amendments to you all for you to approve. And so tonight I'm introducing it to you, and then you'll be considering approval of a resolution at your next meeting, and it will be on the consent agenda. So I'm happy to turn it over to Mayor and answer any questions.
Yeah, so just a reminder, we're not voting tonight. That'll come back to us at a later date. But any questions for our Executive Director or our DDA? No questions.
Great, thank you for having me.
Got some things to say. Speaking of budget carry forwards, we will move on to the other
This was
one.
just going to be just.
The other one. The other budget.
Yep, this is our 2026 budget carry forward and supplemental, so similar to what the DDA process was as well. This is ordinance number 9, series 2026, first reading. So I'm going to talk to you about budget amendment overview, notable requests, and answer any questions you might have. And then we have motion language as well. Budget amendments. So types of budget amendments. We have the budget carry forward. This is done early in the fiscal year. Expenditures. So those are unused one-time budget for projects and initiatives in progress at 2025 year end. They can't be used for unused base or ongoing budget. They were all previously approved by City Council during the 2025 budget process. So again, those are the carry forwards. And then budget supplemental, these can come forward throughout the fiscal year. We typically have another supplemental closer to the end of the year. So this is our first for 2026. That can include revenues, new revenue sources often associated with an expenditure such as a grant. Expenditures, new or reallocated expenditure. You can have one-time, non-recurring, or ongoing recurring, and these are identified after the passage of the 2026 budget last year. So again, things that are that weren't anticipated initially. This is kind of just a summary. Budget amendments, 30.3 million total. Most of that's in carry forward, 84%, 16% supplemental, and then a breakdown by fund. You know, most of this is coming from water rec, and capital projects fund, so largely infrastructure projects. And then here's a summary by fund of the totals between the 2025 carry forwards and the 2026 supplemental. So you have a total of 25 million in carry forward, 5 million in supplemental, and then you have a little over 500,000 in revenue for a total of about 30.3 million in total net impact. And then some notable requests just to highlight. So we have some. These are carry forward, so we'll bring these forward from 2025. They weren't completed. Water bill assistance program for a little over 17,000. Grant fund, we have ARPA funding, installation of fiber optic backbone that we're continuing to complete. Parks and open space trails fund, 701 South Public Road Pocket Park for a little over 900,000. The South Boulder revitalization program for 750. 800 Public Road Streetscape Improvement Project for $1 million. And the aerial fire apparatus for a little over 2 million. So those are, again, our carry forwards from 2025. And then notable supplementals, we have the design for the capital bond program for the rec and the service center. So that's about 4 million. And all of those funds will be ultimately reimbursable through bond proceeds. And then Arapahoe Theater design, which this was funding that was previously restricted. And so we're making that available based on the use of those funds. So that was dedicated funding through a prior development agreement for 400,000. And I'm available to ask any questions. Attachment B goes into a lot more detail around all of the requests, but happy to answer any questions that you may have. And as well, I have Morgan and Lori here from finance who helps me do most of this work. So thank you.
Thank you to our finance team. Any questions from council? Councilor Ferland.
Yeah, I've got really two. The first one is there any risk to the ARPA timeline of it moving into 2026? Like,
No.
Will they take the money back or something?
No, they need to be complete by the end of 2026, and we'll make sure we utilize those funds by the end of the year.
Thank you. The other one I had, I guess, is like, it feels like a lot of carry forward early in the year. And I guess I'm just sort of, my like spidey sense is tingling where I'm like, why is that? We had projects we wanted to get done. They didn't get done last year, so we're carrying them forward, but why didn't they get done last year? Does that question make sense?
Yeah.
Like, is there a systemic issue that we're seeing in the numbers, or are we just cleaning things up, it's all good.
No, I mean, I would say just by looking at the projects, a lot of them, again, are infrastructure off the
Yeah.
capital. And so, again, it's timeline, it's, projects take a while to get going, get moving. And
Yeah.
we do have conversations when we go through each of these carry forwards about, are you really going to get it done this
Right,
year?
right.
And so, those that are there, we do intend to get them done in '26. That is the goal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to spend the money sometimes, I get it, right? Why is it a carry forward and not just a budgeted item for 2026? If we were, halfway through last year or even farther and we knew, look, the timeline's slipping, let's be sure to budget it for 2026. That way we don't have to do a carry forward. Why isn't that the process?
Well, I mean, I guess I would just say because they're started in that year, and so we want to continue that, and that funding's been allocated, so we just continue it forward to the next year versus rebudgeting.
Got it.
I would also add Colorado law requires you to budget the full amount of the contract. You can't just
Right,
say, even though I know this will take 2 years and I know that I'll only spend 50,000, you can't just budget that piece of it if that helps.
Thank you.
For those as well.
That makes sense.
Yep, you do have to allocate all the funds when you initially sign the contract.
Wow.
Councilor Gianola.
Can you talk a little bit about the revenue items in the table? Like, why do we suddenly have $469,000 of additional revenue in the general fund?
So a number of them are grant-related. So, there's the supplemental, and then, we're getting additional grants that so most of them are all related to grant funding. So the initial one in the general fund through the arts, and then SIPA as well. And then we've got the miscellaneous grant revenue. So again, the largest one there is related, it's mostly related to grant funding.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Did we pay anything on the aerial fire apparatus, the truck yet, or?
I don't believe so. I know it takes a long lead time for those. So I think it was originally in the budget in 2023. Is that right? And but they are looking at specs this year, and the goal is to buy the truck this year. So
Is this the first time we're putting everything on? This is the total amount, right?
we're hoping
Good.
so.
So we're gonna get a truck this year?
We're trying. If you approve the supplemental.
Oh, is that how it is? Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from council? If not, do you mind going one slide forward, just so we have the motion
Yes,
language
and
on
there's
the
your
screen?
motion.
I move to approve on first reading ordinance number 9, series 2026, providing for additional appropriations during fiscal year 2026 for unanticipated 2026 revenues and expenditures required of the city of Lafayette, Colorado, specifically carry forwards of 2025 expenditures, appropriation of certain 2025 capital project items, and modification of current 2026 budget line items.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say no. No one opposed, that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to our final item for regular business tonight, the Sixth Amendment to Sundar subdivision filing number 1. For this, I'll turn it over to our city attorney, Marilyn McSalter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Mary Lynn Maxalka, the City Attorney, and I will be introducing this item for you this evening. This item is it's a presentation on the Sixth Amendment to Sundar subdivision filing number 1, development agreement, and a resolution that is related to this item. We're going to cover a few things tonight. I will provide a background regarding the Sundar Apartments project, as well as some information regarding the development agreement, which is what the Sixth Amendment request relates to. I'll then provide you an overview of the Sixth Amendment request we've received from the developer, as well as an overview of the resolution that staff has prepared for you this evening. You will then have an opportunity to hear from Milestone and Embry, which is the current developer and a potential purchaser of the first phase of the project. Then you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of staff and of Milestone and Embry. And then lastly, you'll have time for a discussion and to make your decision. So first, some background regarding this project. So the Sundar Apartments project, for the public's information, is located generally west of Medtronic, and it's in the northwest corner of Dillon Road and Highway 287 at the south end of Lafayette. It is intended to be a two-phase project, and the entire project right now is owned by the current developer, which is Milestone Sundar GP. You'll hear me refer to them again as Milestone this evening. It is a multifamily residential project, so it will be a number of apartment buildings as well as a clubhouse, mail kiosk, and garages in each phase. Importantly, this project was originally approved at the very end of 2018, so a few years ago at this point. It was approved by council. There was a final plan and PUD, a subdivision, and site plan and architectural review. The final plan and PUD is for both phases, and there is a site plan and architectural review that is completed for phase one. This project is located on approximately 36 acres. It contemplates a total of 684 apartment units. Those will consist of studios, 1 bedrooms, and 2 bedrooms. Phase one is intended to have 324 of those units among 9 apartment buildings with 29 garages. That is the area that you see on the east side of the project that is outlined in red. Phase two is also included in the final plan and PUD, and that will have 360 units among 10 apartment buildings and 23 garage buildings. The phase one building permits, so the building permits for that area outlined in red, were issued in 2020, several years ago, and at the time those building permits were issued to preserve a dwelling unit allocation for the project under the city's growth management charter amendment. That was still in enforcement at the time due to changes in state law a couple of years ago. The city is no longer enforcing that growth management amendment or those growth management allocations, but that is the reason that those permits were issued early on in the project. Those building permits, as you know, it's been 6 years since 2020. Those have been extended 7 times now, and I'll provide a little more information about that. So when a development like this comes into the city and requires extension of public improvements, utilities, roads, things like that, we do enter into a development agreement with the owner and developer, and that was the case back in 2018 for this project for phase one. A development agreement sets out the developer's obligations to provide and construct public improvements to serve the subdivision and to serve the development, and that those must be, requires that those improvements must be constructed to the city's standards and specifications. Development agreements also address other matters like dedications of public land, the amount of water right dedications, payment of fees, and other requirements that need to be met for the project to proceed. This particular development agreement for phase one has been amended 5 times previously over the last few years. The first 3 amendments amended miscellaneous terms and conditions in the original development agreement. There were certain arrangements made with the developer regarding third-party inspections due to staffing at the time. We later changed those because they were no longer needed. So those were, it was terms and provisions like that were changed, as well as extending deadlines for the developer to commence and complete public improvements. Let's see, then the most recent 2 amendments did take place last year. Those are the 4th and 5th amendments. The 4th amendment came about when the building permits were set to expire in 2024. Around that time, the developer reached out to the city and did request an extension of the building permits, again, even though vertical construction or construction of buildings had not started on the site at that time. The city did, in response to that request, the city did require Milestone, the developer, to revise the building plans to more closely align with our current Lafayette building code, because our code had been updated in 2023 since those permits, the building permits, were originally issued in 2020. So it was important that as much as possible that those building plans be brought into compliance with our current building code. the exceptions to the current building code that are in those plans today are exceptions for installed infrastructure. The developer had already installed natural gas and electric to serve the development, and so that presented some limitations that did not, it wasn't possible for the project to be fully electrified, which is what our current code requires. So they did bring the project generally up to code with exceptions for the power supply that had already been installed. Once those plans were approved, this fourth amendment did provide for those building permits to be extended an additional 270 days. And that's once the plans were approved by the city. So those did go through reviews and the city did approve those plans. That 270-day extension did result in the building permits being set to expire next month on May 18th. And so they are currently set to expire at that time. Lastly, we did have Amendment 5 to the development agreement in late last year, which was simply to extend the developer's deadline to complete the horizontal or public improvements in the ground for water system completion. And those were completed in September, shortly after that amendment, and those improvements were accepted by the city in October of last year. And there's currently a 3-year warranty period in effect for those improvements. That's our standard warranty period in Lafayette. Okay, so as I said on the previous slide, those building permits that are currently in effect for phase 1 of this project are set to expire next month. After we had negotiated that Fourth Amendment and Fifth Amendment, Milestone did advise the city in late 2025 that it was under contract to sell phase 1 of the project, for which those building permits are in effect, to Embry Partners, which is a Texas-based development company that specializes in multifamily development projects. And I'll let them tell you more about themselves. They are here this evening. And so they let us know about that contract, and a month or so ago, Milestone and Embry did submit a joint request for a 6th amendment to the development agreement with the primary purpose of facilitating the sale of phase 1 from Milestone to Embry. In order for that to occur in their request, Milestone and Embry have asked for extensions of the building permits. I will not get too much into the details on this slide because, again, they are here to speak to you this evening, but I will talk about what staff have prepared for council in the next slide in terms of those building permit extensions. Their 6th Amendment request also would clarify obligations between phase 1 and phase 2 for certain outlots and for the project in general, and that is because it's our understanding that Milestone would maintain ownership of phase 2. Currently, it's all owned by Milestone, so there would be some provisions in there to just address the fact that we would have a separate owner for phase 1. The 6th Amendment would also confirm obligations that have been completed by Milestone, which is essentially to confirm which outstanding obligations would be assumed by Embry if it does purchase phase 1. They've also asked for an acknowledgement that the development agreement would be assigned to Embry. That's a standard provision, and they've also asked for certain representations regarding agreements that have showed up in the record of title. I will also say that is very standard in a purchase and sale contract for a real estate transaction, and that's something that would normally happen in a estoppel certificate, for example, and there's no reason it couldn't be done in a development agreement here. Okay, so this evening for staff, so with this request, staff did bring the 6th Amendment terms to council for review in an executive session, as we are permitted to do under the Colorado Open Meetings Law. And in that executive session, we had council review those terms and sought direction to staff on negotiating those terms with Milestone and Embry. And so at that executive session, council did provide direction, and we have relayed that to Milestone and Embry on those terms that council generally supported and directed staff to convey. And based on that direction, we have prepared this agenda item for you tonight. And so what we've done is prepared a resolution that would authorize the city manager to execute the 6th Amendment to the development agreement, subject to parameters that you all decide this evening. Now, what we've included in the resolution are the general parameters or direction that you provided to staff in the executive session. The primary one being these building permit extensions, which would be necessary for the sale to go through if council chooses to approve those. Per the direction from council, it was our understanding that the direction was that if the closing under the Milestone Embry contract occurs and Embry acquires the Phase 1 property, that the Phase 1 building permits could be extended until November 16th of 2026. That is not an arbitrary date. That would be 180 days after May 18th, which is the current expiration date for those building permits. 180 days is the standard extension term for a building permit under the Lafayette Building Code and the International Codes. So that's why that date has been selected. Alternatively, if the Milestone Embry purchase and sale contract is terminated and the sale does not go through, council's direction is that the Phase 1 building permits could be extended until the end of June or until the date that contract is terminated, whichever occurs first. Lastly, the other provisions I mentioned on the last slide, those will be subject to approval by the city manager. Staff have reviewed those provisions, and those are primarily technical. It's the building permit extension that really requires council's direction this evening. And then finally, just due to the history of this project and the long time since the building permits were first issued, the city has asked for a release of claims from Milestone in connection with its potential exit from Phase 1 of the project. That's just a protective measure for the city, since there has been a lot of negotiation and development agreement amendments along the way. We did feel it was in the city's best interest to request a release of claims in the event Milestone exits the project. And so that is the end of my presentation for now. I will be back up here to or actually I might join you at the dais to talk about the resolution after you hear from Milestone and Embry, but I will also be available to answer questions after you hear from them as well. We'll all be able to do that for you. So with that, I would like to invite representatives from Milestone and Embry to the podium to introduce themselves to you.
Good evening. My name is Billy Jones. I'm an attorney with Lathrop GPM, and I'm here representing the applicant and the landowner, Milestone Sundar GP. Milestone is in favor of the requested amendment to the development agreement that has been requested jointly by ourselves and by Embry. We're in alignment with our development partner, Embry, on the requested amendment and what we're asking City Council to approve. I'm going to cede my time and turn it over to Casey Klein and Embry, who can talk more specifically about the development itself, as well as the specific requests of the amendment to the development agreement, why we're asking for what we're asking, what the import of those asks are. Thank you.
How do I do it? Just the arrow? Is that, all right. All right, well, thanks, Billy. Good evening, council. I appreciate you being with us tonight. I know these late nights are never fun, so I appreciate your time and your effort. And I appreciate staff. They've, Embry, like we talked about, Embry got this under contract kind of late of 2025. And there's a lot to learn when you're coming into a project and you want to go fast. Embry is a builder, and we want to build. And we want to build and do what we promise to people. And so over the last 2 months, there's been lots of coordination, and we're grateful for that as well. So thank you. My name is Casey Klein. I represent Embry Development. We do deals all across the nation, but definitely in Colorado. Colorado is what you would consider my market. So I love Colorado. I love all the deals in and around Colorado. But like we said, we're under contract to buy this deal. And just as a reminder, this is entitled, approved, and ready to go, and Embry's excited about that. That allows us to go. We want to go. That is our promise to you guys tonight. That's one of the reasons I wanted to stand up and talk to you all, is that I wanted to let you guys know from the buyer perspective that we're here because we want to deliver on our promise to build. And we want you to know that. And so I hope you know that. We're excited and we're hopeful. And so we hope that you guys can recognize how hopeful we are about executing on this. But in order to do so, and honestly, to post significant earnest money with our seller, we needed to adjust a few things on these agreements. These deals are unique and they're complicated, and we just want to make sure that not only are we doing the right thing for ourselves, but for the city and separating these deals and doing it the right way. And the best way to do it the right way is to handle this upfront and head on. And so that's the point of tonight. But just like any good partnership, whether it's Embry coming to be future partners with you all, or our partnership, which has been fantastic with Milestone, you need to know who we are. And so my goal is to just give you a little bit about who we are tonight so you're aware. So there you go. So Embry is a 51-year-old family-owned and operated developer, multifamily developer. Trey Embry is still running our company today. The family is in every ounce of business that we do. We're in over 8 states and we're vertically integrated. So what that means for you all in terms of speed for your city is we are not only the developer, you're talking to me, you will see me in what we call cradle to grave. So you're seeing me now, you will see me all the way into the very end. You can call me anytime, you can text me anytime, you're mad at something, you call me, I'll answer, I will always answer. But we've built over 50,000 units in our history. And when I say we're vertically integrated, that means we do multiple things. So not only are we a development company, but we're a construction company. So we build all the units. So all the construction jobs, the self-performing GC, all of those are Colorado employees that do this work. That's a really cool thing to be able to say. And so we're our own development shop, our own construction shop. We also manage a little over 14,000 units for ourselves and others all around here. And so we have a little over 6,000 units under construction across the nation as we sit today. But for you all, what do we do in Colorado? So we do things all over Colorado. We love Colorado. My wife would tell you this is that I'm here all the time. I love it. I love the weather. I love the people. And we do deals in every jurisdiction. So Arvada, Lakewood, Littleton, Jefferson County, Golden, Denver proper, Broomfield. We've done them in all these. We've been in Denver for over 20 years, working with all different types of jurisdictions and requirements and rules. We currently have over 1,600 units planned in and around the greater Colorado area. And over the last 20 years, we've delivered on our promise to design good quality projects on over 6,500 units that are in and around Colorado. You can actually go see a lot of them. My promise to you is you want to go see anything with me to see what we do? I don't ever want to deliver a product that you're not proud of as a city. And so if you ever want to go see something or see what we actually perform on, not just what we talk about, I would love to take you to any of them. So just so you understand, we deliver quality housing. We don't cut corners at Embry. We care about the design. We care about people see what people see when they enter your towns and what they experience and how they access and how they view the property. And so just to give you a few ideas, just to end this, here's a deal we did in Broomfield. It's right down the street. It's called Bell Broomfield now, but this was Touchstone. You could see high-class amenities, high-class finish-outs. We want people to feel we want them to experience the development. Here's one in Littleton. Here's another one that's in Littleton right now. Here's one that we did in Jefferson County recently. Here's another one that we did in Lakewood. That's called Bel Air. And then here's one in downtown Denver that's in lease-up right now. So anyway, that's Embry. That is what we do. Like I said, you can contact me anytime. I'm always available. We're really excited. We're committed to this project. The whole purpose of tonight was to stand in front of you and to say, we love the city of Lafayette. We love the opportunity to come and build this fast for you all. And getting this development agreement adjusted allows us to go and do that. And so we appreciate your time. I'll turn it over to Eric.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilors. Eric Carlson. I'm at the law firm of Foster Graham, Milson & Kalisher. We're at 360 South Garfield Street, Denver, 80209. I'm land use counsel for Embry. And I think Embry, Casey does a great job. You can see the excitement, right? You can see the enthusiasm for Embry. I can speak to Embry's product. Actually, my mother-in-law lived in one of their properties, and Embry built apartment here in Colorado for 5 years, and we always enjoyed visiting her there. So the excitement is there. Embry is excited to build in Lafayette. They're excited to partner with you. They're excited to partner with your staff. And the big picture of this development agreement tonight, as Mary Lynn did a really great job of explaining, is this is to help facilitate the transition of a development project from one developer to another kind of midstream, right? It's a little bit of an interesting situation. Oftentimes you see a developer, they execute their development agreement, they get their building permits, they construct a project, right? But here we're doing a little bit of a midstream change. And so it just requires a little bit of papering up. And as Mary Lynn, described, the vast majority of what we're asking for in the Sixth Amendment are just kind of purely kind of technical administrative items. And for my presentation, I've kind of broken it down into 5 categories, right? And I'll do it quickly because I think there's 4 of them that are very technical in nature. And then there's the 5th, which is the building permit extension. That's specific to this project, right? And the specific history of this project. So first, we just got to pull phase 1 and phase 2 apart. When the original DA, was entered into in 2018, it was kind of one project, right? Now, phase 2 has a separate and distinct development agreement, executed, recorded 2022. So we'll just do a couple of cleanup items, is separately pull phase 1 and phase 2 out. Couple of completed obligations in here again. The way in which I explain it, as a land use attorney, whenever we're trying to do these things is, all right, we want to take a screenshot in time, right? Right now we say, okay, what has been completed on this project and what will Embry assume, right? And this in large part is for your protection, right? I want us all to know exactly what Embry needs to do next, right? And so we start with what's been done and what will be done. So that's kind of our completed obligations. Then we have just an assignment, right? There's a consent there. There's a formal assignment document that's, of course, approved to city form, but within this development agreement, good opportunity to just say, yes, Embry will be taking over this project. And the last is, of course, these other agreements, couple of annexation agreements, and IGAs. So all of these, again, really fairly kind of administrative and technical, but appreciate the time to just talk through them briefly. So the building permit extension is the item that is worth a little bit more elaboration here tonight. So as you know, the building permit extension is set to expire May 18th. That means there has to be a certain amount of work done in order, prior to May 16th. Our request tonight, and this is for Milestone and Embry, this is a joint request, is that this permit, building permit extension be extended in one of 2 scenarios. If Embry purchases the property, it's 180 days to November 16th. But if Embry does not purchase the property, there has to be a viable contingency for Milestone. So our request is that it's 90 days following the termination of that contract, or October 16th, October 18th, whichever comes first under that. Now, I recognize that this is different than what your staff, has recommended and has put in your draft resolution, right? If you, approve our request tonight, it will require a revision to resolution section 1A to change June 30th. But it is really important that at this point in a real estate transaction, the risk of the uncertainty of this is too high for either party. Because if there isn't an extension after a viable contingency for Milestone, it means that somebody has to go out and start that vertical construction right now. And Embry can't start construction on a project they don't own, nor will their investment committee and the family approve them to purchase a project that someone else has started work on, right? They need to be in control of that construction. And so if there isn't a viable contingency for Milestone here, which is, hey, 90 days from the termination, then it truly puts Embry's deal in jeopardy here. So they need a viable contingency for Milestone to effectuate this real estate closing. So that is our request tonight. And we have our whole team here tonight. We're absolutely happy to answer any questions that you have, expand on any points. So I will leave our presentation there and look forward to discussion on this. And we respectfully request your approval pursuant to the dates that are on your screen.
Thank you so much. I will open it up for questions from council. Councilor Gianolo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions for Embry. Have you done this before? Have you purchased somebody else's project and taken it over and gone
honestly,
through this motion?
This is unique. We're not used to this. We are ground-up developers that design and build our product and go from there in total transparency. I would tell you, we have delved into all the plans. Your staff knows we have reviewed every page of every plan set. We have reviewed all the building permits. We have done everything that we believe needs to be done to feel comfortable to go close this deal. And so extending these building permits help that. But I would say generally the answer is no, but we feel comfortable here and we feel like we can execute what we promise.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Councilor Finland?
I'm curious in terms of, I guess where you're at in the closing process. How firm is your process now? What remains for you besides our approval of the amendment to get there to the final stage?
Yeah, I think we're really close. I can tell you, we are out in the market in terms of the way a deal works for us. We have to go raise these funds. And we believe in this deal so much. This is a big hurdle for us. If we don't get this is a big deal. But for us, we believe in this deal so much, we've already started the fundraising. And so far, it's been well. We're talking to all of our consistent partners that on that big map you saw all across Denver. We're talking to all of those same ones. A lot of people love Lafayette, and so we are proceeding as fast as we can to closing to go and do this work. And the real truth is if we have to close as fast as we can to hit the November 16th date. I mean, we're making a promise to you of Embry wants to do this. We understand that you want to see buildings, and the only way we can do that is to go build and build fast. And so we were hopeful that by showing you these dates, we're showing our commitment not only to go and close as quickly as we can, but also to go build it as fast as we can. And once again, that November 16th date is for certain inspections, but we still got to go, we got to close, we got to break ground. And so we're committed to that, fully committed.
So just to be clear, you do not have financing secured. You started some conversations, but not secured.
Yeah, we're in the process. This is, I would say it's standard for every deal.
Okay.
So this is nothing odd, like if we're 2-ish months out or whatever excuse my lack of timing, but like if we're somewhat close to closing, this is usually when we're with our partners. Nothing out of the ordinary from a capital perspective.
Understood.
It is a unique time in the world, but I think we can all agree with that. So we're navigating a unique world, and that's why, once again, our partners are saying, well, if Milestone, we can't have Milestone go do this work right now. Like, why would we fund? It makes the whole transaction much more complicated, and so we're trying to keep it as simple as possible in a very complicated world right now to get some people to go do it with us. Yeah.
You very much presaged my question, which is in this very volatile moment, right? When you said earlier that this process, it started in late 2025 with Milestone, but that predates the largest oil shocks and energy crisis and resource costs skyrocketing in a very long time. So I'm curious, based on your understanding of the current timeline, how resilient do you think y'all are to the significant increase in costs relative to when you started this process?
Yeah, the world is changing monthly, daily, hourly. It depends on what you want to say, you know? We recognize that. I would say two things for Embry. And I say this to Milestone, I say this to everybody, and I say this to you. Does Embry want to be in the city of Lafayette? Yes. Do we have full intention to go and do this deal? Yes. Do we believe we have a lot of partners that want to do this deal? Yes. Our track record over 50 years speaks for itself, and our partners in that 50 years, we have never, knock on wood, we have never turned the keys back over to any of our lenders. We have executed on our promise, and that has helped us get financing in tough times when others don't. And so I believe this is the perfect partnership to get the deal done. Can I say with certainty? I never can say that, but I believe our partnership with Milestone and the relationship we have with them, and quite frankly, our ability to be able to connect and work with you all allows us the best opportunity for success and to bring the already approved housing as fast as possible to this city.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Fridland?
Yeah, this one's a little more maybe for the Milestone team. I guess I'm wondering, because your October 18th ask feels far away and feels, I think, just a little challenging. Are there additional conditions that you would maybe accept to demonstrate progress if the contract didn't close and you were going towards doing some build out at that time? Does that question make sense? Like, is there something where intermediary step we can say, okay, things are moving, you know, and that gives us some assurance on our side to say this is, you know, going?
Yeah. So I think I understand exactly. I think I understand what you're asking me. I think it's a little bit of a challenging question to answer because, you know, what we're looking for is in the unlikely event that something happens and Embry doesn't close, we just need a, you know, reasonable remat to start going vertical ourselves out there.
Sure.
And when you think about the kind of timeframes we're talking about, we're really not, it's less, but we're really talking about a 90-day time frame if the deal falls apart, with a hard stop on October 18th, right? Which is going to put exactly the kind of deal pressure that we all want to get this deal closed. And as Embry said, they've got to close the deal and get building out there by November 18th. So I think we can certainly discuss, maybe with staff or with the city attorney, you know, whether there's a check-in period or something like that. The key for us is in the unlikely event that happens, we just need a reasonable amount of time to start going vertical ourselves, because, you know, those building permits, once the extension expires, it expires. And we're asking for a 90-day period because I think that's reasonable and frankly consistent with what Embry or any other builder out there would need to just get going vertical. The nice part about the project, and I think one of the things that Embry shared with us that is exciting for them, is it's at a time frame where if we can do this transition and get it closed, they're in a position to go vertical right away. Which is the ultimate goal, to put this project in a position to deliver a really great housing project to Lafayette as quickly as possible.
Right, right. And are you similarly structured vertically that, like, you know, quick 90 days is feasible, or do you know what's
well, I would say that 90 days is something that we are prepared to do. It is certainly not easy. It is certainly not the time frame that in another setting a builder might say, hey, we need more than that. But we recognize that we're in a special situation with the city here where speed is important, where progress is important. And if with that 90-day extension, if for some reason that falls apart, we will be going vertical within those 90 days or before October 18th for sure.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from council? I have one. I believe it would be for your team as well.
Sure.
It's just, you know, I'm trying to even figure out how to ask the question. So the date that we're all looking at is May 18th, because that's when the current deadline, whatever you want to call it, that's when it ends. But you keep saying 90 days. So why not just add 90 days to the end of May 18th? Why is October 18th so much further out? Why do those dates seem so different to me? And what is the reasoning behind that?
I'll, if you don't mind, I'll have Embry come up and answer that.
Sorry,
Go right ahead.
So the reason we need that is because Embry's contract timeline, we're still working on getting to a close, right? And so that contract won't, we're hoping, it's moving slightly every day, right? You're trying to figure out when it's going to be. But if it's early July, which is what we're hoping for, end of June, early July, well, we're under contract. So we can't have someone going out and doing the work while we're under contract, because then that would blow up our ability to finance it. And so the reason you need 90 days is we'll know, hopefully, we know as soon as possible. Embry's trying to get that money today. But you'll know as soon as possible. The latest we would tell them, hey, something happened an hour ago in the world, like we talked about, would be that July date. And so 90 days from that July date, July, August, September, October, that's kind of the time frame. Embry's goal and full intention is to close in that July time frame, and that's kind of why. And it was previously June. Admittedly, it has slipped as we've navigated kind of these unique waters.
Thank you.
Does that respond to your question?
Yes. No more questions from council. I guess now up to us to try to figure this out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to figure out the best way forward here. And it's late, so let me try something easy. And then if this doesn't work, we'll go the hard route. Is there anyone who disagrees with the resolution as drafted? Councilor Giannola.
Yeah, I'm worried about the resolution as drafted. That June timeframe that's in there is not, it's not before the close date. So that really limits the ability, it sounds like, of this deal to get done. So I think if we're going to move forward with this, we will need some changes. I really want to see the release of claims. Just given the history of this project, I think it's valuable for the city to get those in place, protect the city's, interests. And it sounds like with the proposed changes, with the 90 days or a fixed time, I really like that additional change to get a fixed time in there. They didn't mention this, but I think that satisfies the ability to get that done as well. So I'm open and interested in moving forward with the changes.
The fixed time, are you in agreement with the fixed time that they've given us, the October date?
I mean, based on the discussion of, the earliest close date, or the reasonable close date, I won't say it's the earliest, maybe something magic happens and they get done quicker. The practicable latest-ish close date that they're contemplating gets them, an extra 90 days beyond what we've discussed tonight. I think that makes sense to me.
Great, thank you. Any other counselors want to jump in at this moment? It's late, I understand. Councilor Fridley.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councilor Giannola. I think, we all want to see this deal be successful and a great housing project happen in our community. And I think us, keeping to that November 16th date, but then also allowing for the 90 days or the October 18th, with, I would hope, maybe some intermediary steps that we could just talk about, that feel okay, just to show, hey, you're running to hit that October 18th date, right? Would be acceptable to me.
Great, okay. Councilor Foley.
I appreciate the remarks. I think just for me, I really am grateful for the presentation and discussion and robust answering of questions. I just remain concerned that we are collectively kicking the can down the road. There's a lot of swirling questions around that, but I agree with what's been shared.
Councilor Jensen, Councilor Gallegos, any thoughts?
I agree with my fellow council persons. Just that we're in this position is a little bit concerning, but I don't see any other choice but to move forward at this point.
Understood. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm in agreement with the resolution as drafted. The city attorneys convinced me that we need to move ahead with the resolution as drafted.
Resolution is drafted, right? I think the only one I haven't heard from is Councilor Gallegos, if he wanted to jump in.
I'd like to consult with the city attorney. How do you feel, should we make these modifications? What risk is associated with that?
So I might have missed a bullet in my presentation, and Milestone could certainly speak to this if they wish to. When I mentioned the release of claims, that's part of what the city wants to have happen if the building permits are extended. Milestone has indicated that it will not provide a release of claims if building permits are not extended past contract termination. And I think I think that Embry and Milestone have explained a bit more and probably better than I could about why that is essential to their deal. So it's, in terms of risk, a release of claims would protect the city. But Milestone's indicated that it will only provide that if there is an extension to facilitate the deal going through with Embry. And that, in Milestone's terms, I don't want to speak for them, they're nodding, and they're welcome to come up and correct anything I say. In Milestone's terms, in order to ensure the deal goes through with Embry, that additional extension is necessary. Without it, it would jeopardize the contract with Embry, in which case Milestone would not be willing to provide the release of claims. So the risk is there if no extension past contract termination is granted by council. And this is entirely a council decision. I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Barnes saying the city of me has convinced council, but that's not my role. I'm just here to present this tonight. But this what we've drafted in the resolution is consistent with direction we received, knowing that council did not make a final decision, and we wanted to hear from Milestone and Embry this evening, right? So it is really up to council. But in terms of risk, what I said before is that a release of claims does provide additional protection to the city that we do not have now. So it's up to council whether the risk of not having a release of claims is acceptable or not as well. And just again, based on what you've heard from them tonight. I am not comfortable as an attorney speaking for attorneys, so I would just like them to come to the podium and correct anything if needed.
Again, the 90 days, if for some unforeseen reason the contract doesn't go together, is truly critical to Milestone, because if the contract doesn't happen, we need to get construction out there, 90 days type, but we got a plan, we are ready to move on that. The other reason I wanted to step up here was to address the kind of interim step issue. We were chatting a bit while it was there. I mean, we could do something along the lines on the Milestone side, again, if the deal doesn't come together, to have a commencement, the date by which we have to commence construction of like around August 1st, I think would be a reasonable date by which we are out there, actually constructing. If the council's looking again for an interim piece to help make the deal amenable with the timeframes that we've proposed.
I would just note from my vantage, I appreciate that. The question I have, because I believe that we all want to see this, as Councilor Friedland noted. My concern is, all right, so there's the 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
If construction does not occur within the 90 days, at what point we are kind of discussing a Seventh Amendment? So I want to be very focused on the here and now, but also we understand the history of the project. So I'm trying to understand what the likely levers are we have in this moment, but also if, as you noted, the contract doesn't come through, or if something happens, prices continue to skyrocket, maybe Milestone's not able to begin during that window. What recourse do we have then? Or are we having the same conversation again in the fall?
So the city would have no recourse. The permits would just expire on their own terms. So to keep a building permit active usually requires construction in furtherance of the work authorized under the permit, right? Which is why this is before you this evening, to continue to extend the building permits. We need some action outside of our chief building official's authority, which is, I would need council to make a decision, which you can do, and you have authority to do. But the permits would simply expire on their own terms without work necessary to keep them active per the building codes.
Mary Lynn's correct, and that work, presumably would be done by Emory following a closing. If not, with the changes, we have, that would be being done by Milestone within that 90-day period with a potential interim step along the way.
Just to make a point of clarification, the city attorney did not convince me. I'm convinced with everything that's been presented to me. So it was my own decision. Thank you for everything you provided, but I believe we should go with the resolution as drafted.
Happy to respond to any other questions.
Councilor Giannola?
I just have a question for staff as far as timing. What do we think of the timing of it? If we move forward with approval of the proposed amendment, what is the timing of completion of that, of execution of that amendment?
At least from the city attorney's office perspective, we would be all hands on deck. There are one or two technical items under the completed obligations category that we need to confirm with Public Works Department. But we'd be all hands on deck in spite of the fact that we have land use code and other things going on. But I know that I think internally our goal would be to get something drafted, get it back to the attorneys on the other side, and then it would be in their court. So I can't give you a definite time frame, but I'm sure we could have a draft ready to go by next week.
And that doesn't have to come back to council?
It would not, as long as the city manager and myself agree it's within the parameters that you approve this evening. So, but in terms of how long we might have to need to exchange drafts, get it in that form, I don't know. But I've been working with these attorneys for a few years now. And we communicate well, and we can continue to do that. So,
great. Thank you.
Great, okay. We are working towards it. At this point, we can go a couple different ways. We can try to talk through this, or someone can just make a motion. That's always something we put on the table. The one thing I will say, because I don't think we've done it since this new council, is if someone does choose to move forward with changes, we'd likely have to do an amendment. So just throwing that out there for all my Robert's rules folks.
Yeah.
Did you have something?
I'd like to make that motion, okay. And I think I can do it as I'm, move to approve resolution number 2026-09 with the changes of if the Milestone Embry contract is terminated, the Phase 1 building permits would be extended to October 18th or 90 days following termination of the contract, or October 18th, 2026.
Which I would recommend whichever occurs first. Is that, okay, I'm seeing nods, whichever occurs first.
Whichever occurs first.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion on the?
I'm sorry, I don't read lawyer. Does this include the release?
And this would, thank you for asking that, Councilor Bollier. I would like head nods from Milestone. If that is what council approves this evening, we would require, and it's already in the resolution, we would require a release of claims in a form approved by the city attorney's office. So, there is one that has been drafted. It has been reviewed. We have a few technical red lines that I hope will not be a problem for them, but regardless, if this does get approved as moved, it must meet the city attorney's office's approval as to form to be part of the final amendment and approval. Sorry, thank you for raising that. That's a very important piece of this.
Do we need an amendment to the motion, or?
To include that, no, because it is already in the resolution as drafted. Thank you.
Great, so we have a motion on the table, we have a second. We might need to do a roll call vote, but I'll go ahead and try. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
2. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. That passes 5-2. Great. Moving on to staff reports. We will begin with our city attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. It is late. I just appreciate the robust conversations tonight, and yes, I don't have anything to report. That's all. Thank you.
Moving on to our city manager's report.
I have a little bit more to report than usual, but it's all important information, so bear with me. So first of all, happy Earth Month. We're officially in full swing, accumulating with our Earth Day every day on May 2nd. We also have various programs, including on compost and mulch giveaway, rain barrel workshop, Arbor Day event, hard to recycle event. Lots of events, all that to be said. Some of them do require registration, so please follow the link that is on that third bullet to see when they are, where they are, and whether they require registration. Similarly related, excited to announce that we recently received notification that we did for, I forget, and I should have asked how many years, 30-something years, received our Tree City USA designation, so that will be coming with more information and a proclamation as usual. But congratulations to the staff that puts together the application every year. Wanted to give a brief update on our capital bond project. So we completed project manager interviews last week, and we are close to selecting a PM firm that will assist us through the service center and rec center projects, keep us on track and on budget and all those things that they're very skilled at doing. We have closed on the service center design RFP. On Monday, we received 10 proposals, so going through a lot of those. And we close on the rec center RFP tomorrow. So we'll be anticipating to bring you guys lots of contracts coming forward, including the first one being that PM firm, and then in future dates, introducing that PM firm and getting our design teams on board for both of those facilities. And I did want to spend a brief moment. We are happy to answer questions, but recognizing there will be a very robust conversation in a few weeks. But given comments tonight and kind of already anticipated things that we were hearing, wanted to touch on our water supply update. So have just a few slides, high level. We do know, and we are taking this very seriously as our snowpack remains very low and won't recover this spring. I think the last time we did a workshop, we said April's always unknown, March is kind of unknown. Well, we sort of know now. So we are looking at pretty significant snowpack being low. City reservoirs, the good news, are about average for this time of year. And we do own some very senior water rights. And so we anticipate, because those deliver first, that hopefully even with the low snowpack, we will be able to receive some water from that. Whereas other municipalities that might have junior water rights might not see anything come delivered this year. Staff attended the Northern Water Board meeting today to talk about the CBT quota. And they will be voting on it on Thursday. So this is really the number of acre feet per water share that we receive from CBT. Real high level, CBT is really considered our savings account. So in most years we receive about, a 0.7 share. And in drought years, I don't know the right word because it's late, but counterintuitive. Typically that actually increases because you can drain your savings account kind of for a one-time use, but you don't want to do it too high. So we anticipate that they might have a higher allotment for that. We do have a city drought team, as we mentioned before, and they meet every Thursday, and we'll be likely recommending stage 1 responses, which looks at overall kind of voluntary demand reduction, but recognizing the more that we can save right now, while our reservoir levels are okay, we shouldn't be taking from those reservoir levels right now. And so if we see those dip at all, we will make sure to take in additional water restrictions. So the big message here that we're going to be pushing out is delay until May. catchy. We had delay until you save, but really it's because of those reservoirs. If those start to go down, you are not supposed to be watering right now. So even though we have watering restrictions, it's really zero right now. And so wait to turn on your automated systems because demands do increase fivefold when that occurs. And so we're really encouraging hand watering trees with our messaging, and then reminding everyone that we do have year-round restrictions at 3 days a week and no watering between 10 a.m. and 6. Kind of a fun fact if you're into the fun of all of this, but because it is 3 days a week, a lot of our residents do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so try to avoid those so that we don't see these huge peak demands on certain days. So switch your system to Tuesday, Thursdays, and then really identify any leaks or overspray when you do turn on your system in May to make sure that they're not going onto those hard surfaces. So again, happy to answer any very direct conversations, but looking forward, at least on April 21st, you are going to have a public hearing on a self-storage unit. We will be bringing a little bit more information with water related to the Northern Integrated Supply Project interim agreement, where we'll talk a little bit more about that project in the 21st agreement, I believe, and then a presentation around our community engagement practices. But wait, there's more. On April 28th, we will talk extensively about our water readiness plan, water efficiency, drought, and our community management, or emergency management and community resilience. So that is what I had tonight, Mayor. Thank you for being with me.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
How are we on the communications person?
Yeah, so we conducted final interviews last week, and we're working with an identified candidate to make a job offer, kind of pending reference checks. So we hope that we can get somebody on board. We recognize everybody's coming from a job, and we don't want them to burn bridges, so it takes a little bit of time to unwind. So we hopefully will have somebody on board here in relatively short order, but.
Also, we got, I think, the piece that Mike Watson sent us had some things in it that I thought were interesting that we hadn't talked about before.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm ready to absorb all of what he said, but I would, when we have the water conversation on April 28th, unless you see some reason why not, I'd love to see some response to some of the things he's suggesting, because I thought they were, there was a lot of thought put into that proposal, so.
Yeah, a lot of it was internal facing as well, not just what we're asking residents to do with, but also what the city's doing, and we'll be happy to share a lot of that work and how we've reduced watering and, the trade-off between when things die and the right amount of water. It's really kind of a art versus a science, but I'd be happy to I have shared with staff and we can kind of go through some of the different areas.
Oh, thank you, I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much. Moving on to council reports, we have one agenda item under here, so I'll run through that as quickly as we can. It's a consideration of submitting a letter of support for the appointment of Elise Jones, former Boulder County Commissioner, as Region 4 Transportation Commissioner. And I will actually turn it over to Councilor Jensen to explain a little bit more about the Transportation Commission, about Elise Jones, and then about the request.
So the Transportation Commission is divided up into regions, and we have one representative per region. I have had very little luck ever getting anyone from Transportation Commission to ever respond. In fact, even before I was on council, and I would write to them and never got any responses. So I think having somebody who's got some loyalty to our community, getting responses would be valuable to us. Apparently, Adams County does not like commissioner, or she's currently a transportation commissioner. She just hasn't been approved by the legislature because they're worried that she's not road friendly enough, that she's more focused on non-highway solutions to our traffic problems, which I think, given the heat we're feeling and the climate change issues we're experiencing, is a good thing. And so she has not, so they appoint her in an interim position, and then she has to be approved by the Senate. So it's the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee. The governor has already appointed her. We don't, as of the last time I talked to them, they did not have a date for a hearing, but they knew it was not going to be before tonight. But there is some urgency because we're at the end of session to get a letter out as quickly as we can and get it to the Transportation Committee. So I would be happy to work with staff on a draft letter if you all are interested in that. You know, we have some projects that CDOT is in charge of, like the Highway 7 corridor project, where some things that really matter to us, like the underpass and crosswalks in various locations that are safety oriented, and having a friendly commissioner while we go through that process, that intergovernmental regional process, so that we can get what we want out of the process, I think would be valuable. And I've known Elise for a long time and happy to support her.
Thank you. And just for the sake of council to understand, I believe the Boulder County Commissioners have already drafted a letter of support as well, correct?
Yes, and I sent that to y'all some time ago. It's way back in our email, but yes, they already have.
Perfect. Okay. Should we try the easy way again? I'm kidding. I think we can do it. Is anyone opposed to the letter? Doesn't seem like there, so I think we can move forward. Great. Moving on to council reports, because you just spoke, do you want to go ahead and start?
I don't have too much. I did go to the kickoff for the ballot measures that are anti-trans that will be coming down at the state level. As a person who has a trans family member, it is significant to me, and I know we have future conversations about what we support or don't on ballot measures, but one would say no medical care for minors, and the other would say no trans women in athletics. So those are the two. There's also some other stuff coming, but we can talk about all that later. There will be also an anti-immigrant ballot measure that requires local law enforcement to share information with the feds. That looks like it will gather the signatures it needs, so we will get put in the position of having to share our information when we encounter someone in our community that is undocumented, that we would have to share that with the feds. I don't know the exact wording of that one yet, so I can't tell you much more, but that's all I have to report.
Is this a bill?
Citizen initiative.
Oh, God.
So I could look up the exact wording, I just don't have it.
Petitioning onto the ballot as we speak.
Petitioning on.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Councilor Gallegos.
Nothing from me tonight.
Councilor Fredland.
Just two quick things. The Historic Preservation Commission, they're looking at the building rehabilitation processes. There's been some updates of the Secretary of Interior standards, so they're diving deep on that, which I think is great, and I appreciate their hard work on that. There's also a consortium of cities meeting tomorrow talking about emergency management and response, and thank you to staff for getting some information over so I can share what we're doing. And also, I believe we're talking about that at our workshop, so if there's any ideas from that meeting, I will certainly bring them to this group and we can talk about it. And I sent you an email about CML activity. Obviously, a lot going on at the Capitol, so they're active, of course. If there's anything specifically that you have that you would like me to vocalize at the CML policy committee meetings, please let me know. There's also a webinar, I believe tomorrow in the email that I sent, and there's one at the end of session in May as well. So if you do want to wrap up from the CML perspective, you certainly could join those. And there's also a CML conference in June that you should think about too. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Giannola.
Just one item, that's water. You know, I think the public, I've heard from a lot of public that they're worried about water. They want to know why aren't we doing more to conserve our water, protect our water, tell our citizens not to use so much water. I think we're doing a fair amount that they're just not paying attention to. I appreciate the update from the city manager, really helpful. One of the proposals from our old pal Mike Watson regarding a dashboard, I think is a really interesting idea that, I don't know what's involved in building that or having that or, putting some statistics or information out there about what our water supply looks like, what the snowpack looks like. I think if we had something and we could, do some communication around that, that would be of interest. I certainly would be excited to see that. Like I said, I've heard from a lot of the public saying, why aren't we doing what Boulder or Denver or Erie is a special case. I understand that, but others are doing, and I don't disagree with them. The question that I have for staff about water is we have these permanent water restrictions in place. How enforced are they? Is there an enforcement mechanism that's in place? Can we get more enforcement around it? I have seen I'll say community neighbors who are watering their lawn already and watering their lawn in the middle of the day. And I don't know what to do, how to approach that. And so, would love to have some city guidance on what any member of the public can do when they encounter these situations, recognizing that we are in the worst drought on record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bollier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Robust meeting this evening. A couple of things. One, just a shout out to Lafayette residents who work for space-focused companies. I read recently that over 200 Colorado firms were involved in making components or training or what have you related to the Artemis mission, which hopefully everybody has been watching those really cool videos as people got as far away from Earth as they've ever been, which, given the news lately, I'm sure we're all a bit jealous of that. But just very cool. I happen to work at Buckley Space Force Base, so I've gotten to work alongside some really cool space people. So shout out to the Lafayette residents who work on space. Art Night Out is coming up very soon. So looking forward to volunteering with fellow counselors to have the booth there, as well as the Lafayette Farmers Market. May 3rd, I think, is their opening. So really excited for those coming. Just building on Councilor Gilliano's remarks on water, with appreciation for our city manager's comments on water as well. I would love for us to be as forward-leaning as we can to really continue to set that leadership position both in the county and then up and down the Front Range. And so I think on one of the slides it was, we'll continue to monitor it and adjust course through the summer. And I wonder if there's something perhaps in future conversations, I believe we have a workshop coming up as well, we can think maybe a little further ahead in order to protect ourselves for next year. The only thing that I really quite see is I learned a lot from Mayor Pro Tem Barnes on the aridification of the Front Range. That this isn't really so much a drought, it is a drought, but it's just like our climate is fundamentally changing and will not go back. And so there's the drought we're experiencing right now, but it's also the aridification and drying out of the Mountain West. And so we have to adapt to that new climate as well as dealing with the shock of the moment. So anything we can do to be as forward-leaning on that as possible, I would be really keen on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm going to science first because astronauts, what? I mean, it's absolutely amazing that people are that far. And some people think it's fake. I'm like, really? So I think it's fantastic that we're seeing it. And we used to do a proclamation to Jessica Watkins, who calls Lafayette, Colorado, her home. Last time I think it was 2023. And this is Artemis 2. So we're going around the moon, coming back just to make sure that, kick the doors there. Kick the tires, shut the doors. Just to make sure things work. And then the next step is to actually land on the moon. So Artemis 3 would be that one. They're going to go up there, touch down on the moon and come back. And yay science and yay space. And then maybe Mars is next. And maybe astronaut Watkins is going on that one. Leaning a little bit into the comments we had about water. Of course, I lost it. I think it is really important to listen to residents, and at the same time, our public works director and what we're going to talk about in the water research. It's complicated in this workshop. And the variability of what we get each year is part of a huge challenge. There is an overarching forcing on what's happening. Yes, the Mountain West is drying out, and the water variability that we see, if you've heard of El Nino, La Nina, and so the El Nino Southern Oscillation, it goes from a La Nina to an El Nino and then the middle phase. And it is actually, and this I got this right from the Climate Prediction Center, which is a functioning part of the federal government. And it states that as of March, we have moved out of La Nina into the neutral phase, and we are expected to be in El Nino June through July and continue into the end of 2026. And what that means is there's a higher probability, there's a 55% chance that we'll do this, and when we do that, it minimizes the intensity of this forcing, which is bringing us so much heat and cooling. But as Councilor Burlier said, we're in a climate situation. We're not going back to what we were. So there is a forecast mitigation of what's happening, and I really appreciate Mr. Watson pointing out that we're planting trees in a drought. Well, yes, and there's a reason for doing that. Trees help retain the moisture in our communities. As a matter of fact, it's one of the best ways to do that. And planting them where they're not using excess water is part of our strategy. So that is a piece of it. Limiting greenhouse gas emissions, trees help with that. We also have their sustainability plan. And resilience is the big piece of this, is how do we do the best for everyone here in our city with the forcings that we have. And I think in the water workshop we'll find a ton more about that. But I do want to say that each year is incredibly unpredictable. And if anyone was here for the 2013 flooding event, you know how bad it can get if we have too much water. And I don't want to let that slip. So it is possible when we move back into an El Nino phase, we could see flooding events. So let's be prepared for everything that happens. I'm going to jump over to, as the Lafayette representative on the North Metro Mayor's Council, we are talking about Senate Bill 26-150, which is the reform of the Regional Transportation District, RTD, and tomorrow is the hearing, the first time this will be heard, and the NWMCC wants to know if we have any questions. And for anybody who's looked at this, there are a lot of questions. And just to put this in perspective, the city of Boulder is, their chamber is in an amend position. The mayor of Boulder still needs to discuss this with their council. The city of Thornton is opposed to it. There's a lot of questions about this, and I can send you out the description of what this bill is, but generally it reduces the board, and this is after the analysis, oh my goodness, I have no words, it's too late. There was a select committee that analyzed the efficiency of the RT board, and these are their recommendations. And one is to reduce the board from 15 members to 9. And that would be, 5 would be elected members, but 4 members would be appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. 4 of those appointed members would be chosen with the governor's discretion. 2 would be selected from a list of nominees by Dr. Cog. And there's also a labor representative, which is proposed to be on the board. And one of the big challenges with that is that this would reduce the number of people represented by board members, or it would increase it from 200,000 to 600,000 because of the size of the district. So that's a huge number of people to represent. I kind of gagged when they got to the salary increase for board members, which would go from $12,000 a year to $36,000 a year. And ideally, this would allow people to be the the focus was to make sure people could do this full-time. And I question, how is it even possible for someone to, is that a living wage? So there are a lot of questions about how this actually plays out, and there's potentially even the paratransit might be in jeopardy if, with the reduction in representation from Boulder County, if it would provide for diminishing of the support for paratransit services. So I can send you out what it is, but I think we're in, my guidance would be that we're in a monitor and potentially amend. The Northwest Mayors and Councilors Council will come back with some suggested amendments once we get a lot of questions answered, and there are a lot of questions about how this whole thing works out. So if it's okay with you, we'll let them go. We already have a whole set of questions to ask, and then I'll report back what some of the answers are to some of those.
When is the hearing?
Questions. The hearing's tomorrow.
And it's House or Senate?
Senate. And then I would also like to bring up that the governor's office is thrilled to extend an invitation to join a corridor-wide virtual webinar for a joint service announcement to share details of the BNSF CO term sheet, which means Front Range Rail. So we're looking at, this is tomorrow, to hear from Burlington Northern Santa Fe, if I get it right, from them about what their plan is along a milestone announcement and achievement of the negotiation. So Front Range Rail is coming. If you'd like to join, I can't make it. It's this Thursday, April 9th at 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. So if anybody would like to jump on that.
Do you have something you can send?
Yes, I will send this
Thank
over
you.
to you. There's a link. You do have to register, and I think it will probably open. You don't have to be a member of NW.
No, it's a Zoom link.
MCC.
You can send
Okay,
it to
yeah.
council.
So I'll send the Zoom link out to everyone.
What is the date?
It is this Thursday, so April 9th, 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. And there's also, I got an interesting note about Black Maternal and Environmental Health Day, which was created by young, gifted, and green students to raise awareness about the importance of clean air and water, healthy housing, safe consumer products, and overall environment related to Black mental health. It's an update. There are some municipalities that have done a proclamation for this. It's observed on the first day of April as a means to uplift Black women and child-birthing people's voices regarding the maternal and environmental health movement, along with strengthening, if not producing, advocates. So we could look into, I can send you a link to that, so we could look and see if we're interested in a proclamation regarding that. And for the DDA, we just reviewed the Creativity and Culture Micro Grant, thank you. Application, we had 11 applications come in. It was fascinating to see the different ideas that come in through the community. They've been ranked, and we will, as soon as we know who's receiving those grants, that, again, this is money that DDA received, and our executive director didn't mention that we didn't know if we were going to get TIF in the DEA, DDA, not DEA, the DDA, but we even received extra TIF money, so tax revenue on top of what we already had set aside. So we're trying to move as quickly to get that money in the hands of business owners so they can put it into effect. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Amazing. Great. Well, thank you all for hanging in there. I'm sorry it's late, but now I move to adjourn to executive session pursuant to sections 4B of Colorado Revised Statutes, section 24-6-402 for purposes of receiving legal advice from the city attorney's office on specific legal questions regarding the terms and conditions of contracts pertaining to the operation and use of certain city facilities. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. The city council will adjourn to executive sessions and will not return to an open meeting. The time is 11:30 p.m.